the one-world Tartarians, the greatest civilization ever to be erased from history. James W. Lee. Preface. Firstly, please do not believe anything written in this book to be true. Research for yourselves what you find to be truthful or not, using your own discernment and judgment. Secondly, assume nothing to be true. The ancients had a term called tabula rasa, which means to start anew with a fresh open mind where everything and anything is possible. The New World Order, NWO, I call those that eliminated the history of the Old World Order, OWO. Tartarians use the one symbol frequently. This is because they say that in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. The two eyes represent a subjective and objective viewpoint. So, they cover up the subjective to just look at the world objectively. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, it is now possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without them knowing it. Edward Bernays, a quote in cold, calculating terms. In the 1920s, Edward Bernays was under the employment of Nelson Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest men in the world at the time. Rockefeller founded the modern-day school system and owned the school textbook companies as well. Digitalization, the modern-day burning of Alexandria. Those who are truthers have understood that the NWO has had the ability to alter images, or Photoshop, for decades and decades. A prime example being the obvious photo-edited images of Earth from space. Google's secret effort to scan every book in the world, codenamed Project Ocean, back in 2004. Google decided to digitize every single book they could find and then replace hardcover books with online books on Kindle, as in kindling a fire, aka book burning. Thusly, they could effectively alter and control any digitized books and images to portray the story the NWO wished to tell and sell us. By 2004, Google had started scanning. In just over a decade, after making deals with Michigan, Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, the New York Public Library, and dozens of other library systems, the company had scanned about 25 million books. It cost them an estimated $400 million. It was the first project that Google ever called a moonshot. What made the system so efficient is that it left so much of the work to software. Rather than make sure that each page was aligned perfectly and flattened before taking a photo, which was a major source of delays in traditional book scanning systems, cruder images of curved pages were fed to warping algorithms, which used the LiDAR data along with some clever mathematics to artificially bend the text back into straight lines. Effectively, now that most get all their news and information on history from online, the official narrative is only held in cyberspace, and when the internet no longer becomes viable, those that own books and oral narratives will be the only ones to provide an alternative history of our not-so-distant past. On a side note, please keep in the forefront of your minds that Eric Schmidt is the former CEO of Google and now is employed by the CIA and NSA. Intro deduction. Once upon a time, there was a highly advanced civilization today known as Great Tartaria. She was disappeared from our history books less than a century ago. Its vestiges are still everywhere. This civilization dominated technologies more advanced than the present ones. Its geopolymer concrete was eternal and grew stronger over time. Its gigantic iron and glass structures, surmounted by domes and metal needles, were present on every continent. Associated with Mercury, they distributed free atmospheric energy to everyone. Its towers and railway stations are still in operation. Unfortunately, the technology of free energy from the ether was destroyed and imprisoned, and old technology reintroduced, like cables and wires to distribute energy and make handsome profits. The story goes that Nikola Tesla had discovered the technology to connect to the ether and provide unlimited power to everyone, anywhere, at any time. You could travel by boat, car, or plane for free by simply accessing nature's magnetic energy that is omnipresent, and we have not been allowed this free energy to all due to our capitalist capitalizing system of greed and domination by those in power even to this day. So, for over 100 years we have been denied a benevolent system of free energy to all. Mr. Tesla, if he even existed, was a front man to hide the Tartarian free energy devices you will see detailed extensively in this book. The fake history has been called the ancient architecture as Moorish revival or Moresque and Islamic. and also colonial, medieval, Gothic, Beaux-Arts, eclectic, Tudor, Palladian, Richardsonian Romanesque, Renaissance, Chicago School, or Victorian, and labeled them as fashionable styles to hide the old and true function of its columns, arched openings, pinnacles, rose windows, naves ornamented with iron columns, towers, and domes. In addition to having cut the ends of the pinnacles in the photographs or added crosses that did not exist before. History tells us that the first power stations were first established in Cairo, Egypt in 876, according to Wikipedia. It is the largest and oldest in Egypt in its original form. All Tartaria power stations, small and large, had pipe organs to harmonize and heal the population through sound waves, what is now known as cymatics. The churches and cathedrals we see throughout the world all share similar design patterns that were designed with sacred acoustic geometry to maximize vibration, tone, and resonance to heal and help download higher consciousness. After the Great Purge of the Tartarians, the religious orders, spearheaded by the Romanovs, reconstituted these amazing structures into Presbyterian, Catholic, Anglican, Mormon synagogue, mosque temples, etc. Russian scholar Antony Fomenko wrote a most important series of a 7-volume book series called History, Science of Fiction, where he proves that modern written history dates only back to 1200 AD. This dovetails with the creation of the Trilateral New World Order, NWO, founding of the Vatican, City of London, and Washington, D.C. The United States is defined as a federal corporation under U.S. Code 3002, Section 15. The Virginia Company was turned into the United States during the non-occurring Revolutionary War by the Freemasonic Founding Fathers who were serving the Grand Lodge of England. The Virginia Company was issued by the British royal family from the City of London Corporation for North American settlements. In 1213, King John surrendered the Kingdom of England to the Holy See under the Golden Bull. In 1215, under direct papal authority, King John issued the Magna Carta, Latin for Great Charter, and that established the 1-mile square block called the City of London Corporation as a sovereign entity from England and London. The Holy See uses Latin for official documents, and the Vatican uses Latin as its official language. Novus Ordo Seclorum is Latin and translates to New Order of the Ages and is on the United States Great Seal and United States $1 bill. Washington, D.C. is located in both Virginia and Maryland, that is Virgin Maryland. D.C. was originally called Rome in 1669, which is stated in the Catholic Encyclopedia. D.C. is Roman architecture, and Capitol Hill is named after Capitoline Hill in Rome. The ancient Roman fasces symbol is all over federal buildings and federal seals. The federal government is based on the Roman Republic, which was a fascist empire. Roman fasces, here the word fascist comes from. They had bundled caning rods and an axe for anyone who disagreed with Roman laws. The Colonna family ceremonially rule over Capitoline Hill, which represents political power of Rome's corporate empire. The column symbolizes the political support that maintains their claim to governmental land ownership. Washington, D.C. is Roman architecture and has the Roman fasces symbol all over U.S. federal buildings and U.S. seals. The NWO also rewrote history during the revision of history during the Epic Reset between the mid-1500s until the 1930s, when Court Hoden David Rockefeller, along with the Rothschilds, Red Shield, began the many stories of the Big Bang, evolution, and the history of religious myth and lore. The Court Hoden are the Akhenashi Jewish people who were conscripted by the Vatican to be allowed to make all the money and all the fame, as long as the Vatican, Jesuits, and 13 satanic bloodlines would be provided with information and power. The Vatican set up confessionals for the same purpose and runs a worldwide spy spook agency called the Entity, which owns and controls all major spy agencies including the CIA, NSA, MI6, Mossad, etc. This is all part of their One World Order, as stated in Latin on the back of US dollar bills. The Old World Order were the benevolent Tartarians. One of their only primary directives was that what you take back from nature, you give back more. Their nature/nurtures was based on Isis, the moon goddess, who created and provided for all. One can only conclude, given the extremely similar structures we see throughout the world, that all lived in common language and were all related in common thought, intention, and design. They had healing centers for animals. They had passive relations with all life because they had advanced their consciousness to emanate love and benevolence to all. Their flag was of a griffin, which was a real animal. The griffin is part human, part eagle, part lion, and part androgynous bull. It appears, from their maps and legend, that there also existed centaurs, flying turtles, and unicorns. We can only surmise, that the entire Tartarian people were destroyed when the NWO learned how to use the Tartary technology and use it to destroy the entire culture and erase their existence from modern history books of today. If you look carefully at the photos and images in this book, you will see these massive buildings that would mean there were hundreds of millions, maybe even tens of billions of Tartarians that were eliminated when the healing technology was used to destroy. We find millions of bones buried under cities and massive insane asylums, where they likely imprisoned the adult Tartars after they had separated them from their children to be sold for slave labor and shipped on foundling trains that had crematories and large graveyards on their sites. And did the once great Tartarians enjoy a one common language, as the Tower of Babylon suggests? Britain has over 44 dialects alone. So now do we languish in our languages created by the NWO order and Phoenicians, so that now our definitions are to deaf Phoenicians and we babble on and on, with all the varying dialects, idioms, and Roman Latin etymologies? The New World Order we see unfolding today likely genocide the Tartars, under the spiritual mind and body control of Lucifer and Satan. Some of these mind-controlled NWO are called blue bloods, due to their blood being of higher copper content than non-Rh negative bloodline humans. The Rh negative bloodline allows genealogical DNA traits to be passed on, whereas any contamination of positive plus bloodlines corrupts the purity of the bloodlines. Most are not even aware that all US presidents have negative blood, and their lineage can be traced back to King Charles II of the 17th century and Vladimir the Impaler, aka the original Dracula. Fritz bloodlines. Throughout the world, invading forces that defeated Tartaria appropriated their palaces and red power stations and turned them into universities, museums, theaters, banks, prefectures, chambers of commerce, stock exchanges, churches, high schools, courts, banks, post offices, libraries, opera theaters, biomedical research institutes, casinos, and tourist attractions, as well as cathedrals, synagogues, and churches, and restore their history chronicled in the collective Wikipedia. And they continue to paint the structures that extract energy from the ether with the same colors as Tartaria, and keep destroying. Tartaria was the whole world. Asia, Africa, Europe, Oceania, and the Americas were part of a single high civilization and had the architecture focused on the extraction of magnetic energy. Great Tartary was then divided into civilizational categories like the Ottoman Empire, Byzantine Empire, and Rus Empire. These changes were then archived into the likes of Throne Room of the Grand Kremlin Palace in Moscow, the National Archives of Britain, and in the Library of Congress in Washington. The NWO parasites also interrupted the astronomical clocks of Tartaria because they used the geocentric model to represent the solar system. In the Tartarian astronomical clocks, the Earth was at the center of God's creation. These clocks were complex calculating machines. They used terms like computus, and to operate them sophisticated mathematical knowledge was required. The invaders invented the heliocentric model and the Copernicus character, among many others, to be able to recreate the history of humanity and erase traces of their recent crimes and destruction of the great civilization of Tartaria. To be very clear, Tartaria was the whole world with a unified language and design. How could the many pyramids found all over the world incorporate the same thought and designs, if the Tartars were not all connected somehow? Where are the design plans? We will see over and over again how 1. Fires were said to destroy most of the structures. 2. Architectural drawings and blueprints are never made available. 3. Iron forgery plants not located. 4. Where the stones, bricks, copper, iron, etc. came from, or how these massive structures and incredible engineering feats were accomplished. Would they not be sharing all their amazing know-how with us all? Yet, you will find very little, if any, available literature on any of the above. The architecture to extract energy. The world architecture for electromagnetic energy extraction derives entirely from the high civilization Tartarian. It is characterized by the use of arch openings, columns, domes, and towers. In addition to details such as rose windows and macarnas, symbols of the vibration of electromagnetic energy, which acts on molecules and changes the behavior of cells. Formerly, these waves could act in healing, levitation, and transport, besides provoking feelings like harmony and euphoria. This energy can now be used in another way. The architecture of the Tartaria undergoes slight modifications and influences according to the local characteristics of climate, culture, and material resources, but maintains the basic principles throughout the world. You will find that pyramids, theaters, and colosseums all had water channels running under them directly where the sound energy was directed. The star forts seem to have been designed to create micro-domes that protected the inhabitants and resonate harmony. This was detailed in Tesla's three-dimensional shell is created by interfering two Fourier expansion, three-dimensional scalar hemispherical patterns in space, so they pair couple into a dome-like shell of intense, ordinary electromagnetic energy. The air molecules and atoms in the shell are totally ionized and thus highly excited, giving off intense, glowing light. Anything physical which hits the shell receives an enormous discharge of electrical energy and is instantly vaporized. It goes puffed. Like a bug hitting one of the electrical bug killers now so much in vogue. The elite survived by utilizing them during the resets. Look at some old depictions of star forts that were surrounded by walls of mud and remained mostly undamaged. Imagine a society that created free energy with the classical arts, and our jobs were musical in nature. On the solfeggio scale, 528 Hz is significant. These sound frequencies we created made plants, humans, and animals grow larger and maintained a temperate climate. The Tesla shield is said to reduce pain and awake clarity and return one to a virtuous state, which connected to the natural world. All cities located at strategic points on Earth along canals, rivers, seas, lakes, and oceans were star fortress and had electromagnetic energy extracted from the ether. The energy was then captured through towers and obelisks and stored in the red and white striped power stations of the high civilization, lately called Great Tartaria. They always had a water fountain nearby. The electromagnetic energy was extracted and stored in toroid coils at the power plant summits, covered with copper, positioned below the towers. Star fortresses coordinated the distribution of water, gas, and electromagnetic energy throughout the Earth, ran the world food and transport system, was responsible for all communications, health, education, culture, and well-being. Underground tunnels, magnificent communicating vessels with platforms and palaces, interconnected all the cities around the world, running in disruption. Through them were billions of people, luggage, objects, correspondence. On the surface, well-planned cities, magnificent buildings, huge parks, power plants, music, culture, art. In the sky, immense airships for those who prefer to observe the world from a bird's point of view. An inaccessible world, forever lost, whose traces can only be found in yellowed photographs. In the contemplation of buildings whose architecture seems incomprehensible by today's standards of understanding modern civilization. Great Tartaria had no colonies. It was a one-world civilization, united in common understanding and speaking the same language: Tartar, Arabic, and Sanskrit. A one-world civilization without frontiers, with independent nations, ruled by qualified princes, elected by a local council of wise men, but counseled by women. Colonies were an invention of the British Jesuit Empire, which defeated this once beautiful civilization, enslaved their white and black people, addicted them to opium and other drugs, turned the fragile nations into colonies to rob and destroy it, and erased all the worldwide white cities. Then, they installed their puppets in every government and rewrote all of history. Public schooling founded by the Rockefeller and Rothschild court Howdens successfully reprogrammed our historical narrative once the children were separated from their parents. It is said that once one generation believes something to be true, the next generation assumes it be true. The Tartarians are the cradle of civilization as the survivors and descendants of Hyperborea. Hyperboreans were the first inhabitants of the earth. The Scythian Tartarians are the survivors from Hyperborea. They taught to the world their advanced technologies. always respecting the local culture and religion and promoting interracial alliances through marriages, since the miscegenation was one of the characteristics of their ancient golden civilization. This is why the DNA Tartarian is in all peoples from Earth. That is why the roots of the Russian language are in all artificial languages created in the 19th-20th century by the Jesuit parasite scholars led by Joseph Scaliger. In exchange for low taxes, Tartary would offer the protection of its armies, the fearsome Golden Horde. But we were defeated by DW and chemical weapons that were only used for benevolent purposes by the Tartarians. The elimination of the Tartarians occurred less than 150 years ago. Look at today's Russia, officially called the Russian Federation, and you will understand how the world was in the old days. Now, within the present Russian borders, live more than 150 different ethnicities whom coexist with different degrees of knowledge and development, and their people speak 200 different languages and dialects. The Russian literacy is 98%. The remnants of the once Great Tartary still can be seen there. In the days of Tartary technologies and understanding of the use of frequency, vibration, and energy, the keys to the universe were far more advanced than current ones we understand today. Nikola Tesla was said to have discovered free energy, yet the Tartarians had mastered these universal energies. How did they construct and build out their incredible cathedrals and buildings? Did they have gigantic machines to print exquisite ornament to buildings and others for making canals to join oceans? Creation mythology or Tartarian advanced manifestation. When rotating inside coils, magnetic fields create electrical charges in a mercury vortex. Hindu energetic complexes exhibit this function at the top of their structures. In a coil of multiple turns of wire, the magnetic field of the turns adds in the center of the coil, creating a strong field, says Wikipedia. Coils can still be seen at the top of the power supply centers in India. Religions refer to these energy factories as temples. Parmanan complex in Indonesia had originally 240 power stations in a concentric mandala layout. Power plants have metal hoops where the toroidal coil works. Perhaps the mass damper of the Taipei Tower accumulates this function. Modern towers are already built with the domes themselves, and they are positioned below the pole that stands up to contact with the ether. This metal sphere represents the favorite geometric object of the fictional character Tesla, reports Wikipedia. The Star Fortress in Lalitpur, the Taj Mahal, the Hagia Sophia, the Pantheon, or the Tower of Jewels were production plants and distributors of atmospheric energy, as well as thousands of cathedrals, temples, and palaces around the world. In fact, one will see the 47-story Tower of Jewels in many world exhibitions, including the 1915 San Francisco Pan-Pacific Exhibition. All over the world, the technology of energy extraction through the atmosphere still works perfectly in castles, buildings, palaces, greenhouses, lighthouses, kiosks, fountains, mosques, fortresses, towers, bridges, and cathedrals that kept the old technological apparatus intact. This apparatus includes elaborate roof grids and small window-like openings, metal ornaments in the corners of buildings, pointed antennae with ornaments or balls containing mercury, metals embedded in masonry and geopolymer concrete, jars containing mercury, cornices, spires, roofs with copper ornaments, and structural foundations in iron, among others. This apparatus is also present in current skyscrapers. The Tartary civilization was likely destroyed in the 19th and 20th centuries through floods, energy weapons, DW, and scheduled mass exterminations, and the Earth was suddenly deserted by billions of people. All the architecture and technology of this superior civilization was stolen and passed into the hands of the NWO, who created the current ignorant civilization. Could it be that these alleged events of the 1800s were the final book burning, history removing, knowledge of the Tartarian people? Horse and buggy lies. So the story goes. Before the invention of the automobile, 1885, and the airplane, 1903, before the invention of trains and automobiles, animal power was the main form of travel. Horses, donkeys, and oxen pulled wagons, coaches, and buggies. The carriage era lasted only a little more than 300 years, from the late 17th century until the early 20th century. One is told that horse and buggy were the primary vehicles to haul the stones and bricks from quarries to build the incredible edifices seen in this book. and construction of towers as tall as 47 stories were erected without any found engineering design plans, and had statues, lighting, and elegant detail by common workers who, in many cases in the West, had just arrived in those cities. Communications, telegraph, and telephone systems. Think of all the telegraph poles and then telephone poles that had to be strung throughout cities and countries. Yet, one will repeatedly see in the cities of Tartary that many communication poles were wireless and installed everywhere as early as the 1850s. Only in 1851 did railways start to use telegraphy. Prior to that, telegraph wires strung along the tracks were seen as a nuisance, occasionally sagging and causing accidents and even fatalities. The first commercial telegraph line was completed. The Magnetic Telegraph Company's lines ran from New York to Washington in 1846. The final phase of the telegraph's integration occurred between 1857 and 1866. In this period, the members consolidated into a national monopoly. By 1864, only Western Union and the American Telegraph Company remained of the 6 nations. The United States Telegraph Company entered the field by consolidating smaller, independent firms in the early 1860s and operated in the territory of both the American Telegraph Company and Western Union. By 1866, Western Union absorbed its last 2 competitors and reached its position of market dominance. The period from 1866 through the turn of the century was the apex of Western Union's power. Yearly messages sent over its lines increased from 5.8 million in 1867 to 63.2 million in 1900. Over the same period, transmission rates fell from an average of $1.09 to 30 cents per message. Western Union's greatest threat came from a new technology, the telephone. Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876, initially referring to it as a talking telegraph. The telephone was used in the 1880s only for local calling, but with the development in the 1890s of long lines, the telephone offered increased competition to the telegraph. In 1900, local calls accounted for 97% of the telephone's business, and it was not until the 20th century that the telephone fully displaced the telegraph. As one will also see, the U.S. mail service only began in the early 1850s. The first airmail was transported in 1870 by letters in free balloons. The first stagecoaches to deliver mail on a 2,800-mile southern route between Tipton, Missouri and San Francisco, California, specified as a 24-day run, but often taking months. So how did all hundreds of world exhibitions and fairs communicate to set up and bring millions of people to their events from all around the world? The destruction caused by the Hindenburg marked the surprising and sudden end of the balloon era. 2 years later, the Second World War began, aimed at destroying the threatening and magnificent German industrial park, redefining all geopolitical borders, and killing and moving as many civilians as possible. Britain did not admit the idea that Germany supplanted the British-controlled economy in the colony they had founded under the name of the United States, Virginia Corporation. For this, bankers funded the rise of the Hitler myth, a character represented by several actors. Among them, Kermit Roosevelt, the second child of Theodore Roosevelt, Cecil Rhodes. It is said that his story is written by the victors, and one will find oneself repeating over and over, as one peruses this book, saying to oneself, "Wow, I was never taught any of this." It is what one is not taught that is likely the truth of what really happened, that the Tartarian history has been nearly completely scrubbed from modernist story. What if, by Marcia Ramalho, it is known that the man did not go to the moon, that the Titanic did not sink under the command of Jesuit Captain Edward Smith, that the owners of the ship pretended it sank just to receive high insurance, that the purpose was never to disappear with some tycoons who opposed the creation of the Fed because they owned the Fed and therefore did not need to die. It is known that the Federal Reserve is a private central bank created in 1913 for currency issuance, inflation control and interest rates, and thus responsible for all world economic depressions and the real U.S. debt of $75 trillion. It is known that attacks on RMS Lusitania, Pearl Harbor, and the incident in the Gulf of Tonkin were planned to justify the entry of the U.S. into Vietnam and World Wars. That Hitler was a creation of Wall Street. History is a pack of lies about events that were written by people who weren't there. as proves out this point, as well as flat Earth, the moon landing being fake and no planes hitting the Twin Towers on September 11th. One can only conclude that all of his story is a lie and that one is self-granted permission to create a tabula rasa in one's mind, or to erase what one thought one knew and look at the information and documentation provided in this book for a new understanding of her story, of a one-world benevolent society living in elegance, beauty, and harmony, connected deeply spiritually, mentally, and physically with nature in love and peace. May we one day soon find again and remember and return back to these amazing people called the Tartarians. It is known that bankers killed the largest number of Russians and Germans and boosted the Holocaust myth, that the creation of a false flag called Dreyfus Affair gave rise to prejudice and a new word, anti-Semitism, which would be very useful for wearing wolves into the skin of lambs. It is known that the sumptuous ship RMS Lusitania, built by Tartarians, was the fastest Atlantic crossing vessel and was taken by the parasites and their agents, the Gray Men, that the ship had its engines fully powered by electricity from the ether, and so had to be sunk 2 times by the parasites to be converted and reappear years later with less a chimney and under new names. That the Lusitania was indeed the Titanic, the RMS Majestic, and the RMS Queen Elizabeth. It is known that an elite Nazi scientist was taken in the post-war to work in the US through Operation Paperclip, that the Nazi Alan Dulles was the CIA director and created the terrorist network responsible for attacks on European capitals since 1980, known as NATO Gladio Operation, that Winston Churchill caused tens of millions of deaths and no fire knocked down the 2 towers in New York. It is known that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that interventions in Kosovo and Afghanistan were to make stratospheric profits with heroin and cocaine, that children in Sandy Hook did not die, that ISIS is the mercenary army set up by American, French, British, Israeli intelligence agencies to fight for the creation of the Greater Israel, that Gaddafi and Assad did not kill their own people, that more than 80 countries suffered brutal intervention from the deep state, that climate change means weather engineering programs to cause artificial hurricanes, earthquakes, and floods. It is known that traces of smoke in the sky of chemtrails contain aluminum nanoparticles going straight to one's lungs. That sustainability and transparency mean pesticides and hidden destruction. That the profusion of antennas modify magnetic resonance to cause diseases. That the media distribute poor quality propaganda in the shape of news. That thousands of counterfeit operations are created to justify more wars, looting, genocide, displacement, restriction of civil liberties, deliberate harm to health, sale of organs, trafficking of children, and huge profits. What if the magnificent civilization of Tartaria was destroyed with the help and planning of inhuman shadowy forces? What if history taught in schools is a gigantic soap opera fraud, with phantom dynasties, events displaced in time and thousands of years that did not exist? What if the Middle Ages were actually a Tartarian golden age that ended just 100 years ago? If the Colossus of Rhodes is the Statue of Liberty? What if the defeat of Great Tartaria was recorded in the official history under the names Fall of Troy, Fall of Roman Empire, Fall of Constantinople, Dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, Wars for American Independence, Collapse of the Qing Dynasty, early 1900s, Downfall of the Russian Empire, 1917, Defeat of Austro-Hungarian Empire, 1918, and World War I, 1919? What if a great flood happened 150 years ago and the world was culturally and technologically much more advanced than today? If unknown parasites generated the cataclysm and took advantage of chaos to seize power? What if between 1865 and 1876 the ancient civilization wrecked under waves of more than 300 meters, and now the buildings have their first floor buried under meters of sand and mud, whose vestige to this day can be easily spotted in cities all over the world? What if Etruscan, Inca, Mayan, Chinese emperors, and Egypt pharaohs had coexisted in the Middle Ages with all other great civilizations to form a single harmonious culture, with the same language and DNA, though they have gone down in history with dozens of invented names by Jesuit Benedictine Cistercians historians? What if Hyperborea in the Arctic Circle were the land of our great divine ancestors? What if Jesus Christ were the Byzantine Emperor Andronicus Komnenos, born in Crimea in 1152, son of Russian Princess Irina, married to French Agnes, mother of his numerous children, and died in 1185, age 33. If Buddha, St. George, Apollo, Pythagoras, Genghis Khan, Rurik, and Alexander the Great were replicas of his image, without existence in real life? What if the Church has created a wrong solar system theory and blessed all the wars and heinous crimes to kill the human spirit? If a group of parasites are the inventors of a false Christianity and other religions? If these religions worship Satan pretending that they are worshiping God? If Solomon's Temple is the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul? If the city initially called water ducts, city halls, banks, water stations, cathedrals, churches, hospitals, and similar public and city works type buildings. Their buildings were structurally sound, and many are still in excellent condition today. And where did they grow their food, with no gardens present in many of the castles and little access to farmland? Tartaria, originally pronounced Tartaria, without the first R, is the name of the pre-Mongolian empire that originated in northern Asia before spanning the entire northern hemisphere. Great Tartaria was the largest empire during its time and would have still been the largest empire today. The denotation of lost souls spending eternity in Tartarus, the underworld, is due to the Tartarian Empire having been buried and wiped out during the liquefaction mudflood events, earthquakes, volcanoes, and weather manipulation using directed energy devices, DW, to bury her story, along with eliminating the moon calendar and replacing it with the Roman Catholic Sun Gregorian calendar in 1582. The world of the Tartarians is literally the world under our world. The Tartarians, or Tartars, were the indigenous people, quite possibly founded by Noah's sons, making up the world-renowned Tartarian Empire. Amongst the Tartarians were tall people, averaging some 8 to 12 feet in height. They would have been considered giants to our current average height of only around 6 feet. However, back then the height of 10 feet was the average. Like the civilizations before them whose heights averaged 12 feet, 50 feet, 2+ miles, etc., each preceding civilization had an average taller height than the civilizations coming after them, and each succeeding civilization had an average shorter height than the civilizations predating them. Statures are diminishing after each deluge, and with each new astrological age we enter. Moscow Tartary was conquered by the Romanovs in the middle of the 19th century. Samarkand, the capital of the independent Tartary, was seized by the Romanovs' army in 1868. According to the maps of the 18th century, the border of Moscow Tartary was very close to Moscow. Such a dangerous proximity greatly concerned the Romanovs. It is possible that it was the reason for Peter the Great to make the decision to relocate the capital further away in St. Petersburg to the swampy coasts of the Gulf of Finland. Here the new capital of the New World Order was built, St. Petersburg. This location was convenient for the Romanovs. The capital was far away from the Hordian Tartary, known as the Great Horde, and the subsequent term, hoarding, meaning to take more than you need, which was completely against the Tartary mantra of just give back more than you take. In the case of an invasion from the Siberian American horde, it would be easier to flee to the west from St. Petersburg than from Moscow. Only having defeated Pugachev, the Romanovs got an opportunity to exile the convicts further, to cold Siberia, and even further, to the far east, to the coast of the Pacific Ocean, to Sakhalin Island. Moscow Tartary spanned the Urals, Siberia, Central Asia, the Far East, Alaska, and North America. The conflict between Moscow Tartary and Romanov Russia, originally small in size, ended in the second half of the 18th century with the famous, allegedly peasant, war against Pugachev. The Romanovs succeeded in agreeing peace separately with Turkey and defeating the Great Tartary. Only after this did the European emigrants who had settled on the Atlantic seaboard of North America venture west, inland over the continent. For decades they seized the North American territories of Moscow Tartary left without any governmental authority. Today this has been beautifully, but incorrectly, narrated in Hollywood movies about the very noble white frontiersmen and the very bad Indians. In fact, the Native Americans were Mongolian descendants of Tartary. From Wiki, Pugachev's Rebellion, also called the Peasants' War 177375 or Cossack Rebellion, of 1773-75 was the principal revolt in a series of popular rebellions that took place in the Russian Empire after Catherine II seized power in 1762. The history of war against Pugachev, as it is known today, is a pure invention of the victors, the Romanovs. Pugachev's rebellion was a brutal war between Romanov Russia and the Siberian American Russian state. This kingdom retained the old Russian horde customs and had its own czar with his capital in Tobolsk. The Siberian czar was hostile towards the Romanovs, considering them illegitimate rulers of the western part of Russia. The Romanovs strived to possess Siberian Muscovy at all costs. They understood very well that the Russian people on the whole didn't support them, and many would rather prefer the regime of Tobolsk to the Romanovs' St. Petersburg. That is why the Romanovs turned the very existence of their Siberian neighbor into a national secret. To preserve this secret, the infamous secret police was created, where the executioners tortured and hanged those who knew too much. As a result, in 1776, straight after the defeat of Pugachev, the United States of America emerged on May 1, 1776, where Freemason Adam Weishaupt established their territorial claims. The Romanovs went about voraciously rewriting her story and slicing up the vast territories of Moscow. Reclaiming their past, on August 30, 1990, Tatarstan announced its sovereignty with the declaration on the state sovereignty of the Tatar Soviet Socialist Republic, and in 1992 Tatarstan held a referendum on the new constitution. 24 and 62% of those who took part voted in favor of the constitution. In the 1992 Tatarstan constitution, Tatarstan is defined as a sovereign state. Tatar became a name for populations of the former Golden Horde in Europe, such as those of the former Kazan, Crimean, Astrakhan, Qasim, and Siberian Khanates. The form Tartar has its origins in either Latin or French, coming to Western European languages from Turkish and the Persian language, Tatar, mounted messenger. From the beginning, the extra R was present in the Western forms, and according to the Oxford English Dictionary, this was most likely due to an association with Tartarus. The Persian word is first recorded in the 13th century in reference to the hordes of Genghis Khan, and is of unknown origin, said to be ultimately from Tata, a name of the Mongols for themselves. The Arabic word for Tatars is Tatar. Tatars themselves wrote their name as such. The cities were named the USA in the early 1800s, Tartary including Russia, Ural, Siberia, the Far East. In America, Alaska, Washington and Oregon were ceded to the Romanovs in 1819 and the rest of North America to the USA. Up until now, the native Russian population of America is being persistently forced to forget their language and their past. The Chinese term for Tatars was Dada, especially after the end of the Yuan period, 14th century, but also recorded as a term for Mongolian-speaking peoples of the northern steppes during the Tang period, 8th century. The name Tatars was used as an alternative term for the Shirway, a nomadic confederation to which these Tatar people belonged. All Turkic peoples living within the Russian Empire were named Tatar as a Russian exonym. Some of these populations still use Tatar as a self-designation, others do not. Volga Tatars, Astrakhan Tatars, Lipka Tatars, Crimean Tatars, Dagestan Tatars who lived in the mountains, Nogai Tatars, includes the Karagash subgroup of Nogais, Kundrov Tatars, Siberian Tatars, Altai Tatars, including the Tabalar or Chernivo Tatars, Chulams or Chulam Tatars, Yenisei Tatars, also Abakan Tatars or Achin Tatars, still use the Tatar designation. Kuznetsk Tatars and the Azerbaijani people, Caucasus Tatars, also Transcaucasia Tatars or Azerbaijan Tatars. The name Tatar is also an endonym to a number of peoples of Siberia and Russian Far East, namely the Caucasus people. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. The following garbled dictionary entry appears to be an OCR artifact. It has been left as closely corrected as possible from the source. Explanation of the Tsing Kurong, a Chinese Tartar language. Introduction to Manchu literature. A tart, a small pie or pastry. 2. A tartar, etc., from Middle English, from medieval Latin tartarus. A substance deposited in wine casks together with other matters, a pale dark reddish crust or salt, etc., as c. N. From Middle English, from Old French, from medieval Latin, per, from Tatar. 2. Often used attributively. 3. One that proves to be, etc., adjective, relating to, etc. An emollient crystalline salt that is used in dyeing and in food sauces, from Old French, from medieval Latin, of Tartar. And also Tartuffe, etc. Tartary had its own flag, crest, its own emperor, and of course its own people. Universal language. Tartary, a vast country in the northern parts of Asia, bounded by Siberia on the north and west. This is called Great Tartary. The Tartars who lie south of Muscovy and Siberia are those of Astrakhan, Circassia, and Dagestan, situated northwest of the Caspian Sea. The Kalmyk Tartars, who lie between Siberia and the Caspian Sea. The Uzbek Tartars and Moguls, who lie north of Persia and India. And lastly, those of Tibet, who lie northwest of China. Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 3, Edinburgh, 1771, page 887. Now compare to the description given by Wikipedia. Tartary, Latin, Tartaria, or Great Tartary, Latin, Tartaria Magna, was a name used from the Middle Ages until the 20th century to designate the great tract of northern and central Asia stretching from the Caspian Sea and the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. Settled mostly by Turco-Mongol peoples after the Mongol invasion and the subsequent Turkic migrations. Greek mythology. Tartarus is both a deity and a place in the underworld. In ancient Orphic sources and in the mystery schools, Tartarus is also the unbounded first existing entity from which the light and the cosmos are born. In the Greek poet Hesiod's Theogony, c. 700 BC, Tartarus was the third of the primordial deities, following after Chaos and Gaia, Earth, and preceding Eros, and was the father, by Gaia, of the monster Typhon. According to Hyginus, Tartarus was the offspring of Ether and Gaia. Roman mythology. In Roman mythology, Tartarus is the place where sinners are sent. Virgil describes it in the Aeneid as a gigantic place, surrounded by the flaming river Phlegethon and triple walls to prevent sinners from escaping from it. It is guarded by a hydra with 50 black, gaping jaws, which sits at a screeching gate protected by columns of solid adamantine, a substance akin to diamond, so hard that nothing will cut through it. Inside, there is a castle with wide walls and a tall iron turret. Tisiphone, one of the Erinyes who represents revenge, stands guard sleepless at the top of this turret lashing a whip. There is a pit inside which is said to extend down into the earth twice as far as the distance from the lands of the living to Olympus. At the bottom of this pit lie the Titans, the twin sons of Oloeus, and many other sinners. Still more sinners are contained inside Tartarus, with punishments like those of Greek myth. To add some serious credibility, or to take away some, to the revised history, below one finds an excerpt from the CIA document declassified in 1998 and created in 1957 about the conspiracy to eliminate Tartary from history. The most ancient writings of the Tartarians. In 1961, archaeologist Nikolai Vlasa discovered what may be direct evidence of the earliest forms of writing in the world. While conducting an archaeological excavation at a Neolithic site in Romania, Vlasa's team uncovered 3 small clay tablets containing indecipherable etchings, now known as the Tartaria tablets. There have been varying interpretations of the meanings of the etchings on the tablets. Some believe the etchings are a primitive form of writing, while others believe they are pictograms, random scribbles, religious symbols, or symbols of ownership. The tablets are each about 2.5 inches across. 2 are rectangular and 1 is round. The round tablet and 1 rectangular tablet have holes drilled through them. The clay tablets were unbaked and were discovered along with 26 clay and stone figurines, a shell bracelet, and damaged human bones. Some believe that the tablets were actually found within a sacrificial burial pit. The tablets are inscribed on only one side, and the inscriptions resemble a horned animal, an unclear figure, a vegetal motif, a branch or tree, and a variety of mainly abstract symbols. There is much scholarly debate as to the meaning of the inscriptions on the tablets. Some scholars have concluded that the inscriptions are an early form of writing. Is Euros, Jerusalem, Troy, or Constantinople the true Rome? What if there were no ancient Greek and Roman empires? What if the worldwide rock-carved megaliths are mere Tartarian-created concrete, which becomes more resistant over the centuries? What if the real pyramids of Egypt were dismantled by a French mercenary army? What if Solomon's Temple is the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul? What if the Great Wall of China was not built 7,000 years ago, and Mao Zedong was a German liberal politician? What if the history of Great Britain was stolen from Tartarian history so that the insignificant island would acquire the brilliance it never possessed? What if perfidious Albion was a land of thieves and pirates? What if King George VI was the dead Duke of Clarence and was crowned twice under different names? What if Tsar Nicholas II of Russia was his brother who fled to London after being assassinated by the Bolsheviks? What if they were both children of Roosevelt, two-time president of the US, under different names? What if the Bible was written in the 19th century? What if the 40 years of Moses in the wilderness were the years in which the treasurers subordinate to the Scythian Tartarian rulers were confined as punishment for the usury and robbery crimes committed against the Great Tartarian Empire? What if some German Dutch merchants and imperial financial agents had rebelled against Great Tartary and decided to create countries, mafias, and monarchies where they could reign and enslave the rest of the world, calling themselves the Chosen Ones, Enlightened Ones, and Elected Ones? What if history is an intricate novel written and performed by very strange people? What if these people appear in contemporary photographs using old clothes and other disguises to fabricate non-existent historical characters and ghostly families? What if all this has the purpose of filling the void of humanity's destroyed recent past and history? What if they can live longer than humans can? What if the Dark Ages were the apogee of advanced Tartarian culture whose traces were systematically erased by the German Calvinist dynasty Romanov, Saxe-Coburg, and Gotha from the House of Wettin? What if Prince Albert was the tycoon Cecil Rhodes and Teddy Roosevelt, and Queen Victoria was Henry John Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston? What if the true and only French Revolution happened after 1870, and Napoleon III was a simple, untalented painter named Alexander Cabanel who fled to England with his brushes after delivering France to the newly formed German Empire? What if Alexei Nikolaevich, the Tsarevich of Russia of the House of Romanov, murdered in 1918 by the Bolsheviks according to the official narrative, ruled Russia from 1917 to 1980 under the names of Alexander Kerensky, Alexei Kosygin, and Joseph Stalin? What if Einstein, Poincaré, Faraday, Marconi, Hertz, and Maxwell, among many others, were characters played by gray men who destroyed the existing high technology of Tartaria to give humanity expensive crumbs in return? What if all worldwide skyscrapers are secretly collecting and using free electromagnetic energy while people are paying for nothing? What if Nikola Tesla had not invented anything at all and Mark Twain had played his role? What if obelisks, churches, mosques, and cathedrals were extremely old Tartarian power plants for the extraction of clean, free, healthy, and wireless electromagnetic energy and the generation of all types of waves, mainly infrasound? What if they were destroyed or endowed with crosses by the parasites to conceal their original purpose? What if Tartarian palaces were illuminated more than 700 years before a gray man called Thomas Edison began to deprive mankind of free energy and erect monopolies to the benefit of a few? What if the American J.P. Morgan was also the maternal grandfather of President John F. Kennedy, the Brazilian Baron of Rio Branco, a member of the Rockefeller clan, and the French author of Les Miserables? What if the highly advanced global civilization of Tartaria was completely disassembled and later destroyed by the parasites with directed energy weapons, DW? What if the images were later retouched or included fake light poles and wires? What if they populated the ruins with dead people striding carefree among the wreckage of buildings to pretend they were under construction, alongside fake skeletons of buildings in a city that could be over 1,000 years old? What if San Francisco was a Tartarian imperial city with more than 10 royal palaces, artificial islands, and a strategic port facing Eurasia and connecting the Americas? What if its elaborate buildings were much more than 500 years old, and the sophisticated technology contradicted the story of the foundation of the city in 1776 and all the official history fairy tales, to be sequenced in rows? Second, each character appears to have one unequivocal meaning. Third, there are standard shapes that were used by scribes on other artifacts from the Danube civilization. And fourth, The symbols create a rectilinear shape that is comparable to other archaic writing systems. While these assumptions lead to the conclusion that the inscriptions were an early form of writing, it is not known what type of writing they represent. Overall, analysis of the Tartaria tablets has led to many interesting hypotheses about early human culture and the emergence of communication by writing. While ancient artifacts may initially appear to answer many questions about human civilization, in this instance, it is clear that some finds ultimately lead us to more questions than answers. Tartarus in the King James Bible. In the KJV Bible, it reads that after this life we will go to places such as Abaddon, Hades, heaven, hell, paradise, Sheol, and Tartarus. The vast majority of people believe that there is a life after this one. What are these places? The Old Testament talks about Sheol, the recesses of Sheol, Abaddon, and heaven, while the New Testament uses the terms Hades, hell, or Gehenna, the abyss, or Tartarus, and the lake of fire, paradise, and heaven. This study is designed to explain these terms and help you understand what the KJV Bible is saying. Abaddon is another horrible place. It is the place where the angels who sinned in Genesis 6, verse 1-4 are bound. They were and are particularly disobedient evil angels who sinned by having relations with women. This statement is supported by comparing Jude 6:8 with 1 Peter 3 verse 18-20, 2 Peter 2 verse 4-8, and Luke 8 verse 31. By comparing these verses, we discover that these angels sinned before Noah built the ark in Genesis 6. They sinned in Genesis 6 verse 1-4. Jude 6:8 with 1 Peter 3 verse 18-20, 2 Peter 2 verse 4-8 provide the chronology. As a result, these angels were imprisoned in Abaddon, Old Testament name, or Tartarus, New Testament name. Tartarus is another New Testament name for Abaddon. The Greek word Tartarus appears in 2 Peter 2 verse 4. For if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but sent them to hell, Tartarus, putting them into gloomy dungeons to be held for judgment. 2 Peter 2 verse 4, NIV. Here we are specifically told that it is a place where the bound angels exist. The Tatar Union of the Godless was an organization in the Muslim republics during the purges by the Soviet Union. From 1928 to 1937, Boran Mancharov served as the chairman of the organization. The territory presently known as Tatarstan made demands for greater Tatar autonomy within the USSR, which came into conflict with the advocates of a federal system grouped around Joseph Stalin. In 1928, the leaders of the Tatar Union of the Godless were arrested, stripped of Bolshevik party membership, and some were sentenced to death. From the book Chronicles of Border Warfare by Alexander Scott Withers, Tartarian Native Americans are considered Hebrew Israelites. It's very possible that the true Hebrew Israelites are Scythian/Tartarian, based on older maps as reference when Tartar, Scythia, encompassed all of Russia, parts of Europe, and Asia. Seems like this is an open secret within the Native American community. Carthaginians and Israelites. More than one nation in America had Scythian or Tartarian extraction. Native Americans were trafficked to other parts of the globe, including China. Native Americans resemble that of Scythians, Tartars, and Samoyed people. Continent of Brazil was peopled by meaning people of the north, aka Scythians. Native American descendants were possessed of an extraordinary divine spirit by which they foretold future events, and that this was transmitted to their offspring, provided they obeyed the sacred laws annexed to it. History is a lie agreed upon, the NWO historians tell us, and written by the victors. Absolutely nothing was invented or discovered by scientists and intellectuals of the 19th and 20th century. The high civilization Tartarian extracted electromagnetic energy from the ether through star fort strongholds, complexes of temples, domes, towers, minarets, and obelisks that used copper. The energy was processed and stored in toroid coils at the power plant summits, covered with copper and always positioned below the towers. When rotating inside coils, magnetic fields create electrical charges in a mercury vortex. Hindu energetic complexes exhibit this function at the top of their structures. In a coil of multiple turns of wire, the magnetic field of the turns adds in the center of the coil, creating a strong field, says Wikipedia. Copper has high electrical and thermal conductivity and has been mined since the beginning of human history. Venetians, Phoenicians, mined copper in New World, America, and Cornwall. Copper ingots used in the Middle East and Europe complex were mined and molted in facilities in the Americas. According to the American Indian oral tradition, copper was mined by red-haired, white-skinned marine men who came from across the sea. And mines of Almaden in Spain, Huancavelica in Peru, and New Almaden in California provided the mercury. On the Tartar History, by Martino Martini, 1654. Translated from Latin. Preface quote, I should be able to short writing my soul out of the war with the Tartars. It is a war with the neighboring Europe by the Tartars. p. 19 forward Tartaria. Tartars, the oldest in the Asia genies and the many people already 4,000 years the Chinese an enemy, instead of being carried on an active campaign spent, does nevertheless exert winners. I am Tartar call people who came to the northern parts of the infamous wall beyond China, stretching from west to east, 300 miles and more. Germanica continued as a series of demands were excluded from Tao government attack. China people themselves, from ancient times because of the failure of the letter R, call Tat, note of translator, instead of Tart. She is an old Tartary, then east to now the Europeans recognized and Western ideas, were Samahania, Tanya, Niwet, Neolin, and like the throne of a lower Tartars, and the kingdom Kaskarnimarum to the sea to the east over Japan, where the side Anian the united Quira separated. If, however, this is not the water, and no restraint. But it is not the mind, dwell in this place. All the year to describe the wars with China, in recent years, but only that which is in my presence a job after completing school. The other is the epitome Sinicarum history the same way. In order to order, how and in what manner these have been born, a little deeper to ask. Tartar even once occupied China. It is clear, therefore, Tartar Old Tartary Occidentaliors, of which John Paul the Venetian and Aten, when almost the whole of Asia into their province, China also waged, the region Cateo and Mangan John Paul the Venetian and Aten call, in front of a great Tamerlani times China, took prisoner, who never had, to some writers, as faultily. Fulcent the Tartars were driven out of the Sinai, when he was close, indeed, has flourished, at what time, of course, about the year of the Lord, Mcccivi Tacungus. The second Timingi the family, is immerator, in peace to the whole of China to his authority, I mean, of all the provinces, which are enclosed within the wall of a great. Tao have waged war against the Tartars, the Venetian touches, as is clear from the Chinese history and chronology. In these last years, the conquerors after the expulsion of the Tartars at all, the whole, the most powerful empire, the family of the extinction of a Sungha imperial authority, have taken possession of, in the year of course MCCLXXVI, 1278, and so peacefully for many years, say is 70. Newest abilita family whose members will unite they called, from the flag continuous succession. In the meantime, Sinacis, the Chinese, with other delights they were broken off, put on the character of the Chinese translation, and little by little the riches of the Tartaric unlearned times, too, were weakened in peace. China is by flight. Revisionist History of Most Ancient Chinese History. By A. Fomenko. History, Science or Fiction? The 7-volume series is like no other in revisionist history. Here is an excerpt referring to their only partial list of scholarly studies of many, many books and documents. In particular, we thoroughly researched the following texts: the Bible, both the Old and the New Testaments, Talmud, Torah, the New and the Old Testaments Apocrypha, Quran, the Book of Mormon, Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the American Kitch Mayan people, Herodotus, Titus Livius, Claudius Ptolemy, Homer, Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus, Publius Cornelius Tacitus, Marcus Tullius Cicero, Plutarch, Thucydides, Xenophon, Plato, Aristophanes, Ovid, Polybius, Pausanias, Virgil, Seneca, Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, Ammianus Marcellinus, Josephus Flavius, the Agata, Aramaic Tales, Appian of Alexandria, Apollodorus, Eutropius, Sextus Aurelius Victor, Aelius Spartianus, Julius Capitolinus, Aelius Lampridius, Paulus Orosius, John Malalas, Marco Polo, Giovanni de Pien del Carpine, the Epic of Ancient India Mahabharata, the Epic of the Ancient Persia, Shahnameh, Ferdowsi, the ancient Germanic heroic verse, the ancient Old Norse Edda, Elder Edda, Geoffrey of Monmouth, Nennius, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Raphael Holinshed, Saxo Grammaticus, the legend of King Arthur, the legends of Alexander the Great, the legend of Troy, the old French legends, some important Muslim sources, going further Nicetas Coniates, Anna Comnene, Procopius of Caesarea, and some other Byzantine authors, Geoffrey of Villehardin, Robert de Clary, the primary chronicle or Tale of Bygone Years, and the other major Russian chronicles, including the Siberian Chronicles, the Russian epic. Multi-volume, the illustrated chronicle of Ivan the Terrible, Litsovoy Svad, not long ago finally published by the Moscow publishing house Actian, Mavro Urbini, Philostratus, Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Iamblichus Chalcidensis, Diogenes Laertius, Porphyry of Tyre, Bartolomé de las Casas, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, the works by some of the Church Fathers. The old chronological works and tables, Joseph Just Scaliger, Dionysius Petavius, Matthew Blastaires, and many others. China and Tartary are interlinked throughout modern history dating back to 1200 AD. There are a lot of preconceptions attached to Chinese history. Today it is thought that it is exceptionally ancient, that its dating is absolutely reliable, that in many ways it precedes European history. The common misconception is that allegedly Chinese chronology is solidly based on various ancient Chinese astronomical notes, which allow us to unequivocally date the ancient Chinese events. We analyze the Chinese astronomy and history. We show that dating the first astronomical observations in China to allegedly the 6th millennium BC is a serious error, as the alleged reference to the sunspots on the Chinese crockery of allegedly the 4th millennium BC. The Chinese astronomy of allegedly the 2nd millennium BC on the shells and turtle shells also belong to the same phantoms. As it becomes clear, the first observatories and astronomical permanent service appeared in China not earlier than the 19th century. The most ancient Chinese horoscope of the grandson of the Yellow, Huangdi, Emperor Xianyuan Shi, who allegedly ruled in 2637-2597 BC, in fact dates to the March 6, 1725 according to Julian calendar, i.e. the 18th century. It appears that the earliest Chinese Yellow Emperor who introduced the epoch of the Great Beginning in China is the first Manchurian dynasty, Shi Tzu Zhang Huangdi Shunqi, 1644-1662, i.e. lived in the 17th century, and not at all in the deepest antiquity. The astronomical facts prove that the most ancient Chinese 60-year calendar cycle was in fact introduced for the first time not until the 13th century. We have devoted a large section in 5v2 to the Chinese comets, the most important backbone of the Chinese chronology. We have studied the Chinese comet catalogs in detail, to conclude that the only comet based on which it could have been possible to try and attempt to prove the validity of the Chinese chronology is Halley's Comet. Chinese and Dargar mage headdresses. Aqueducto Jalpa, Milu, built by Jesuits in 1767. The rest of the comets are absolutely useless for the verification of the chronology of China, as well as of any other ancient chronology. The early history of China up until the 15th century is in fact the history of Europe, Mediterranean, including Byzantium. The historical chronicles narrating about Europe were brought to China by the Hordian conquerors not until the 14th-15th centuries. Later, after the 17th century, in China, these chronicles were erroneously understood as giving an account of allegedly ancient Chinese history. It was easy to make a mistake, particularly because in China for writing they used hieroglyphs, i.e. simply pictures. The understanding of the pictures' hieroglyphs intrinsically depends on the language. The same hieroglyphs are read entirely differently depending on who is reading them, a Chinese, a Japanese, a Vietnamese, etc. The proper nouns are represented by the hieroglyphs by way of finding similar sounding hieroglyphs in the applied language. Hence the spelling, and therefore the reading, contemporary to us, of an old Chinese name considerably depends on who exactly translated originally into the hieroglyphic script, a Japanese, a Chinese, or a Korean. Besides, the language evolves too. A name which used to sound one way would acquire a completely different sound in several hundreds of years in the evolved language, even if the hieroglyphs, which it was written with, remained the same. The new chronology. A brief summary. In volumes 1, 2, and 3 of History, Fiction or Science, Anatoly Fomenko and his colleagues assert that different accounts of the same historical events are often assigned different dates and locations by historians and translators, creating multiple phantom copies of these events. These phantom copies are often misdated by centuries or even millennia and end up incorporated into conventional chronology. That this chronology was largely manufactured by Joseph Justus Scaliger in Opus Novum de Emendation Temporum, 1583, and Thesaurus Temporum, 1606, and represents a vast array of dates produced without any justification whatsoever, containing the repeating sequences of dates with shifts equal to multiples of the major Kabbalistic numbers 333 and 360. That this chronology was completed by Jesuit Dionysius Petavius into Doctrina Temporum, 1627, v.1, and 1632, v.2. That archaeological dating, dendrochronological dating, paleographical dating, numismatic dating, carbon dating, and other methods of dating of ancient sources and artifacts known today are erroneous, non-exact, or dependent on traditional chronology. That their use in conjunction as confirming one another is a statistical fallacy. Probabilities can't be added. That there is not a single document in existence that can be reliably dated earlier than the 11th century. That most ancient artifacts may find other than consensual explanation. That histories of ancient Rome, Greece, and Egypt were crafted during the Renaissance by humanists and clergy mostly on the basis of documents of their own making. That the Old Testament is a rendition of events of the 14th to 16th centuries AD in Europe and Byzantium, containing prophecies about future events related in the New Testament, which is a rendition of events of 1153 to 1186 AD. That the history of religions runs as follows: the pre-Christian period, before the 11th century in JC, Bakshi Christianity, 11th-12th century, before and after JC Christianity, 12th-16th century, and its subsequent mutations into Orthodox Christianity, the Catholicism, and Islam. That the most probable prototype of historical Jesus was Andronicus, allegedly AD 1153 to 1186, the emperor of Byzantine. Known for his failed reforms, his traits and deeds reflected in biographies of many real and imaginary persons. That the Almagest of Claudius Ptolemy, traditionally dated to around 150 AD and considered to be the cornerstone of classical history, was compiled in 16th and 17th centuries from astronomical data of the 9th to 16th centuries. Mr. Fomenko has this remarkable theory that history has shifted, and when it does, it duplicates with different names and locals, but essentially the exact same story can be decoded and identified with its medieval origin. What's intriguing is these shifts aren't random. There's a Greco-biblical shift of 1800 years. There's a Christian-Roman shift of about 1,000 years. And there's a 333-year shift and also a 100-year shift that, when applied corrected, relate directly back to historical dates preceding the first records of history found anywhere beginning in 1200 AD. That 37 complete Egyptian horoscopes found in Dendera, Esna, and other temples have unique, valid astronomical solutions with dates ranging from 1000 AD and up to as late as 1700 AD. That the Book of Revelation we know of contains a horoscope that is dated to 25 October 10, 1486, compiled by September Kabbalist Johannes Reuchlin. That the horoscopes found in Sumerian/Babylonian tablets do not contain sufficient astronomical data. Consequently, they have solutions every 30-50 years on the time axis and are therefore useless for purposes of dating. That the Chinese tables of eclipses are useless for dating as they contain too many eclipses that did not take place astronomically. That Chinese tables of comets, even if they were true, can't be used for dating. That all major inventions like powder and guns, paper and print were made in Europe in 10th to 16th centuries. That ancient Roman and Greek statues, showing perfect command of the human anatomy, are fakes crafted in the Renaissance when, according to Fomenko, such command was for the first time attained. Wikipedia's attempted debunking of Mr. Fomenko's work. The new chronology is a pseudo-historical Russian conspiracy theory which argues that events of antiquity generally attributed to the civilizations of the Roman Empire, ancient Greece, and ancient Egypt actually occurred during the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years later. The theory further proposes that world history prior to 1600 AD has been widely falsified to suit the interests of a number of different conspirators, including the Vatican, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Russian House of Romanov, all working to obscure the true history of the world centered around a global empire called the Russian Horde. Central to Mr. Fomenko's new chronology is his claim of the existence of a vast Slav Turk empire, which he called the Russian Horde, which he says played the dominant role in Eurasian history before the 17th century. The various peoples identified in ancient and medieval history, from the Scythians, Huns, Goths and Bulgars, through the Polyain, Dulabi, Drevlian and Pecheneg, to in more recent times, the Cossacks, Ukrainians and Belarusians, are nothing but elements of the single Russian horde. He claims that Jesus lived in the 12th century AD and was crucified on Joshua's Hill, that the Trojan War and the Crusades were the same historical event, and that Genghis Khan and the Mongols were actually Russians, that the lands west of the 13 colonies that now constitute the American West and Middle West were a far eastern part of Siberian American Empire, prior to its disintegration in 1775, and many other theories that contradict the conventional historiography, to say the least. Fomenko claims that the most probable prototype of the historical Jesus was Andronikos I Komnenos, allegedly AD 1152 to 1185, the emperor of Byzantium, known for his failed reforms, his traits and deeds reflected in biographies of many real and imaginary persons. The historical Jesus is a composite figure and reflection of the Old Testament prophet Elisha, 850-800 BC, Pope Gregory VII, Saint Basil of Caesarea, 330-379, and even Li Yuanhao, also known as Emperor Jingzong or Son of Heaven, Emperor of Western Xia, who reigned in 1032 to 1048, Euclides, Bacchus, and Dionysius. Fomenko explains the seemingly vast differences in the biographies of these figures as resulting from difference in languages, points of view, and time frame of the authors of said accounts and biographies. He claims that the historical Jesus was born in Cape Philent, Crimea, on December 25, 1152 AD, and was crucified on March 20, 1185 AD, on Joshua's Hill, overlooking the Bosphorus. Mr. Fomenko also merges the cities and histories of Jerusalem, Rome, and Troy into New Rome, Gospel Jerusalem. In the 12th and 13th centuries, Troy Euros Castle. To the south of Euros Castle is Joshua's Hill, which Fomenko alleges is the hill Calvary depicted in the Bible. Fomenko claims the Hagia Sophia is actually the biblical Temple of Solomon. He identifies Solomon as Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, 1494 to 1566. However, according to Mr. Fomenko, the word Rome is a placeholder and can signify any one of several different cities and kingdoms. He claims the first Rome, or ancient Rome, or Mizraim, is an ancient Egyptian kingdom in the delta of the Nile with its capital in Alexandria, that the second and most famous New Rome is Constantinople, and that the third Rome is constituted by three different cities: Constantinople, again, Rome in Italy, and Moscow. Also, according to his claims, Rome in Italy was founded around AD 1380 by Aeneas, and Moscow, as the third Rome, was the capital of the Great Russian Horde. The Epic of the 18th Century. Chapter 1. Were the Tartarians. Excerpt, History Science of Fiction, Chapter 8. The division of the remains of Russia Horde between the Romanovs and the United States, which occurred in the wreckage of the American territories of the empire immediately after the Romanovs' victory over Pugachev. In the 18th century, there existed another Tartar state, the independent Tartary, with its capital in Samarkand, v.2, p. 682-684. It was another large splinter of Russia Horde. Unlike Moscow Tartary, the fate of this state is known. It was conquered by the Romanovs in the middle of the 19th century. Samarkand, the capital of the independent Tartary, was seized by the Romanovs' army in 1868, Part 3. Before the defeat of Pugachev, the entire Siberia was on the whole a country independent of the Romanovs. There were a number of states. Only after the victory over Pugachev, the Romanovs began to place on the map of Russia the country's names famous in Old Russian history, the country's provinces of the Mongol Empire, Ch. 2:20. For example, Perm and Vjatka. In fact, medieval Perm is Germany, and medieval Vjatka is Italy. These names of the old imperial provinces were on the Russian coat of arms. After the breakup of the empire, the Romanovs began the rewriting the history of Russia. In particular, it was necessary to relocate these names from Western Europe to some place far off, into the wilderness, which was done, but only after the victory over Pugachev. Notably, it was done rather quickly. The Romanovs began to replace the coats of arms of the Russian cities and regions only in the second half of the 18th century. On the whole, in 1781, CH10:2 and CH2:20. The change of the coats of arms began 6 years after the victory over Pugachev, the last independent Hordian Tsar, or the military commander of the Tsar of Moscow Tartary. According to the maps of the 18th century, the border of Moscow Tartary was very close to Moscow. Such a dangerous proximity greatly concerned the Romanovs. It is possible that it was the reason for Peter the Great to make a decision to relocate the capital further away to the swampy coasts of the Gulf of Finland. Here the new capital was built, St. Petersburg. This location was convenient for the Romanovs. Now the capital was far away from the Hordian Tartary. The official explanation of the Romanovs for relocating the capital of Russia from Moscow to St. Petersburg was not very convincing. They said that Peter I was cutting a window through to Europe since it was easier to trade from there. But it was possible to trade from the shores of the Gulf of Finland without moving the capital there. They could have simply built a large trading port and a city next to it. But why did they need to make it the capital of the country? Let's go back to the question of when and how the USA was established. During the War of Independence of North America in 1775-1798, an independent state, the USA was formed, page 1232. And here we realize that it surprisingly coincides with the end of the war with Pugachev in Russia. Pugachev was crushed in 1775. Everything falls into place. The War of Independence in North America was the struggle with the weakening Russian horde. The Romanovs attacked the horde from the west, and from the east in America, it was attacked by the Americans fighting for independence. Today we are told that the Americans purportedly fought for their independence from Britain. In fact, it was a battle for the parceling of the vast American land of Moscow Tartary left without any central administration. In order not to miss the carve-up, the American troops were eager to get to the west and northwest. George Washington became the first president of the USA in 1776, page 1232. It appears that he became the first new ruler in the American lands of the Russian horde. The facts of the war with the Mongol horde were wiped clean from the pages of the textbooks on the American history, as was the fact of the existence of Moscow Tartaria on the whole. The war between the USA and the remains of the horde continued up until the second half of the 19th century. Alaska, which remained Russian for a particularly long time, was bought from the Romanovs by the Americans only in 1867, page 1232. Thus, the USA was established in 1776 from the American splinter of the Mongol Empire. Furthermore, Siberia becomes a place for the exiled only after the Romanovs' defeat of Pugachev at the end of the 18th century. Prior to this, they exiled people to Solovki, i.e. Solovetsky Archipelago, in any case to the north, but not to Siberia. Let us see when the regular exiles to Siberia began. In particular, Tobolsk became a place of exile only since 1790, when Ain Radashev was exiled there, page 1092, chapter 11. Since then, Tobolsk became the permanent place of exile. For example, the Decembrists were exiled there. But prior to 1790, over almost the entire 18th century, nobody was exiled to Tobolsk for some reason, ch 11. The vast governmental system of Siberian exile and Siberian hard labor was created only in the 19th century. Since Moors were the Tartarians according to the Gothic architecture all over the world, but Europeans did not build any of these Greco-Roman/Gothic structures in Old World America, mainly in the Americas. This means that modern-day civilization was built by a previous advanced American civilization called Moors, Moors, and Berber Indians, India, all one and the same people. Because they are both the Khmer, Khem, Shem, Cam, Ham, Sam/I am, people from India Superior that civilized the world. In this post is a map of India Superior in the Americas. This map is very significant because it demonstrates that the Americas is Asia Major/Asia proper, aka the Orient, the East. It actually makes perfect sense that ancient Greece and ancient Rome was an Old World America, because the Americas is the true Old World and the birthplace of civilization, as we have already proven correct in my previous blog post. The Americas is Atlantis and the origin of the ancient Egyptian civilization. This means that everything in the Near East is just a reflection of the Great Westerner, the Far East, the Orient. Also, they found Greek and Roman coins in the Americas, so there is nothing new about the Americas, and Greece and Rome was also in Old World America. It's hard for people to understand that everything in the Near East is just a reflection of everything that we had first in the Americas. Yes, including Egypt, Atlantis, because Egypt was a global blackamoor civilization. The Americas is Old Egypt Tamari, the land of the Moors/the land of Mary, because the ancient Egyptian god Ta, a pre-dynastic Egyptian deity/Atlantean god, is from the Americas. Yes, Ta, Judah, is from the Americas, because his territory was Ta Utah Judah territory, which covered Mexico and several states: California, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Texas. Additionally, Ta was also the chief god of Luxor in Memphis, Tennessee, which was in the Americas. Please read this old Facebook post, which demonstrates that ancient Luxor was in Old World America. UK flag, 1801, represents a lot, combines St. Andrew and St. George flags, three typical Masonic colors, most powerful nations blue, white, red UK, USA, France, Russia. White represents pureness, sacred command. Red represents legislation control, financial. Blue represents military power, like NATO flag. Octagon Templar symbolism, it's clear on the Union Jack flag. As UK London, it's the core of actual royalty, the beehive for the bee queen. What is interesting here, it's what happened in old times with black people's nobility, as it seems has been erased out of the official history. Nobility, Nobel, comes from celestial heaven, so people related to the stars, Nebo in Russian, heaven. Nibelung sagas from Germany can be explained through this etymology. Specifically, on this because the bizarre fact that the coat of arms of German city Coburg shows a sort of black prince or black people royalty branch. By the way, phonetically Coburg equals CB, KB equals Kaaba. Diving into old metaphysical Egyptian, Coptic, again CP equals KB, concepts. The Ka, it's the life force or spirit, inner energy which keeps us alive. This is easy to draw or imagine within a Kirlian photography showing the blue aura all living things has. And the Ba, it's the soul, or what survives this physical matrix beyond the death. So here we could go through beyond death notions, entities, angels or demons, and the ancient knowledge to communicate with them. Remember, and there should be a reason for that. All traditional religious systems, and of course Abrahamic religions, forbid any attempt to do this. So Moorish has two meanings. Related to navigation skills, mariners. Dark-skinned people, maroon, brownish, or even black people. This brings to me the fact that the ancient Phoenicians, maybe they were not simply dark-skinned, but even black people. I don't want to focus this, as much people does, in a racial debate. Ancient world had white, black, or yellow kings. I'm interested to know why black people fell in a sort of unfortunate disgrace worldwide. Some historians argues that those black people coat of arms, so many in Germany for instance, can be explained simply as a little faction of nobility gained through war, as black people were used in military forces. But as we know, aristocracy is a very closed circle. I can understand they were used in war and rewarded in some way by that, but not widely set in high nobility positions. North America Moors elimination and rewriting of American history. Credit to Marcia Romalho at the Blue on Facebook. The territories of Canada, United States, and Mexico were known as India Superior and were populated by the same people that was wiped out across the ocean during the Russian Revolution, 1917, and German Revolution of 1918-1919. The Russian Revolution alone may have exterminated a 5-decade-long bloodbath that slaughtered 100 million Russian Tartarians. As the Old World Order Tartarians were eliminated, the New World Order Romanovs then divided the imperial territory as Canadian, American, and Mexican lands, seized the world power, and rewrote the history of Americas. After take possession of Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, the NWO agents reached New Amsterdam, actual New York, Washington, and the Great Lakes of North America, settling in Milwaukee, Chicago, and Detroit. From there, they organized the massacre of tens of millions of buffaloes, cows, and wild horses, and transformed the assembly lines of the electric car factories into oil cars. It was necessary swept away all the fertile lands from its original inhabitants. It was then that the massacre of men and animals began. The NWO ordered the native Indians. Remember, Christopher Columbus was such a great navigator that he thought he landed in India. Hence, American Indians were named. To leave their lands and march without water or food for days we know as the Trail of Tears. The aim was to exterminate them, without spending ammunition. Others were killed on their own land through blankets impregnated with smallpox. Perhaps many of them went to feed Chicago's meat industries, mixed with those of their herds. According to the essay in Tartaria Info, approximately 50,000 people worked in the slaughterhouses and about animals were slaughtered per hour. By this time, all factories, industries, and properties had already changed hands and would slowly be brought together into future corporations. Sugar, beer, cotton, alcohol, corn, weapons, banks, paper money, oil companies, casinos, financial services, vehicles, railways, corporate facilities, health system, airplanes, grocery stores, education and research, cement, copper, steel, tourism, information technology, energy, gold, diamonds, bomber planes. In the South, where there had never been segregation, slaves, or black subordination before, the carnage was equally total. What the official history reports as a reconciliation between the North and the South after the Civil War never existed. The massacre was necessary so that the NWO could take over all the lands and retell the history, concealing the destruction and remitting it to a remote past. Legends like Mark Twain then would emerge, signing novels that would describe a racism non-existent through the eyes of Tom Sawyer and beautiful, real balloon rides in the adventures of Huckleberry Finn. The original American Moors were likely Islamic. Islam was in America and had a big influence on America because you have a total of 565 names for 184 in America and 81 in Canada of villages, towns, cities, mountains, lakes, rivers, and etc. are etymologically Arabic, which were designated by locals long before the arrival of Columbus. Many of these names are in fact the same as names of Islamic places. Mecca in Indiana, Medina in Idaho, Medina in New York, Medina and Hazen in North Dakota, Medina in Ohio, Medina in Tennessee, Medina in Texas, Medina and Arva in Ontario, Muhammad in Illinois, and Mona in Utah are just a few noticeable names at the outset. A closer analysis of the names of native tribes will immediately reveal their Arabic etymological ancestry. Anasazi, Apache, Arawak, Arikana, Chavin, Cherokee, Cree, Hohokam, Hoopa, Hopi, Maka, Mohichan, Mohawk, Nazca, Zulu, and Zuni are only a few. Islam was everywhere in the Americas. One just has to look for it, because you can see the evidence from Queen Califia, California, to Alaburnia, Alabama, to Tallahassee, Tallahassee, to Medina, Ohio, to Moorestown, New Jersey, to Islamorada, Florida, and to Alhambra, California. So yes, Muslims have left a big impact on America. What happened to the Berbers, Saracens, Muslims of the Americas? Well, have you ever heard of the Spanish Inquisition via the Dum Diverses of 1452, issued by the Pope, authorizing Christians to enslave Saracens and non-believers and to take their lands because no one disappeared? It's just that everyone has become ignorant. There are over 500 cities and towns in the United States named after Muslims and a huge part of Europe as well. The textbooks, history, history, and education of today are all manipulated. Therefore, Western academics will not get us out of our deep sleep, because Western academics is the institution that has put we the people, Lenape Muir Washita, to sleep to begin with. We need our own institutions and scholars that are not compromised by oaths and by Western academics. The more comes from the Orient, the Far East. What's also interesting is that Oriental means Western scholar who studies Islam, according to the book Orientalism by Edward Said. Islam came from the Orient. Additionally, if you read subsection 4 of this Delaware law, it will tell you that the Lenape Indians, formerly known as Moors, the Lenape were Delaware Moors/Moors originally. However, the word Lenape means "we the people," the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, or true people. Lenape also means serpent dragon, Naga/Niga. Likewise, Indian names like Sioux and Dakota also mean serpent or dragon, because the Moors/Indians named themselves after the serpent wisdom that they worshipped when Moors ruled the world. Disputed territory. Chapter 1. Were the Tartarians. But where does Islam come from? Did it come from Mecca, California, Media, Indiana, Mecca, Indiana, or Morocco, Indiana? Did it come from Sufism, Sophia, which was a science that comes from India? Do all religions come from India superior in the Americas? Now, in the eyes of the hijack Hebrews, Templars, aka the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburg dynasty, the Holy Land was in possession of infidels, aka Muslims, Moors. Therefore, they were authorized, via the Dumda verses of 1452, to take Muslim Jerusalem, the Americas/Granada, away from the Moors, whom were Saracens. Also, read the Dumda verses, which authorized the Templars, Knights of Christ, to conquer Saracens and pagans, take their possessions, and to subject them to perpetual servitude, slavery. This papal bull and none of them were ever rescinded, which is the current problem that Moors in the Americas face, as Saracens, whom are the Red Ones, aka the Lost Tribe of Israel. This papal bull was issued against the Moors, as Saracens, in order to take our Muslim Jerusalem away from us, which was Granada. Notice on the 1597 map of Granada Nova, you will see the famed 7 cities of Cibola, aka the 7 cities of gold, surrounding a lake on the said map. Granada has the same name as the pomegranate in Spanish. The Spanish word for the fruit is granada and therefore the symbol of the Promised Land, because the pomegranate appears throughout the streets of Granada in Spain as you wander around the city. The pomegranate is also associated with the Promised Land of Israel, because a pomegranate is a metaphor for the richness of the Promised Land of Israel, Deuteronomy 8 verse 8. In the Song of Solomon, Sulamith's cheeks are compared to halves of a pomegranate, Cant 4:3. Why were all of the corn places destroyed, except for the first corn palace in South Dakota, Dragon/Serpent, which still exists? Well, because the buildings did not fit in with the current narrative of the Americas being an uncivilized, new world, so most of the old world, pre-Mudflood, buildings were either destroyed or converted into federal buildings, courthouses, governor's mansion, capitol buildings, post offices, state buildings, universities, and etc. Freemasonry also means the masonry that was free, because all Europeans had to do was dig out these Moorish/Tartarian structures from the mud after the Great Comet of 1811-1812 had completely destroyed the Old World Order, via massive earthquakes, massive tidal waves, massive volcano eruptions, a great mud flood, and etc. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. The Cherokee were the real Romans, and they built all of the Greco-Roman architecture and the Cherokee Gothic architecture in the Americas. This map of 1810 shows New and Old California and lands of vast lands of the Louisiana Purchase allegory. Today we see the NWO taking down all Confederate flags allegedly created from the Civil War days. The Confederate battle flag was just the World Federation flag of our previous civilization and, until today, is the emblem of the present Russian Navy, the Novorossiya flag, the colors of the actual Russian Federation flag, and the state symbols of many other countries, including the flag of a false empire manufactured on an island called United Kingdom that stole us everything, including the world history. The Russian Imperial Naval Forces fought in the American Civil War inasmuch they were the major naval force designed to defend all the imperial lands from the parasitic invaders coming from the north. Unfortunately, the Rus Confederate Army were defeated and lost everything. All the people, lands, properties. The NWO became victorious using superior energy weapons to cowardly kill the civilian population who slept unawares and to annihilate the star fortresses who defended our coastal cities and islands. That's how they dominated the entire Russian continent, turning some imperial cities of the Rus Federation to dust, others into caricatures called universal exhibitions. In Antarctica, we still can find many geographical points called Rus or Ross, like the Ross Sea, Ross Dependency, Ross Embayment, Ross Ice Shelf, Ross Island, all traces of a possible missing land called Hyperborea. In Northern California, we have Fort Ross. Fort Ross is a former Russian outpost in Sonoma County, California, where 19th century Russians settled on native Cassia Pomo territory. It was established as a California state park in 1909 to protect its unique Russian character, and it is one of the earliest California state parks. Today, the park has cultural and historical significance for many groups, including the first people Cassia, Russian and Russian Americans, Alaska natives, and ranch-era settlers. Further, more northwest USA Tartary. I can see Russia from my house, presidential candidate Sarah Palin. Furthermore, we can see a direct lineage of Russian Orthodox churches built from Alaska down through California, again dating back to the mid-18th century, along with accompanying railway lines that was already delivering mail in 1860 all the way to Washington. Alaska and Russia are only 58 miles apart at their closest point, and no fortresses or defenses are in place today, where invasions of the USA would seem the most likely. And so the story goes. In 1784, with encouragement from Empress Catherine the Great, explorer Grigory Shelikov founded Russia's first permanent settlement in Alaska at Three Saints Bay. 10 years later, the first group of Orthodox Christian missionaries began to arrive, evangelizing thousands of Native Americans, many of whose descendants continue to maintain the religion. Captain Sterling Romanoff and his wife Anna Romanoff founded the first Russian colony in the Americas. Between 1774 and 1800, Spain also led several expeditions to Alaska in order to assert its claim over the Pacific Northwest. These claims were later abandoned at the turn of the 19th century. Count Nikolai Rumyantsev funded Russia's first naval circumnavigation under the joint command of Adam Johann von Krusenstern and Nikolai Rezanov in 1803-1806, and was instrumental in the outfitting of the voyage of the Ryurik's circumnavigation of 1814 to 1816, which provided substantial scientific information on Alaska's and California's flora and fauna, and important ethnographic information on Alaskan and Californian, among other, natives. In 1920, a 100-pound bronze church bell was unearthed in an orange grove near Mission San Fernando Rey de España in the San Fernando Valley of Southern California. It has an inscription in the Russian language which translated said, "In the year 1796, in the month of January, this bell was cast on the island of Kodiak by the blessing of Juvenile of Alaska during the sojourn of Alexander Andreevich Baranov." How this Russian Orthodox Kodiak church artifact from Kodiak Island in Alaska arrived at a Roman Catholic mission church in Southern California remains unknown. Russian Orthodox churches from Washington state to California. The Russian Orthodox Church in Oregon traces its history back to the Russian Orthodox mission to Alaska, which was established in the 1790s to serve both Russian traders and newly converted Alaskan natives. After Russia sold Alaska to the United States in 1867, the Russian Orthodox Church in North America continued to grow, serving multi-ethnic immigrant communities of the Orthodox faith that kept arriving from Eastern Europe, Russia, and the Middle East. In the late 19th century, several different groups of Orthodox immigrants arrived in Oregon, and while their backgrounds varied, they were similar in that they were overwhelmingly poor, illiterate, unskilled, or semi-skilled peasants, without the means to build their own church. Tartary had to be multi-religious and multicultural in its vastness during various moments in time. In 1652, Tartary appears to have control over Washington State, USA, 1891. Question 1. Do you think it was possible to produce the below map by 1891, only 45 years after the arrival of the first settlers? Question 2. Was it possible to settle all this territory, considering that up till 1880 there were only 75,000, and up till 1890 only 357,000 people to do so? Here is the Washington State/Territory Historical Census data populations. It is also worth mentioning that in the British flag table of 1783, there are 3 different flags listed as a flag of the Tsar of Moscow. There is also an imperial flag of Russia, as well as multiple naval flags, and all of them are preceded by a flag of the Viceroy of Russia. Significance of the viceroy is in the definition of the term. A viceroy is a regal official who runs a country, colony, city, province, or subnational state, in the name of and as the representative of the monarch of the territory. Our official history will probably say that it was the Tsar of Russia who would appoint a viceroy of Moscow. I have reasons to doubt that. Why is the flag of the viceroy of Moscow positioned prior to any other Russian flag? Could it be that the viceroy of Moscow was superior to its Tsar and was supervising how this Tartarian possession was being run? Griffins, symbol of the Great Tartaria. The griffin, or griffin, ancient Greek, gryps, classical Latin, gryps or grypus, late and medieval Latin, griffes, griffo, etc., Old French. Griffin is a legendary creature with the body, tail, and back legs of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle, and sometimes an eagle's talons as its front feet. Because the lion was traditionally considered the king of the beasts, and the eagle the king of the birds, by the Middle Ages, the griffin was thought to be an especially powerful and majestic creature. Since classical antiquity, griffins were known for guarding treasures and priceless possessions. In Greek and Roman texts, griffins and Arimaspians were associated with gold deposits of Central Asia. Indeed, as Pliny the Elder wrote, griffins were said to lay eggs in burrows on the ground, and these nests contained gold nuggets. In medieval heraldry, the griffin became a Christian symbol of divine power and a guardian of the divine. In Tartarian legend of this period, it was believed that griffins mated for life, and that when one partner died, the other would live the rest of her life without seeking another partner, perhaps due to the fact that there weren't many griffins around. This has led to claims that the griffin was used by the church as a symbol against remarriage. It is unclear, however, whether this was the actual belief or just a modern interpretation. Although the griffin might seem like a creature conjured from the imagination of mankind, there might actually be some truth to this creature. In this desert, the fossils of a dinosaur called the Protoceratops can be found. As these bones, especially the skull, which has a bird-like beak, were exposed on the desert floor, ancient observers may have interpreted them as proof that such a hybrid creature once lived in the desert. Yet, it has been shown that stories of the griffin have been around even before the Silk Road was developed. Interestingly, there are various hybrid creatures that are similar to the griffin. For instance, the Lamassu was an Assyrian mythical creature that had the head of a man, a body of a lion or bull, and the wings of an eagle. This is also what the original Great Sphinx of Egypt was designed as. According to biblical references, these four animal faces represent the four domains of God's rule. The man represents humanity, the lion, wild animals, the ox, domestic animals, and the eagle, birds. These four creatures first appear together in the Judeo-Christian context in Ezekiel, which was probably written around the 3rd century BCE. In chapter 1, the prophet encounters fantastic beings in the heavens. As for the likeness of their faces, they four had the face of a man and the face of a lion on the right side, and they four had the face of an ox on the left side. They four also had the face of an eagle. Queen Califia ruled the island of California with griffins, which she fed the flesh of men to keep Spanish invaders away. She supposedly commanded a fleet of ships with which she ruled and maintained peace in the surrounding lands, and at islands including Baja and Hawaii. She reportedly kept an aerial defense force of griffins and other fabulous animals which were native to California, trained to defend the land against invaders. She even was said to feed her griffin's male flesh to repel male Spanish invaders, aka conquistadors. She was so powerful she could project her imperial power over the seas of the Mediterranean at will. The Esplandian narrates that Calafia maintained cultural and trading contacts with the Moors of Africa. It told of her wars in the Mediterranean seas, in Anatolia, the Byzantine Empire, and in southern Europe. The allegories of the Wizard of Oz. Most are aware the first ever color movie made public was The Wizard of Oz and was full of allegories. The yellow brick road was paved in gold, as the U.S. legal currency was then based on gold. Such was the movie The Wizard of Oz, an allegory of the state of affairs we now live in today, an allegory of the unfolding New World Order that was instituted in America via the stock market crash of 1929 and the bankruptcy of the United States in 1933. Individual, a United States government employee. Title 5 USC. The Internal Revenue Code, IRC, and all state tax codes are in harmony with the above definition of individual by reference only. A corporation of one is an artificial person constructed by law, not a living, breathing man or woman. An individual is a public corporate persona existing only in the public government domain, having been created by law, not by God. The straw man represented the legal straw man, filled with hay and no standing. In the 1930s, the all-capital letter written name straw man, the newly created artificial person that has no brain and speaks and acts for its once-upon-a-time sovereign, you and me, was created while Americans were confused and distracted by the commotion caused by the introduction of the New World Order of communistic socialism, to figure out that they even had a straw man with which to contend. The Scarecrow identified this straw man persona for Dorothy thusly: "Some people without brains do an awful lot of talking." Of course, I'm not bright about doing things. The setting of this allegory is in Kansas, the heartland of America, the geographical center of the USA. In came the twister, the whirling confusion of the Great Depression, the stock market crash, the U.S. bankruptcy, and the theft of America's gold, that whisked Dorothy and Toto up into the new order of the world, an artificial new dimension somewhere over the rainbow, above the solid ground of Kansas. When they landed in Oz, Dorothy commented to her little dog Toto, "Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore." Exactly. After the bankruptcy of the United States, Kansas was no longer Kansas anymore. It is now KS, a two-capital letter federal postal designation that is part of the federal zone, designated by the Zone Improvement, ZIP, code established by the bankrupt United States in 1933, and Dorothy and Toto were now in this state. The terms, in this state, and state are deceptively defined for tax jurisdiction purposes as the District of Columbia, aka the United States Incorporated, or the corporate United States. The Tin Man, our taxpayer identification number, Tin Man, is a hollow man of tin, a vessel or vehicle, newly created code words for our straw man. Just as the straw man has no brain, the Tin Man vessel/vehicle has no heart. Both are artificial persons. Person, persona, mask. One of the definitions of tin found in Webster's dictionary is counterfeit. The Tin Man represents the mechanical and heartless aspect of commerce and commercial law. Just like they say in the mafia, as they throw you overboard, your feet in concrete overshows, nothing personal. It's just business. The lion in the story represents the at one time fearless American people as having lost their courage. And after a round with the IRS, in defending your TIN man, dummy corporation, vessel vehicle, individual employee, public corporation, all capital letters written name, artificial person, straw man, you'd lose your courage, too. You perhaps haven't known it, but the IRS has been dealing with you all along via your Tin Man under the hidden laws of commerce. Just like the Tin Man, commerce has no heart. It is heartless. To find the wizard, you have to follow the yellow brick road, the Gold Bar Road. Follow the trail of America's stolen gold, and you'll find the thief who stole it. As they all scampered toward the Emerald City, the city of green non-federal Federal Reserve notes, the new fiat money by decree, we hear the Munchkins singing the glories of the wizard's creation. You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Step into the sun, step into the light. Keep straight ahead for the most glorious place on the face of the earth or the stars. This jingle abounds with Illuminati/Luciferian metaphors regarding darkness and light. The Wicked Witch of the West made her home in a round medieval watchtower, ancient symbol of the Knights Templar of Freemasonry, who are given to practicing witchcraft and are also credited to be the originators of modern banking. Circa 1099 AD Vice Admiralty courts are courts established in the Queen's possessions beyond the seas, with jurisdiction over maritime causes and those relating to prize. The United States is now a colony, a possession, of the English Crown per a joint commercial venture agreement between the colonies, the United States, and the Crown, which brought the United States back under British ownership and rule in 1933. But the American people had a standing in law as sovereigns, independent of any connection to the United States and the Crown. This standing in law necessitated that the people be brought back under British rule, quietly and one at a time. But the commercial process of redemption, through the UCC, will redeem us from this travesty. All courts in America are vice admiralty courts conducting the private foreign commerce of the crown. But there is commercial remedy in redemption in law. The one world Tartarians. The flying monkeys commanded by the Wicked Witch of the West were really the Tartarian griffins, sent east to halt the potential spread of freedom to the individual and to continue in the great legal deception of everyone being out to sea under admiralty law. Those in power used very subtle imagery and prose to mock the Tartarians. Dorothy's tactic was to drug them into unconsciousness by covering the countryside with poppy flowers, poppies, the source of heroin, opium, and morphine, and then waltz in and snatch the slippers. In other words, the best way to loot the gold was to dull the senses of the American people with a contrived crisis, the Great Depression. And of course, now we have illicit street drugs, heroin, cocaine, etc., and legal drugs such as Ritalin, etc., and television, bogus media dishing out control propaganda, etc., etc. The poppy drugs worked on Dorothy, the lion, and Toto, the flesh and blood entities, but had no effect on the scarecrow or the Tin Man, the artificial entities. They cried out for help, and Glinda, the good witch of the north, answered their cries with a blanket of snow that nullified the narcotic effect of the poppies on Dorothy, Toto, and the lion. As they all scampered toward the Emerald City, the city of green non-federal Federal Reserve notes, the new fiat money by decree, we hear the munchkins singing the glories of the wizard's creation. You're out of the woods, you're out of the dark, you're out of the night. Step into the sun, step into the light. Keep straight ahead for the most glorious place on the face of the earth or the stars. Often griffins were portrayed as feminine, as the feminine divine of nurture/nature, love, creativity, and the attraction principle were all honored and revered and celebrated. Chapter 3. Recent mudfloods and liquefaction events. Worldwide mudfloods. Now that we've been introduced to the concept of the traveling empire of Tartars, or Tatars, the original spelling, and the possibility they left beautiful cities in their wake, perhaps these legends can be re-examined. We can also ask ourselves what happened to the sophisticated society of Hyperborea that existed until the mid-1500s according to Mercator's map. We have all heard the legends about the 7 cities of gold. Even the Lone Ranger and Tonto have them woven into their stories. The story we have been taught is that the tricky natives lured the Spanish invaders from their lands in Florida by telling them that west beyond the Great River, which eventually became the Mississippi, that they would discover vast, elegant empires with citizens indulging in refined lifestyles and so much wealth that even their most basic objects were crafted of gold and jewels. Civilizations 200 feet below the sea. Mysterious and strange, these ancient cities and buildings have survived possibly centuries, protected by water. Deeply hidden, some over 100 feet below sea level, in the abyss because of natural phenomena. They have been fundamental discoveries for archaeologists, and they confirmed a lot of myths and legends. Cleopatra Palace in Alexandria, discovered in 1998, is one of the most important findings about ancient Egyptian civilization, containing a lot of daily life objects and impressive and unique sculptures. Mysterious pyramids of Yonaguni-jima in Japan, the beautiful city of Qiandao, China, and the amazing archaeological park of Baiae in Italy. This city literally collapsed underwater allegedly because of a volcanic earthquake. These pictures here are mysterious and poetic, offering a view on a completely unknown world, unknown to most in the modern world. The Great Reset of 1811-1812. From December 16, 1811, through March of 1812, there were over 2,000 earthquakes in the central Midwest, and between 6,000 and 10,000 earthquakes in the Bootheel of Missouri, where New Madrid is located near the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. In the known history of the world, no other earthquakes have lasted so long and resulted in so much damage as the New Madrid earthquakes. A sequence of 3 main shocks in 1811-1812 of 3 very large earthquakes is usually referred to as the New Madrid earthquakes, after the Missouri town that was the largest settlement on the Mississippi River between St. Louis, Missouri, and Natchez, Mississippi. On the basis of the large area of damage, square kilometers, the widespread area of perceptibility, square kilometers, and the complex physiographic changes that occurred, the New Madrid earthquakes of 1811-1812 rank as some of the largest in the United States since its settlement by Europeans. They were by far the largest east of the Rocky Mountains in the US and Canada. The area of strong shaking associated with these shocks is 2 to 3 times as large as that of the 1964 Alaska earthquake, and 10 times as large as that of the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. The New Madrid earthquakes were felt as far away as Canada and the eastern seaboard. The tremors caused church bells to ring in Boston and Philadelphia. The Earth's surface remained in a state of constant motion for nearly 4 months. Several towns were destroyed. An 18 by 5 mile lake was created, Reelfoot Lake in Tennessee. The earthquakes felt strongly across 130,000 square miles and moderately for a total of nearly 3 million miles. The effect was devastating and widespread. The upheaval was so violent it created Reelfoot Lake 15 miles south of New Madrid and drowned the inhabitants of an entire Indian village along the Mississippi. The river amazingly ran backward for several hours, which may have been a tsunami-like event exacerbated by the eruption of groundwater for miles along the shore, which caused a rapid rise of the water level in the riverbed. The earthquakes were felt as far away as the White House, and it's said that church bells in Boston rang on their own. Shortly before the first earthquake, people reported strange behavior by animals. Many animals were nervous and frightened. Domestic animals became wild, and wild animals became tame. Snakes came out of the ground from hibernation. Flocks of ducks and geese landed near people. In 1811, a great bright comet appeared in the skies. It was visible to the naked eye for around 260 days. In the USA, the comet was named Tecumseh's Comet, and the Europeans called it Napoleon's Comet. The last time the comet had been witnessed was during the reign of Egyptian Pharaoh Ramses II, 3,065 years before. The arrival of the Tecumseh's Comet was followed by the New Madrid earthquakes, the biggest earthquakes in American history, events that are linked to the Black Sun prophecy. Tecumseh was an important Native American mystic, warrior, and military leader of the Shawnee. He is today remembered as a great hero who fought for freedom. His name ominously meant shooting star, or he who walks across the sky. Tecumseh's brother, who was a religious leader, known as the Prophet, had predicted a solar eclipse in 1806. William Henry Harrison, governor of Indiana, was worried the prophet was becoming too popular and challenged him to produce a miracle. The prophet announced another solar eclipse occur, and so it did, on September 17, 1811. The island of California. Know that, on the right hand of the Indies was an island called California, very near to the region of the terrestrial paradise, which was populated by black women, without there being any men among them. That almost like the Amazons was their style of living. They were of vigorous bodies and strong and ardent hearts, and of great strength. The island itself the strongest in steep rocks and cliff boulders that is found in the world. Their arms were all of gold, and also the harnesses of the wild beasts, on which, after having tamed them, they rode. That in all the island there was no other metal whatsoever. On this island, called California, there were many griffins, and in the time that they had young these women would take them to their caves, and there raised them. And they fastened them on those men and the boys that they had born. Any man that entered the island was killed and eaten by them. There ruled on that island of California a queen great of body, very beautiful for her race, at a flourishing age, desirous in her thoughts of achieving great things, valiant in strength, cunning in her brave heart, more than any other who had ruled that kingdom before her Queen Calafia. Written in the 16th century romance novel by a Spanish author named Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo. It was titled Las Sergas del Muy Esforzado Caballero Esplandian, hijo del excelente rey Amadis de Gaula. The inspiration for the word was likely caliph or khalifa, which means successor in Arabic, but more specifically refers in Islam to a head of state or leader of the Muslims. Montalvo was surely familiar with these words. Portions of Spain were ruled by the Moors, Tartarians, who were Muslim, from 757 to 1492, and it fits the story's narrative. Montalvo's novel was a fanciful rehash of the struggle between Christians and Muslims during the Crusades. Was Wonder Woman mythology really Queen Califia's lands? When Wonder Woman's homeland is first introduced in 1941, it is referred to as Paradise Island, a secret and hidden island on Earth inhabited by the Amazons of myth. The Amazons were given a break from the hostilities and temptations of man's world, and so were decreed to start a new life, improving themselves by sequestering themselves to this island away from ancient Greece after being enslaved by Hercules. With the island blessed by the Olympian gods, no man was allowed to physically set foot on it. It was established that all Amazons are adept at a discipline called bullets and bracelets, in which they are able to deflect bullets fired at them using the chain bands on their wrists. It was originally implied, but not yet fully confirmed, that Paradise Island was located somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Then in the 1970s television incarnation, as portrayed by Linda Carter, Paradise Island's location was set in the Bermuda Triangle, and the 2009 animated movie version had set it in the Aegean Sea. For centuries, the Amazons of Themyscira live in a perfect state of harmony with their surroundings, under a theocracy. They know no racism, although many consider Antiope's lost tribe of Amazons as little more than savages. They do not think in terms of male gender. The word policeman is alien to them until Diana's departure into the outside world. Homosexuality is completely natural to them. While some Amazons are chaste, others have loving consorts. Their city is composed entirely of Greco-Roman architecture from 1200 BCE, and they wear Greek garb, togas, sandals, and period armor. The Amazons also all wear the bracelets of submission as constant reminders of their enslavement and obedience to their patrons, although only Diana is able to deflect bullets with them. They are fervently religious, worshipping their gods as living deities. Artemis is their primary goddess, and they worship her with a sacrifice of a deer. The Amazons celebrate their creation each year in a feast of 5, remembering the goddesses who brought them to life. The name California traces its origin to a centuries-old story about an island, full of gold, run by black women who fed men to their pet griffins. Like other Amazonian legends, the island of California was a place filled with strong, self-sufficient women who solicited male attention completely on their own terms. This story resonates in California, which has a long history of gender roles being reconstructed, and it is fitting that this state, which has served as a frontier for issues of race, gender, and religion, gets its name from a mythical story where race, gender, and religion collide. Finally, the story of an island full of gold foreshadowed the gold rush, which propelled the idea of the California dream around the world. Amurish, African, Emperor Abu Bukhari took 1,000 ships to the New World in the 1300s. So Moorish navigators and seamen were highly sought in those days that the previously land-bounded Europeans were in their infancy in navigational and maritime sciences. A black man used to own the San Fernando Valley. That was Pio de Jesus Pico, 1801-1894. He was also the last Mexican governor of California. In total, in the 1800s, there were at least 4 black governors of the state of California. Califia is a part of California history, and she also reinforces the fact that when Cortez named this place California, he had 300 black people with him. And throughout the whole Spanish-Mexican War, 40% of the population was black. In 1535, Cortez led an expedition back to the land of Calafia or California and decided to be renamed it Santa Cruz. However, that name did not stick, as the natives, and the Moors and the Black Indians and Red Indians and so-called whites continued to use the ancient and old name of the land California. Cortez himself and his contemporaries appeared to have used the name too. In 1550 and 1556, the name appears 3 times in reports about Cortez written by Giovanni Battista Ramusio. Thus, over the years of increasing conquest, colonization, and rape of the land of California, the ancient land of the Moors has held onto its name and identity, in the knowledge that one day, it will be as it was in the beginning. There are over 800 maps of California as an island up until the early 1800s domiciled at the Stanford Research Library at Stanford University. And of course it is the Jesuits who claim the whole island of California is a myth. Although some early maps showed California on the mainland, A powerful refutation of the island theory came in 1701 when Jesuit explorer Eusebio Kino crossed the Baja Peninsula and, with a telescope, saw that it was part of the continent. Over 250 maps from the 17th and 18th centuries show California as an island. The definitive catalog of California as an island maps is the Mapping of California as an Island by McLaughlin. The first map in McLaughlin's catalog dates to 1621. Island maps continued into the 18th century in spite of Spanish explorer Father Kino demonstrating California's connectedness in 1705 by walking there from New Mexico. But since there were no accurate maps of the New World, map makers continued to supply the market using ancient sources. Hapgood attributes the ancient sources to maps preserved in Constantinople and later distributed by Turks. Page 9. That there were only a limited number of original sources is shown by their all falling into categories according to the features on the map. For example, some show the California island with a flat top, others showing it with a W top. McLaughlin assigns maps to groups throughout his catalog according to features such as the shape of the top of the island. Since no explorers had mapped the California coast at that point, there was no way for map makers to know which source was right. As it turns out, both sources are right. They were just mapped at different times and different ocean levels. Polk chronicles the extremely slow progress of exploration along the California coast for the next 2 centuries. The Island of California, A History of the Myth, Dora Beale Polk. She relates how Cortez mapped only the lower portion of the Gulf of California. Alarcón sailed up the Gulf to the Colorado River in 1540 and rode up the river a long way, but left no map. The explorer Oñate reached the mouth of the Colorado at the head of the Gulf in 1604, over a century after Columbus' voyage. Polk, page 261. In the late 1500s, Spanish trade ships followed ocean currents from the far east to the area of Mendocino, where they turned south to Baja. But they would not venture near the coast, and so provided only limited information on California geography. Polk, page 244. In 1603, on a voyage cloaked in secrecy and plagued with misfortune, Vizcaino explored the Pacific coast of California up to Cape Blanco, Oregon, where they presumed a large river was the sought-after passage to the Atlantic. Polk, page 257. In all these explorations, Polk emphasizes the political pressure on explorers and map makers to find that California was an island. It was in the best interest of people like Cortez that California be an island, because Cortez was promised governorship of the island. The island coastline northern portion. The Pacific coast has been pushed eastward about 200 miles. The area that was pushed eastward extends from the top of the island at the north to Point Conception at the south. This section of the coastline bears no resemblance to today's coastline. In the overlay map to the left, the northeast corner of the island forms a point that is created by the mountain range ending at the Willamette National Forest east of Eugene. The flat top follows the visible break in the coastal range just south of Eugene. Many California as an island maps from the 1600s and the 1700s show the north end of the island as a distinct M. McLaughlin categorizes maps by whether they have a flat or indented top throughout his catalog of California as an island maps. The Mapping of California as an Island, an illustrated checklist, Glenn McLaughlin. The M was the result of later pushing up of the coastal and Cascade ranges around Portland. The salt lakes east of the northeast corner are evidence that there was a lot of salt water left there after the ocean receded. South on the Pacific side from the flat island top, we find the coastline from the top of the island to Point Conception extends 200 miles farther out into the Pacific than it does today. Because the geography of the coastline is so different from the present day, the Vingbund's map offers no points of alignment with modern landmarks. Vingbunds adorned this section of the coast with many names of features that could not have had any resemblance to what the early explorers saw, but rather assigned them the names given by the Spanish to the modern features found by the Spanish at that latitude. What caused this 200-mile eastward movement of the coastline? While changing ocean level played a small part in the shape of the coast, the biggest cause was plate movement of the Pacific seafloor. Two significant rifts extend across the Pacific, starting at the Hawaiian Islands chain and meeting the continent at Eureka on the north end and Point Conception on the south, at Eureka by the Murray Fracture Zone, and at Point Conception by the Mendocino Fracture Zone. These rifts do not stop at the Pacific coastline, but rather continue to the east coast, the northern rift to New York, and the southern rift to the active earthquake zone of North Carolina. These rifts gradually buckled the continent from east to west, starting during the flood with the Appalachians. A Midwest uplift buried under Mississippi River Valley sediment was the location of the great earthquakes of 1811–1812. The Rockies were pushed up next, then the Wasatch Range in Utah, and last the folded ridges of Nevada. Finally, after the Vingbunds map was made, the Sierra Nevada and California coastal ranges were pushed up. These two ridges do not appear on an otherwise extremely accurate map. I must assume they were not on the source maps because they did not yet exist. The formation of these last two ranges pushed the coastline of the map east by over 200 miles to where it is today. The eastward shift can be seen in this map of California geology. Older metamorphic and sedimentary rocks are dark blue. There is a sharp break in this rock between the Murray and Mendocino rifts. Formation of the Sierra Nevada range pushed this block east about 50 miles. The older metamorphic and sedimentary rocks were pushed east into what became the Sierra Nevadas. The Great California Mudflood of 1862. And while all this was going on, the Great Flood of 1862 was the largest flood in the recorded history of Oregon, Nevada, and California, occurring from December 1861 to January 1862. It was preceded by weeks of continuous rains and snows in the very high elevations that began in Oregon in November 1861 and continued into January 1862. This was followed by a record amount of rain from January 9th to 12th and contributed to a flood that extended from the Columbia River southward in western Oregon and through California to San Diego and extended as far inland as Idaho in the Washington Territory, Nevada and Utah in the Utah Territory, and Arizona in the western New Mexico Territory. The event dumped an equivalent of 10 feet of rainfall in California, in the form of rain and snow, over a period of 43 days. Immense snowfalls in the mountains of the far western United States caused more flooding in Idaho, Arizona, New Mexico, and Sonora, Mexico the following spring and summer as the snow melted. The Great Gold Rush of 1849 occurred due to the uplifting of the Sierra Nevada mountain range and revealed abundant gold and silver on the surface of the ground. You could literally pick up the nuggets without having to dig with a pickaxe. Therefore, ships from as far away as China sailed to San Francisco, and the wagon trains were able to cross the Great Salt Lake, which up until that time was still ocean-fed. This is why you find ocean fossils in the Great Salt Lake, and no one was able to access California until the mid-1800s. The event was capped by a warm, intense storm that melted the high snow load. The resulting snow melt flooded valleys, inundated or swept away towns, mills, dams, flumes, houses, fences, and domestic animals, and ruined fields. It has been described as the worst disaster ever to strike California. Jesuits and Freemasons founded the New California. In the winter of 1840, the Western Emigration Society was founded in Missouri, with 500 pledging to trek west into Mexico, California. Members included Baldrige, Barnett, Bartleson, Bidwell, and Nye. Organized on May 18, 1841, Talbot H. Greene was elected president, John Bidwell secretary, and John Bartleson captain. The group joined Father Pierre-Jean de Smet's Jesuit missionary group, led by Thomas F. Fitzpatrick, westward across South Pass along the Oregon Trail. That trail took them past Courthouse and Jail Rocks, Chimney Rock, Scotts Bluff, Fort Laramie, and Independence Rock. The Bartleson-Bidwell party separated from Fitzpatrick and the missionary group at Soda Springs on 11 August some 152 years ago. Freemason brother Peter Lassen led 12 wagons from Missouri to California, forging the treacherous and now infamous Lassen Trail. After months of hardship, he successfully delivered new settlers to Benton City, the state's northernmost community. On November 23, 1848, Levi Stoll was appointed master of the new lodge, and on November 15, 1849, the lodge was formally organized under the charter. After meeting the requirements of the Grand Lodge of California, Sacramento Lodge 40 was chartered on May 6, 1854, and assigned the number 40, signifying that it was the 40th lodge of free and accepted Masons to be chartered in the state of California. Lafayette Lodge No. 126 was chartered by the Grand Lodge of California on May 13, 1858. It is located in Sebastopol, California, originally a farming town community north of San Francisco. To this day, Lafayette Lodge maintains the traditions of a small community. Jesuit Joseph Justus Scaliger, 1540–1609, chief architect of falsifying modern history. Joseph Scaliger was a French Jesuit religious leader and scholar, known for expanding the notion of classical history from Greek and ancient Roman history to include Persian, Babylonian, Jewish, and ancient Egyptian history. In 1601, Gaspar Scioppius, then in the service of the Jesuits, published his Scaliger Hypobolemius, the Supposititious Scaliger, a quarto volume of more than 400 pages. The author purports to point out 500 lies in the Epistola de Vetustate of Scaliger. The pressure of the Scaligerian chronology and all of these oddities brings historians to the conclusion that the Middle Ages were the time when all idea of chronological consequentiality had been lost. Monks with crosses and thuribles at the funeral of Alexander the Great, Catalina attending Mass. Orpheus becomes a contemporary of Aeneas, Sardanapal a Greek king, and Julian the Apostate a papal chaplain. Everything acquires a hue of fantasy in this world. This perplexes the modern historian greatly. A.F. The most blatant anachronisms and the strangest fancies coexist peacefully. Jesuits, Knights Templar and Freemasons well established in San Francisco by 1849. View of the Knights Templar Parade in San Francisco, August 20th, 1883. It was built in 1905 and 1906–1907. The building has been home to two institutions, the Knights Templar and the Baptist Church. The building was originally San Francisco Mason Temple. The first Masonic Lodge, at 1 Montgomery Street, was built in 1860 and, of course, burned down in the 1906 fire. In 1911, the Masonic Temple Association laid a 12-ton cornerstone, the largest ever in California at that time, for the new building. 2 years later, man, these guys could erect back then. A grand parade of 8,000 Masons, with Knights Templar on horseback, marked the dedication built for the Golden Gate Commandery 16 of the Knights Templar, a Masonic order at the turn of the century. The building was originally built for the Golden Gate Commandery 16 of the Knights Templar. The Jesuit arrival in California and the founding of Santa Clara College. By Gerald McKevitt. Whether it should be called a madhouse or Babylon, I am at a loss to determine. With these words, Father Michael Acalti, a Jesuit priest, described his first impressions of the city of San Francisco in 1849. The shock which the Italian-born missionary experienced when he went ashore in the spirited city was, however, only momentary. Within days of his arrival, Acalti set about preparing the purpose for which he had abandoned the Indian missions of Oregon for the madhouse or Babylon of San Francisco. His aim was to open a Jesuit college in Gold Rush, California. Without money or friends, and in the absence of official Jesuit support for his project, Acalti's undertaking proved more ambitious than he had anticipated. But Michael Acalti was a determined man, and 15 months after his landing in San Francisco his goal was achieved. In 1851, a Jesuit school was opened in the adobes of the old Franciscan mission of Santa Clara. He named it Santa Clara College. The entrance is through this elegant and noble portal, under a semicircular hood supported on corbels formed by the stone figures of lions. The tympanum shows 3 allegorical figures in relief by New York sculptor Alexander Weinman, the future creator of the winged head Liberty Dime and the walking Liberty half dollar, consisting of 3 figures of charity, fortitude, and truth. Beneath, the lintel is a row of 9 smaller figures by San Francisco artist Ralph Stackpole, representing David, Abraham, St. John the Divine, Nathan the Prophet, Moses, Aaron, St. John the Baptist, Joseph, and Jonathan. The 1913 Chamber of Commerce Handbook for San Francisco declared, "One of the few buildings in America comparable to some of the good buildings in Europe is the Masonic Temple." And the 1919 Architectural Review said, Bliss and Favel's Masonic Temple is widely known as one of the best Masonic structures, both inside and out. It looks like what it is, and this cannot always be said of lodges and fraternity buildings. Memories of the 1904 Grand Encampment Triennial. By W. Bruce Pruitt, KGC. Right Eminent Past Grand Commander, California. The most unforgettable event that took place in the city of San Francisco, California, in the year 1906 was the infamous earthquake and fire. However, 2 years earlier, in 1904, the most significant and memorable event was the very impressive assembly of Knights Templar of the Grand Encampment of the United States. San Francisco was literally turned over to host the 29th Triennial. Only a few examples of the opulent treatment given by the city will demonstrate the importance attributed to the event. Market Street, the major street of San Francisco, was lined with columns capped by Templar crosses. The Ferry Building, at the foot of Market Street, and perhaps the most dominant structure at that time, was outlined with lights and had a lighted Knight Templar cross on the side facing the city. The Grand Lodge of California building was outlined at every corner with lighting including the square and compasses, Templar cross, cross and crown, etc. This beautiful structure, on Market Street, was destroyed by the earthquake and fire years later. Golden Gate Park was profuse with floral arrangements forming Masonic symbols of all types. Business sessions were held in Golden Gate Hall, and the San Francisco Pavilion was greatly decorated for events. The festivities extended from August 31st to September 6th and culminated with an amazing parade through the length of Market Street to Van Ness Avenue. Many, if not all, attending commanderies produced souvenir medals to commemorate the experience. One personal enjoyment engaged in by the Knights was to exchange medals and accumulate a collection to take back home. The presiding most eminent Grand Master was Sir Knight Henry Bates Stoddard of Texas. He was greeted in Oakland by the Grand Commander of California, past Grand Master Reuben H. Lloyd, the commanders of California Commandery No. 1 and Golden Gate Commandery No. 16, and an escort of Sir Knights. He then proceeded across San Francisco Bay by ferry to the Ferry Building, where he was met by an even more elaborate escort. The record states, at the ferry station, Companies A, B, C, D, and E of California Commandery mounted on finely caparisoned black chargers and under the command of Sir Knight Reuben P. Hurlbut, Captain General, on a snow-white charger edition, were drawn up in line for escort duty. The Grand Master, past Grand Master, Grand Commander, and Commander of California Commandery proceeded in a carriage drawn by 4 white horses. Several other carriages followed. The delegation from Great Britain was given special attention. Great deference was paid to the distinguished delegation from the Great Priory of England during the stay of the members in San Francisco. The visit itself was a distinction, representing the fraternal relations existing between the governing bodies of the greatest 2 grand jurisdictions of Templars in the world. In another sense, it was highly representative in that in his official capacity, the Earl of Euston was the personal representative of Edward VII, King of England, who for many years was the active head of craft masonry in England and who has ever been a patron of the order in that jurisdiction. The drill competition was held on the multi-acre recreation ground of Golden Gate Park. Awards were won by Ivanhoe Commandery No. 24 of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Malta Commandery No. 20 of Binghamton, New York, and Louisville Commandery No. 2 of Louisville, Kentucky. The launching of the armored cruiser Milwaukee was timed to occur during the time of the conclave. It took place at the Union Iron Works along the shoreline of San Francisco Bay. Naturally, it was of special interest to the delegation from the state of Wisconsin. A beautiful, leather-bound record was produced to commemorate this triennial. That book is truly a treasure and a collector's item. A review of the photographs in this volume is the only way one can appreciate in any way the extent of effort and involvement that went into this assembly. Those pictures help one to enjoy, in particular, the final parade of Sir Knights. The number of mounted companies, the sizes of the delegations, and the number of spectators lining the streets make one really appreciate those glory days of Templary. Oakland Commandery No. 11 seemed to extend for over a block. San Jose Commandery No. 10 was almost 2 blocks long. California Commandery was resplendent in their unique uniform and made up a fully mounted troop. Even though there were, of course, larger groups from California, every Grand Commandery made an impressive appearance. The Grand Commandery of Pennsylvania, mounted on matching black steeds, did their part to impress the onlookers. The legend of San Francisco and conflicting population numbers. Remember, the only way to access San Francisco was from the south or by water, so all materials had to be hauled in, and that California statehood was not reached until 1850. The 1850 U.S. federal census tallied California's population at 92,597. This illustrates the population consensus of San Francisco, which clearly shows that either the consensus is in error by a great margin given the photographic images of the 1850s, 1900s, or the Tartarians were there already well established. And the story goes, then in 1846 the USA annexed California. On July 9th, 1846 USS Portsmouth sailed into San Francisco Bay, and sailors and Marines went ashore and raised the U.S. flag. The little settlement of Yerba Buena was renamed San Francisco after the bay on January 30th, 1847. At that time, San Francisco only had a population of about 800. In 1848, a man named James Marshall discovered gold. News of the find reached New York in December 1848. As a result, people went to San Francisco in their thousands, and the population boomed. In 1849, the population of San Francisco reached 25,000. That first wave of settlers included many Southerners who brought slaves with them. Even after California was granted statehood in 1850 as a free state, several thousand people of African descent were held in slavery with the backing of fugitive slave laws passed by the California legislature and approved by the California Supreme Court. But a growing majority of California's white men, the only ones who could vote, were embracing the free soil ideology of the anti-slavery wing of the Democratic Party. The commitment to free white labor meant that any other group, for example, the thousands of Mexicans, Chileans, Peruvians, and other Spanish speakers who arrived early to the gold diggings, had to be defined as occupying a different category of work. The push for a foreign miners' tax that lasted until 1852 was designed to drive out the so-called peones, or peons, men who were paid a pittance and sent the products of their labor to their patrones, or bosses. The Spanish-speaking gold miners were defined as less than white men by this argument, and thus subject to violent expulsion. After 1852, when most Spanish-speaking miners had departed, the target of white miners was shifted to the Chinese miners. Before long, a new claim was being made about the Chinese workers who had signed contracts and come to work in California. They were coolies. And, of course, as we see everywhere, fires burning buildings in the 1850s and beyond. Frequent fires shaped the development of both San Francisco and Sacramento, and the years of 1849 to 1851 were a particularly fiery time in the history of both towns. My novel takes place between 1848 and 1850. Sacramento is one of the primary settings of the novel, and some scenes are set in San Francisco as well. So I decided learning something about the San Francisco and Sacramento fires would be good background. This post focuses on San Francisco. Santa Rosa, California was founded in 1833 and named after Saint Rose of Lima. Before the arrival of Jesuits, the Santa Rosa Plain was home to a strong and populous tribe of Pomo natives known as the Bidecomtara. The Bidecomtara controlled the area closely, barring passage to others until permission was arranged. Those who entered without permission were subject to harsh penalties. The tribe gathered at ceremonial times on Santa Rosa Creek near present-day Spring Lake Regional Park. Upon the arrival of Europeans, the Pomos were decimated by smallpox brought from Europe. By 1900, the Pomo population decreased by 95%. Just down the road is the towns of Sebastopol and Occidental. Remember, California was founded in 1850s and is home to Bohemian Grove, where world elite power gather each year in the summer since 1872. By 1863, there was already railroads through these towns whose populations were under 5,000 people. Interestingly, Sevastopol in Russia laid claim to one of the classic sieges of all time. The city of Sevastopol was the home of the Tsar's Black Sea Fleet, which threatened the Mediterranean. The Russian field army withdrew before the Allies could encircle it. The siege was the culminating struggle for the strategic Russian port in 1854-55 and was the final episode in the Crimean War. 1850s Los Angeles, California, more Tartary grand designs. The first Our Lady of Sorrows Church was consecrated July 29, 1855, and the Jesuits have served at the parish since 1908. Blessed Sacrament Church in Hollywood, established in 1904, came under Jesuit administration in 1914, beginning with Father William Deany Pastor, the former president of Loyola College, now Loyola Marymount University, and Dolores Mission in Boyle Heights. At 68, the baby of the group has been administered by the Jesuits since 1980. A fourth parish with Jesuit history, St. Ignatius of Loyola in Highland Park, was founded in 1911 by Jesuit priests under the leadership of Bishop Thomas Conady of the Monterey, Los Angeles Diocese. Author and historian Chancellor Williams said, "The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans." The 16th century English playwright William Shakespeare used the word Moor as a synonym for African. His contemporary Christopher Marlowe also used African and Moor interchangeably. Black soldiers, specifically identified as Moors, were actively recruited by Rome and served in Britain, France, Switzerland, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Saint Maurice, patron saint of medieval Europe, was only one of many black soldiers and officers under the employ of the Roman Empire. Although generations of Spanish rulers have tried to expunge this era from the historical record, recent archaeology and scholarship now shed fresh light on the Moors who flourished in Al-Andalus for more than 700 years, from 711 AD until 1492. The Moorish advances in mathematics, astronomy, art, and agriculture helped propel Europe out of the Dark Ages and into the Renaissance. The Moors brought enormous learning to Spain that over centuries would percolate through the rest of Europe. The intellectual achievements of the Moors in Spain had a lasting effect. Education was universal in Moorish Spain, while in Christian Europe, 99% of the population was illiterate, and even kings could neither read nor write. At a time when Europe had only 2 universities, the Moors had 17, located in Almeria, Córdoba, Granada, Jaén, Malaga, Seville, and Toledo. In the 11th and 12th centuries, public libraries in Europe were non-existent, while Moorish Spain could boast of more than 70, including one in Córdoba that housed hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Universities in Paris and Oxford were established after visits by scholars to Moorish Spain. It was this system of education, taken to Europe by the Moors, that seeded the European Renaissance and brought the continent out of the 1,000 years of intellectual and technological gloom of the Middle Ages, destroying the identity of the Black Moor Tartarians. The Los Angeles Times, June 4, 1990, reported that when Napoleon visited the Sphinx in 1798, everything but the head was buried in sand. His soldiers reputedly used the Sphinx for target practice. While the Sphinx had already suffered nose damage prior to Napoleon, the greatest destruction took place during Napoleon's occupation of Egypt, as documented by Tony Browder, and testified by the collection of Sphinx portraits he has assembled on page 225 of his book Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. These 6 portraits, drawn over a period of 100 years from 1698 to 1798, are the only current evidence available which shows the progression of the nose destruction. Besides the Sphinx, a large percentage of Africoid Kamite statues are missing their noses, whereas European-looking figures are intact. Faces of Africoid sculptures were also altered to appear Caucasoid by Kamite's European conquerors. A Sphinx statue on display in the British Museum admits that the face of the statue was reworked during the Roman occupation of Egypt. Reporting on the riddle of the racial identity of the ancient Egyptians, Count C. Volney, a distinguished French scholar who visited Egypt in the late 1700s, wrote with astonishment, "When I visited the Sphinx, its appearance gave me the key to the riddle, beholding that head typically Negro in all its features." He later added, "The Egyptians were true Negroes of the same type as all native-born Africans." The NWO Romanov dynasties would often deface statues of past monarchs in order to erase or diminish their legacy. In these cases, the removal of the nose would be accompanied by other, more extensive facial disfigurements, as well as the destruction of inscriptions and symbols of office. Another huge NWO lie: the transatlantic slave trade out of Africa. So the story goes. Some 12.5 million Africans were taken from their homes and forced aboard slave ships that were destined for the New World. About 10.7 million people survived the horrors of the Middle Passage between 1526 and 1866, only to end up in bondage on sugar, rice, cotton, and tobacco plantations throughout the Americas and the Caribbean. The transatlantic slave trade is the largest forced migration in history. Black people are indigenous to the Americas. Black Native Americans are not a result of the so-called Red Indian mixing with slaves. The so-called Red Indian comes from mixing with the European colonists and the Asians that were in America before Columbus. The first Native Americans were Mongolian Tartarians. Melville Herskovits, a European anthropologist, was one of the originators of the out-of-Africa theory. Herskovits never had any historical, archaeological, or anthropological proof that black people of the Americas ever derived from West and North Africa. Consequently, Herskovits crafted the theory that blacks arrived in America from the transatlantic slave trade, which allegedly brought in more than 10 million African slaves. According to the National Archives of Spain and Smithsonian records, there was no evidence to prove 70,000 ships with black Africans ever sailed to the Americas. Melville carried out the teachings of his mentor Franz Boas to make the original copper-color races of the Americas inferior and the European presence superior. Before this time, blacks coming from Africa through the transatlantic slave trade story never existed. As a result, Melville's work has been fragmented and used as propaganda by writers like Harold Kurlander and Alex Haley, which further perpetuated the myth of the transatlantic slave trade through the hit movie Roots. Americans were black people, and they were not brought here on ships. Instead, they were enslaved right here on their own lands. If they were brought on ships, the numbers are extremely exaggerated. It was published that 15 million to 20 million slaves arrived in the Americas between 1540 and 1850 over a 310-year period, according to U.S. history books. The Stewart synopsis points out a few questions that should be examined. Over a period of 300 years, is it fair to say that 60,000 slaves were transported annually to the Americas, or has the transportation of slaves to the Americas been one big myth? The largest seagoing vessel carried 400 slaves, but not all of the ships were that large. Time of passage was 3 months. That means 200 vessels/ships per year would have to travel carrying 300 people. One ship could make 3 passages per year. The Transatlantic Slave Trade Database says there were 1,100 to 1,400 voyages made over that 300-year period. If that is the case, and each ship carried 400 people, the total number would be 560,000 Africans were transported. It still does not add up. We already know that over 83% of all Americans with African ancestry have Native American blood. Did Native American tribes help slaves escape, or were Americans with African ancestry already part of the Native American nations? After 20 years, the Royal Adventurer, with its 15 ships, had transported between missing numbers slaves. That is a long way from 15 to 20 million slaves who were supposedly brought to the Americas. Doesn't that leave a little over 14 million to 19 million people not accounted for? What's up with that? Or was the black/brown birth rate that more accelerated than the white birth rate? The calculated median of 15 and 20 million would be 17.5 million. Divide it by 400 people, the largest slave vessels. That comes out to 43,750 trips. Can you show me a record where this many trips occurred, or the number of trips calculated by the so-called experts? Figures exist of 27,000, 35,000 voyages. The same thing happened with the Holocaust in Germany during World War II. 6 million people were supposedly killed, but there are not that many names referenced who died, totaling 6 million. In fact, the official story has reduced the number to under 1 million people. Stewart's synopsis lists these black native tribes: the Washita of the Louisiana/Midwest, the Yamasee of the Southeast, the Iroquois, the Cherokee Indians, the Blackfoot Indians, the Pequot and Mohegans of Connecticut, the Black Californians, Calafians. Cal in California literally means black, after the name of the great Mama Cali/Queen Califa. The Olmecs of Mexico, the Darionite of Panama. For 0.25 million African slaves shipped to Brazil and Mexico. The story goes, over the course of 300 years, from the 16th to the 19th centuries, Brazil imported around 4 million slaves, some 40% of the total transatlantic slave trade. The overwhelming majority came from the former Portuguese colony of Angola, located on the Atlantic coast of southern Africa. On July 9th, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, named Valongo Wharf a World Heritage Site, along with Northwest England's Lake District, the walled city of Ahmedabad in India, and the sacred Japanese island of Okinawa, which doesn't allow women on its shores. Of the new sites on the list, none has a darker past than Valongo Wharf. Built in 1811, the wharf functioned as South America's leading slave port. It was here that as many as 900,000 enslaved African men, women and children were held before being sold on the Brazilian slave market. Those who didn't survive the ordeal, who died after arriving at the wharf, were buried in mass graves nearby. Mexico claims African slaves as well. A total of 186,766 Africans were imported into Mexico during the 300 years of the Spanish slave trade. Looking at the appearance of modern Mexicans, it becomes clear that the NWO just made up the numbers without any proof or evidence of the veracity of these claims. There is no way 186,766,000 black-skinned Mongols could be responsible for the pigmented side of well over 100 million light and dark-skinned mestizos. The American Negro or Indian or Black Moor or Mongolian Tartarian is the oldest man on Earth. The oldest chromosome on Earth was found in a man from South Carolina and is unrelated to African lineages. There are more pyramids in the Americas than anywhere else. The Mayak, or Shi as in me, Shiko, conquered the Nile Valley, Arabia, Afghanistan, India, Vietnam, and Cambodia. The statues of Buddha are simply images of Osiris, the ruler, who conquered the known world in a remote epoch of human history. There are many sources the Old Testament takes place in the Americas. Mexico is the original land of the American Negro, who is the Olmec, Shi, Aztec, Toltec, etc. in North America. He is the Algonquin, Choctaw, Washita, Pequot, Wampanoag, Lenni, Lenape, Iroquois, etc. The Spanish and Portuguese captured and sold what they called Negro de Terra into European slave markets. The Dutch and English didn't even enter Africa until the late 1700s, yet slavery started in 1492. Columbus was a Portuguese Moor named Salvator Ferdinand Zarco, and many of the European monarchs in Europe were also Negroes who came to America as they were being pushed out of Europe by white European Catholics. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks and reduce them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas, the doctrine of discovery, and the Inquisition, and gave Catholic kingdoms the right to murder, rape, enslave, and torture all those not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. America is the Old World, and Columbus called his first voyage the Last Crusade to conquer the Holy Lands of Mexico and Peru, which means Per-Heru, or House of Heru, or Jerusalem, which became Jerusalem. It is also known as the Navel of the World. Teotihuacan means City of Tehuti or Thoth, and Tenochtitlan, which became Mexico City, means City of Enoch. Mexico is named for Moses, or Mexi like Moshe. The Old Testament contains volcanoes, corn, bears, and tobacco, all which are native to America. Utah is Utah and contains the city of Moab. The Great Salt Lake is the Dead Sea. There are more pyramids and megalithic structures in the Americas than anywhere else, including the Nile Valley. The NWO tells the story backwards. The Negro is the Indian or copper-colored indigenous people of the Americas. Who is actually a redskin? Many think black people are black, yet there are many shades of copper, which is the color of earth. If you look in old dictionaries, you will see that nigger and Indian were synonyms, and that colored is simply short for copper-colored. Why do you think they keep changing our titles from Indian to Negro to colored to African American? The Blackmore Negro is the most copied man on the earth. Toltecs, Mayans, Aztecs, etc. Most historians, anthropologists, and scholars refer to the Olmecs as the mother culture of pre-Hispanic Mexico. The presence of the Olmecs predates the Mayan civilization by more than 1,500 years and the Aztecs in Mexico by as many as 2,500 years, which would, indeed, make it the oldest pre-Columbian civilized society in Mesoamerica. Emerging from the jungles of Mexico's southernmost Gulf Coast, the Olmec influence spread through Central America and manifested itself in art, architecture, religious rituals, and other areas. There is enough evidence from architectural digs to support the idea that the Olmec civilization possessed several of the characteristics of a civilization: a social structure, a political structure, an economic structure, religion, and art. The Tollan of Aztec mythology was renowned for its sumptuous palaces and awe-inspiring buildings made from gold, jade, turquoise, and quetzal feathers. The city was also thought to have been flooded with wealth generated by the gifted Toltec craftsmen, highly skilled in metallurgy and pottery, so much so that their potters were said to have taught the clay to lie. Co. 156. And later Aztec metal workers and jewelers were even known as Tolteca. The Toltecs were also credited with mastering nature and producing huge maize crops and natural colored cotton of red, yellow, green, and blue. Unsurprisingly, following centuries of looting, no artifacts survived to attest this material wealth except indications that the Toltecs did do a major trade in obsidian, used for blades and arrowheads, which was mined from nearby Pachuca. The Olmec colossal heads are stone representations of human heads sculpted from large basalt boulders. They range in height from 1.17 to 3.4 meters, 3.8 to 11.2 feet, and weigh between 6 and 50 tons. The heads are a distinctive feature of the Olmec civilization of ancient Mesoamerica. All portray mature individuals with fleshy cheeks, flat noses, and slightly crossed eyes. Their physical characteristics correspond to a type that is still common among the inhabitants of Tabasco and Veracruz. The backs of the monuments often are flat. The boulders were brought from the Sierra de los Tuxtlas Mountains of Veracruz. Given that the extremely large slabs of stone used in their production were transported over large distances, over 150 kilometers or 93 miles, using horse and buggy, the monuments represent portraits of powerful individual Olmec rulers. Each of the known examples has a distinctive headdress. The heads were variously arranged in lines or groups at major Olmec centers, but the method and logistics used to transport the stone to these sites remain unclear. They all display distinctive headgear, and one theory is that these were worn as protective helmets, maybe worn for war or to take part in a ceremonial Mesoamerican ballgame. The last of the great Mesoamerican cultures were the Aztec. They were a Nahuatl-speaking people who in the 15th and early 16th centuries ruled a large empire in what is now central and southern Mexico. The Aztec are so called from the word Aztlan, white land, an allusion to their place of origin, possibly in northern Mexico. They were also called the Tanaka from a mythical ancestor, Tinnock, and the Mexica, probably from Metzlayapan, Moon Lake, the mystical name for Lake Texcoco. From Tanaka was derived the name of their great city, Tenochtitlan, and from Mexica came the name for the city that succeeded the Aztec capital and the surrounding valley. Mexico's second president and first and only black president, Guerrero, 1781, February 1831. He was a major military leader during Mexico's War for Independence, and as president ended slavery in his nation on September 15, 1829. Valley. This name was applied later to the whole Mexican nation. Check out the Tartaria dome in the image to the left. The influence of the Toltec civilization in Mexico can be seen as far away as the Yucatan, specifically at the sites of Chichen Itza and Mayapan. In the former set of ruins, we also see Atlantean figures at the Temple of the Warriors, but they are smaller in scale compared to the ones found at Tula. Archaeologists have debated for years about whether or not the sites identified as Toltec in the faraway Yucatan were just copying Tula, were colonies of the city, or were conquered by it. All can agree and plainly see the strong influence coming from the Toltecs, including the smaller Atlanteans. Whether a trading empire, influential kingdom city-state, or cultural movement, the Toltec ended with the fall of Tula to outside northern invaders sometime in the 12th century. Most of the living quarters around the ceremonial center were abandoned by 1150 AD, and there is evidence of a huge fire sweeping through the city at about this time. Dressed to the nines in 1900, the Tartarians were natty dressers and children, a far cry from the sweatsuit crowd of today. Even outings to the beach included suits and hats. Everyone wore hats, even the haberdashers. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Chapter 5. Flat Earth Tartarians. Earliest world map of Flat Earth, 1587. An extraordinary 60-sheet manuscript world map, made in 1587 by Urbano Mani, has been added to the David Rumsey Map Collection at Stanford University. At 10 foot square, This map, or planisphere, is the largest known early map of the world. It was hand-drawn by Monti in Milan, Italy, and only one other manuscript copy exists. The digitally joined 60-sheet map image below is the first time the map Monti made has been seen as one unified map, as Monti intended in the 430 years since it was created. Monti made his map to serve not only as a geographical tool, but also to show climate, customs, length of day, distances within regions, in other words, to create a universal scientific planisphere. In his dedication on Tavola XL, he specifies how to arrange the sheets of the planisphere and makes it explicit that the whole map was to be stuck on a wooden panel 5.5 brachia square, about 10 feet, so that it could be revolved around a central pivot or pin through the North Pole. This was never done, but now we can do it virtually. Monti's 60-sheet world map, digitally assembled into a 10-foot planisphere. Notice on these maps, there is a clear Northwest Passage ocean route right to both American coasts. If there were an easy marine route just 500 years ago, doesn't that make the premise that the Bering Strait land bridge as the only way to the Americas sound less plausible? Especially when you find out the Tartars were outgoing travelers by nature and possibly inherited some old empire technology that employed atmospheric etheric energy, that would enable them to set up house wherever they landed. In this incredibly detailed map, you will find that the Knights Templars were meeting with Tartarians, that there existed griffins, centaurs, flying turtles, unicorns, and other exotic animals. If this map is an accurate depiction of Flat Earth in 1587, that means that these creatures were not mythical at all, but really existed. In 1998, the Cloisters, the Museum of Medieval Art in Upper Manhattan, began a renovation of the room where the 7 tapestries known as the Hunt of the Unicorn hang. The unicorn tapestries are considered by many to be the most beautiful tapestries in existence. They are also among the great works of art of any kind. In the tapestries, richly dressed noblemen, accompanied by hunters and hounds, pursue a unicorn through forested landscapes. They find the animal, appear to kill it, and bring it back to a castle. In the last and most famous panel, the unicorn in captivity, the unicorn is shown bloody but alive, chained to a tree surrounded by a circular fence in a field of flowers. The tapestries are 12 feet tall and up to 14 feet wide, except for one, which is in fragments. They were woven from threads of dyed wool and silk, some of them gilded or wrapped in silver, around 1500, probably in Brussels or Liege, for an unknown person or persons, and for an unknown reason, possibly to honor a wedding. A monogram made from the letters A and E is woven into the scenery in many places. No one knows what it stands for. The tapestry's meaning is mysterious. The unicorn was a symbol of many things in the Middle Ages, including Christianity, immortality, wisdom, lovers, marriage. For centuries, the tapestries were in the possession of the La Rochefoucauld family of France. In 1922, John D. Rockefeller, Jr. bought them for just over $1 million, and in 1937, he gave them to the Cloisters. Their monetary value today is incalculable. The Monti maps also include outer world drawings which dovetail nicely with many ancient geocentric theocosmologies. You can see images of unicorns, female-headed creatures, lions and lizards, flying turtles and centaurs, half human, half horse. It is very likely that these creatures existed and the Tartarians possessed cloning skills more advanced than today. Chapter 6. Energy Star Forts. Angola, Azores, Belarus, Belgium, Bermuda, Brazil, Canada, Chile, China, Croatia, Cuba, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, India, Iran, Italy, Japan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Latvia, Lithuania, Malaysia, Malta, Mexico, Morocco, Netherlands, Norway, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Romania, Russia, Serbia, Slovakia, South Africa, Spain, Sri Lanka, Suriname, Sweden, Taiwan, Turkey, United Kingdom, USA, Uruguay, Venezuela, Vietnam. Fort Jefferson, Florida Keys. Largest brick masonry structure in the Americas and is composed of over 16 million bricks. Over 319 star forts are listed on starfort.com. The first star forts are said to have been built as early as the early 1500s, exactly when the Romanovs were setting about conquering vast areas of Tartary. According to historians, star forts, or bastion forts, were built as they maximized defensiveness against cannonball impacts and offered better protection and better views of the battlefield for those inside the fort. The Tartarians created star forts and star cities as a vibrational frequency ecosystem to provide a sense of joy and harmony amongst the community. The star cities are their own self-contained environment. Star forts are structures that are built with sacred geometric patterns that represents the cosmos metaphysically or symbolically, a microcosm of the universe. In understanding a star city, we need to define the elements of what makes up this type of city. There are 5 key elements that lead us to discover the Tartaria civilization. The remains of a large lake. Long channels, Venice, Italy. Stone bridges of unusual shape, allowing for large vessels to pass. London Bridge. Stone streets, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, etc. Baths, Turkish, Hungarian, etc. All these features were part of the infrastructure that leveraged water to produce a magnetic frequency that was absorbed by the design of the structure and emitted itself back into the environment as breathable air. The frequency and vibration created the energy euphoria of joy and harmony. While most of these are in Europe, there is also evidence of Shanghai, China being originally a star city. Star forts of energy, frequency, and vibration. Sound is vibration in the ether. Vibrations affect, disturb, excite all magnetic fields they can reach, including fields around our bodies. Different frequencies of sound vibrations have different effects on our bodies and minds. Good vibes, bad vibes. Cymatics show us the geometrical shapes magnetic fields take when exposed to vibrations. In that context, star forts shapes most likely represent the beneficial effects of the area when exposed to the right frequency of sound vibrations. I also think they are a way to create an energy environment that is fractal and life-enhancing. Most star forts are near or around water. As Mr. Moto proved with frozen water, different frequencies create the same type of star fort pattern. Again, we see sacred geometry patterns in water in the same shape as the star forts. Coincidence? Or were star forts filled with incredible healing abilities to all who lived inside the walls? That star forts were built for protection against invading armies are absurd on its premise. The shape was not ideally defensible since invaders could position themselves next to cornered walls and not be seen by those inside. The design was not conducive for protection from those inside. Here we see the same effects with Dr. Emoto's structured water imagery. Over 90 star forts in the USA were built in the 1850s alone, so the story goes. There were tons of different names created to describe these buildings. Ancient Roman, Gothic, Renaissance, Baroque, Neoclassical, etc. There is one thing in common between all those buildings, and normally it sounds like this. They do not build like this anymore. And they do not. Of course, some of our construction companies are capable of building such detailed structures. Renovation and restoration orders have to be fulfilled, after all, but cost-effectiveness is probably the key here. This is a very reasonable and prone to our understanding explanation, especially when you consider that some of the floor plans included 13 16-foot ceilings and similar-sized doors. Seeing these old buildings, we rarely think about architectural work put into designing them. And obviously, there was no computer-aided design programs back in the day. It was a drawing board, a pencil, and an eraser. We do not think about those builders of the old not having any building and construction equipment of today. Granted, at some point, a railroad was introduced, and some of those buildings were constructed not far from a body of water. At the same time, quite a few were built with no luxury of railroads and ports. Do we wonder who made thousands of windows in the 18th, 17th, 19th century, or where mountains of bricks, block-shaped stones, came from? Where roofing materials came from? Or who sculptured those stairwell posts, making them identical? And the so-called human resources. Below is an example list of the construction-related positions of today. Clearly not all of those positions were required back in the day. At the same time, this list does not represent all the positions required to build a complex structure. This is just to get the point across. Architect. Apprentice. assistant project manager, building inspector, carpenter, civil engineer, concrete laborers, construction assistant, construction coordinator, construction engineer, foreman, manager, construction superintendent/supervisor, construction workers, contract administrator, contract manager, crane operator, drywall finisher, drywall installer, estimator, electrician, equipment operator, field engineer, framing carpenter, general laborer, inspector, iron worker, joiner, laborer, master electrician, master plumber, painter, pipe fitter, planner, plumber, purchasing coordinator, project manager, roofer, safety manager, scheduler, signal worker, site manager, superintendent, surveyor, welder. In other words, it is impossible to build anything of that magnitude without infrastructure and trained, skilled construction workers of various positions. The Europe clearly had a century or two head start on the rest of the world. But the so-called colonial expansion produced such ridiculous amounts of these buildings, I struggle to find any conventional explanation. Tens of thousands of similar styles popped up all over the world within a very short period of time, very often in places where any thought of an appropriate infrastructure would be ludicrous. The Industrial Revolution did not fully kick in until 1830s-1840s, according to Eric Hobsbawm. Europe's colonial expansion, 1820-1939, is being described as follows. European countries began exploring and seeking to dominate the rest of the world during the 15th and 16th centuries, thanks to their ability to control sea routes and to the discovery of the American continent. In the 19th century, energized by the Industrial Revolution and under pressure from a rapidly growing population, Europe launched a new period of colonial expansion, inspired by the discovery of new markets, new areas for the settlement of Europe's poor migrants, and the desire to civilize the barbarian nations. One additional thing to consider is that the world population in 1900 was 78% less than it is today, and I assume not everyone was a construction worker. Chapter 7. Love and Healing Centers. Tiergarten, Germany. Animal Healing Center for the World. This excellent analysis provided by Marcia Ramalho at the Blue. The Berlin Zoo gathers the most expressive collection of animal and vegetable species from around the world. There are 1,380 species, animals, in an aquarium, surrounded by 35 hectares of vegetation. The zoo is within the Tiergarten Park, situated opposite the Reichstag Dome, and has in its center the Victory Column, in granite studded with bronze ornaments. Large domes, towers, and columns are always associated with ether energy production. It is likely that Tartaria has designated Berlin Tiergarten to save almost extinct species in a world that slowly came out of total chaos and sudden climate change. Janie Benson's observation of the numbered trees in Berlin Tiergarten Park fits into this hypothesis. Tiergarten may have been a magnificent Noah's Ark endowed with atmospheric energy, where all species were classified to be saved. The building surrounded by 8 minarets that Natasha saw in the Tiergarten and to which she ascribes the secret of such happiness, continues to secretly store atmospheric energy produced by Victory Column, associated with the Reichstag Dome. And what happens today in the Central Park of Berlin for the benefit of humans and animals was carried out in the past throughout the world from the beginning of our real history. The Caroline history dates back to the first kings of Prussia, Frederick I and II, of the Hohenzollern dynasty. Wikipedia claims that the German zoo was opened in 1844, but on this date, Germany did not exist and much less had central government. There was only one confederation with 22 small monarchies and 17 other states that spoke German. The Tiergarten Park and its palace belonged to the Tartary civilization. With the defeat of Tartary and the creation of Germany, the palace was demolished, and the Reichstag was erected by the will of the character Bismarck. But then I saw minarets of a mosque, and I imagined that this was what you were talking about. Is it atmospheric energy? It is in that building that giraffes currently live. If it generated energy, I had no way of knowing, but I am a witness of the extraordinary happiness that was there. There is something in Berlin that is wonderful, and I want to go back there. I want to breathe that air again. This is the surprising testimony of American Janie Benson, who may be associated with the legendary paradise of the Atlanteans, Titans, and their descendants of the lost Tartarian, Tartary civilization. In this civilization of the past, magical properties of atmospheric energy and resonances of the electromagnetic field harmonized, healed, prolonged life, and increased the stature of men and animals. The Tiergarten Park is located opposite the Reichstag Dome and has in its center the Victory Column, in red granite studded with bronze ornaments. Large domes, towers, and columns are always associated with the production of atmospheric energy. The top of the coil inside the Reichstag Dome, and it is protected by mirrors. And the tip of the coil is in the hall below the mirrored part. It seems to have been made with the purest copper, and its shape copies the top of the old power plants of the East. This may explain the happiness that reigns in the park and in the whole city. Berlin was one of the gigantic star fortress, bastion fort, of Tartary. With its walls and high technology, Berlin was part of the world energy grid, and the old magic may still be present in the air. At the Berlin Zoo, visitors and animals are also given the benefit of the magic sound of bells. In the park, there is a rare carillon installed at 42 meters high, which houses 68 bells of 48 tons and is the fourth in the world in number of bells. Concerts in the park with the historic carillon take place every Sunday at 3 p.m. from May to September. The vibration of bronze, associated with the ethereal electromagnetic current, has a high harmonizing and healing power. Carillon Tower bells comprise 68 bells weighing a total of 48 metric tons, almost 106,000 pounds, connected to a keyboard spanning 5.5 fully chromatic octaves. The largest bell weighs 7.8 tons, almost 17,200 pounds. The carillon history dates back to the first king of Prussia, Frederick I, of the Hohenzollern dynasty. Wikipedia claims that the German zoo was inaugurated in 1844, but on this date Germany did not exist and much less had a central government. There was only one confederation with 22 small monarchies and 17 other states that spoke German. The Tiergarten Garden and its palace belonged to a Tartar aristocrat. With the defeat and unification of Germany in 1870, the palace was demolished and the Reichstag was erected by Bismarck's will. In 1844, the world was recovering from the catastrophe that killed billions of humans, animals, and plants between the years 1812 and 1840. It is likely that the Tartar aristocrat assigned his garden to save almost extinct species in a world that was slowly emerging from a nuclear winter and total chaos. Janie Benson's observation of the numbered trees in Berlin fits into this hypothesis. The Elephant House of the Berlin Zoo, built 1879. Tiergarten may have been a Noah's Ark endowed with atmospheric energy, where all species were classified to be saved. The building, surrounded by 8 slender spires, which Janie photographed in the Tiergarten and to which she ascribes the secret of such happiness, continues to secretly store atmospheric energy produced by the Victory Column, associated with the transparent Reichstag Dome. And what happens today in the Central Park of Berlin for the benefit of humans and animals was carried out throughout the world by the pre-Tartary civilization from the beginning of our real history. Cymatic gardens to heal the soul. Would certain high or low frequencies help plants and medicinal herbs grow? Are castles really the hospitals of the star civilization? Mind, body, soul? I think the gardens were not for elites, they were for the public originally. Hexagons, octagons, pentagons, polygons, rectangles, triangles, a whole lot of sacred geometry going on. Folks, the healing resonance of churches using cymatics in sacred spaces. There is ample evidence that points to the architects of these cathedrals having knowledge of cymatics, and possibly the healing power of sound long before modern scientists did. Choirs, pipe organs, and the architecture itself may have literally been healing church attendees for centuries. The subtle energy of spaces is not limited to churches either. Every natural and man-made structure emits its own subtle energetic frequency that we are inadvertently influenced by. Cymatics, you ask. Simply put, The term cymatics was coined by Hans Jenny in the 1970s as a way of describing how to visualize sound. Up until recently, the only method of seeing sound was by taking a violin bow and rubbing it along a metal plate that was covered in sand. The sand, or salt, moves around on the plate, eventually settling into a shape that's representative of a resonating frequency. Ms. Tanya Harris visited various churches around Europe and recorded the silence of each church for 7 or so minutes, and then played the recordings back while recording the sound again to gain an amplified recording. Once she attained an audible sample, she created her own cymatic device and played the sound through light and water to observe the patterns created by the frequency of each church. The results were nothing less than astonishing. The patterns produced resembled the classic stained glass rose windows typically found in cathedrals. The resonant frequency of one church even displayed a 5-pointed star that was in proportion with the golden ratio. Scientific research is verifying the cymatics' healing power of sonic frequencies. Professor Sungshil Ji of Rutgers University conducted an experiment that concluded that red blood cells exposed to classical music had a significantly improved lifespan in comparison with blood cells that sat in silence. Because our bodies are made of liquid, the beautiful patterns made through the resonance of music and sound create healing patterns within us. As evidenced by Tanya Harris's experiments, not all sounds need even be audible. Simply by being near spaces or objects of noble resonance is enough to receive the amazing properties of subtle waves that contribute to the body's well-being. The power of subtle frequencies is part of the inspiration behind our technologies, and many subtle energy programs come with audio files for maximum efficacy. Have you ever felt healed by music? Let us know in the official Subtle Energy Sciences online community. Sound creates wave-like patterns around us. We see that in crop circles, stone circles in South Africa, in nature, and in art, all the way back to the Egyptians. Nature itself. This is a stone tablet which engraves the frozen music of a church and reflects its very vibration. The result is really amazing. Sound excites matter into geometric forms, which coincide with the golden ratio. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we're the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather. Comedian Bill Hicks. Sacred geometry involves sacred universal patterns used in the design of everything in our reality, most often seen in architecture, art, and nature. The basic belief is that geometry and mathematical ratios, harmonics and proportion are also found in music, light, cosmology. It is the invisible patterns that animate our physical world, much as spiritual traditions believe that the soul animates the body. Shapes, patterns, and visual compositions have the capacity to seduce our eyes while captivating our imagination. Whether from masterful works of art or in nature, this entrancement can be so emotionally moving and awe-inspiring that people naturally associate it with transcendence, the supernatural, or spiritual. Beneath these patterns are relationships that can be measured, numbered, replicated, and defined. This mathematical, yet esoteric realm of inquiry and observation, known as sacred geometry, will enlighten and mystify you while inviting you to change the way you look at the world. The magnificent Opus healing pipe organs. Once upon a time when the temples of free energy architecture were used to raise man, the organs were used as a harmony bomb. The songs were tuned and played at sacred healing tone of 528 megahertz. It was not allowed to change the frequency of the earth using, for example, 440 megahertz, which divided by 12 equals 36.666. This frequency disharmonizes humanity, leaving beings agitated, angry, and sick, and that was not allowed. So, at the correct frequency, there were regenerating concert halls, where people recharged themselves with pleasant music while buildings collected the energy of the ether. Chapter 9. Impossible engineering. The USA Canal System. The Intracoastal Waterway is a 3,000-mile, 4,800 kilometers, inland waterway along the Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico coasts of the United States, running from Boston, Massachusetts, southward along the Atlantic seaboard and around the southern tip of Florida, then following the Gulf Coast to Brownsville, Texas. being a part of the Intracoastal Waterway. The Chesapeake and Delaware Canal, C&D Canal, is a 14-mile, 22.5 kilometers, long, 450 foot, 137.2 m, wide and 35 foot, 10.7 m, deep ship canal that connects the Delaware River with the Chesapeake Bay in the states of Delaware and Maryland. Baltimore to Philadelphia, Maryland to Pennsylvania, United States. Completed 1829. In the mid-17th century, Augustine Hermann, a mapmaker and Prague native who had served as an envoy for the Dutch, observed that two great bodies of water, the Delaware River and Chesapeake Bay, were separated only by a narrow strip of land. Hermann proposed that a waterway be built to connect the two. In 1802, following actions by the legislatures of Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, the Chesapeake and Delaware Canal Company was incorporated, with merchant and banker Joseph Tatnall as president. More surveys followed, and in 1804, construction of the canal began under Benjamin Latrobe. The work included 14 locks to connect the Christina River in Delaware with the Elk River at Welch Point, Maryland, but the project was halted 2 years later for lack of funds. The Erie Canal, the original canal, was 363 miles long and was built between 1817 and 1825, approximately 8 years. Completed at an average rate of 1 mile every 8 days, or 192 hours, the project required vast numbers of trees to be cleared despite a lack of modern machinery. It involved numerous complicated aqueducts, locks, and the excavation of the Niagara Escarpment, all accomplished using oxen and an Irish workforce. The endeavor was organized by judges with no prior civil engineering experience, as there were no civil engineers in the United States at the time, and dynamite was not invented until 1867. That the Great Loop. The Great Loop is a system of waterways encompassing the eastern portion of the United States and part of Canada. It consists of both natural and man-made waterways, including the Atlantic and Gulf Intracoastal Waterways, the Great Lakes, the Rideau Canal, the Mississippi River, and the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway. The entire loop is approximately 6,000 miles, 9,700 kilometers, long. The first recorded instance of someone completing the Great Loop was achieved by 3 boys in a sailboat during the 1890s. The Great Wall of China. Questions remain regarding how and why the Great Wall was built, as well as its true purpose. Although the Tartarian Mongols and the Chinese were enemies, the Great Wall was easily scalable and penetrable, challenging the assertion that it was constructed purely for defense. Marco Polo wrote an extensive account of Asia in the 13th and 14th centuries without mentioning a wall, and the structure does not appear on maps predating the late 1600s. Much of its construction occurred in the 1700s to keep the encroaching Chinese out of Tartaria, with openings positioned on the northern side, facing former Tartary rather than the southern side, facing China. The official narrative states that the wall was built for defensive purposes to protect the region from invaders. Initial construction began during the Qin dynasty between 221 and 207 BC. Work continued during the Han dynasty, but ceased around AD 220, languishing for a millennium until resuming in 1115 due to the threat of Genghis Khan. During the Ming dynasty, 1368 to 1644, the wall was reinforced with stone and brick. Despite its size, invaders frequently breached it. The Mongols rode through gaps, and the Manchus later overtook the Ming dynasty after General Wu Sengye opened the gates. During the Han dynasty, Zhang Qian opened the Silk Road trade route connecting to India, Persia, Greece, and Rome. Trade flourished, and conflicts with the Huns were fought along the Silk Road to maintain control of the passage. After the Mongols gained power in 1271, Kublai Khan removed most toll gates to ease travel and welcomed Marco Polo, granting him free passage. Historically, Tartars ruled over North China longer than the Chinese. The Mongols, 1260 to 1368, were the first Tartars to rule all of China and West Asia, while the Manchus, 1644 to 1912, effectively ruled China, Manchuria, Mongolia, and portions of Turkestan, Tibet, and Nepal. An archaeological survey using modern technology concluded that the Ming dynasty walls measure 8,850 kilometers, 5,500 miles, consisting of 6,259 kilometers, 3,889 miles, of actual wall, 359 kilometers, 223 miles, of trenches, and 2,232 kilometers, 1,387 miles, of natural defensive barriers. Construction materials ranged from rammed earth and mud brick to rough and worked stone. The Conquest of China by the Tartars, written in 1659 by Juan de Palafox y Mendoza. The history of the conquest of China by the Tartars details the religion, manners, and customs of both nations. Chapters 25 through 32 outline Tartar spiritualism, military strategies, clothing, affinity for the sciences, and political structure. The Tartars had no organized religion or polytheistic deities, believing instead in a single creator, and held their priest class in low regard. During military campaigns, they preferred living in tents over settling in towns, though they constructed pagodas for religious purposes. While not focused on formal scholarship themselves, they encouraged the conquered Chinese to continue their scientific pursuits. Tartars typically had red or black hair, shaved their heads while maintaining bushy beards, and allowed women to ride horses unescorted and participate in military roles. Expert horsemen, they treated their horses like family members. Although originally hesitant towards seafaring due to their origin on the steppes, those who learned naval navigation acquired the skill rapidly upon conquering China. While rumors accused the Tartars of extreme brutality and cannibalism, historical accounts dismissed these claims as exaggerations of a fierce, highly disciplined warrior culture. The inner city walls of Beijing, the inner walls of Beijing, were heavily fortified to keep Tartarians out of the city. Maps created after the fall of the Qing dynasty and the founding of the Republic of China retained the original section names. The upper section was named the Tartar City, as it was reserved for the Manchu rulers of the Qing dynasty. The lower section was known as the Outer City, where Chinese residents lived and operated businesses serving the imperial household. The wall stood for nearly 530 years before being demolished in 1965 to construct the Second Ring Road and Line 2 of the Beijing subway. When and why the Great Wall was built, an alternative perspective. While conventional history places the origin of the Great Wall in the 3rd century BC as a defense against northern nomads, an alternative hypothesis suggests it was built as a political boundary defining the border between China and Russia, Mongol Tartary. Defending a wall spanning thousands of kilometers against military attacks would be impractical. Instead, its primary purpose was to mark an agreed-upon frontier to prevent territorial disputes. The wall precisely follows the 40th parallel, matching the historical border labeled Muraille de la Chine on old French maps. Written Russian-Chinese agreements from earlier eras make no mention of an existing border wall, indicating that construction likely took place during the 17th century and concluded around 1620 or later. Prior to the 17th century, Russia and China formed a single unified empire under the Horde, eliminating the need for a physical border. The boundary became necessary following the time of troubles in Russia, the fall of the Russian Horde dynasty, and the rise of the Romanovs, who reoriented the country toward Western influence. This shift led to the fragmentation of the empire, independence for China, and subsequent border conflicts that required the erection of a physical wall. The Grand Canal of China. The Grand Canal of China is the world's oldest and longest canal, outspanning both the Suez and Panama Canals. Extending 1,795 kilometers, 1,114 miles, with 24 locks, 60 bridges, and an elevation change of 138 feet, it reached Beijing by 1633. The waterway transformed China from a collection of distinct regional cultures into a unified nation by facilitating trade, governance, communication, and the establishment of a standardized language and writing system. Subterranean structures, tubes, and tunnels. Historical accounts describe ancient civilizations carving out massive underground reservoirs and holding facilities using basic hand tools, though questions persist as to whether these spaces functioned as energy harvesting and power storage units. A 1928 cutaway diagram of London's Piccadilly Tube Station illustrates advanced subterranean engineering alongside elaborate above-ground architecture. Historical infrastructure projects consistently display high levels of craftsmanship and aesthetic detail. In 1870, descriptions of early pneumatic transit noted that passengers descended to platforms flanked by twin statues of Mercury, symbol of speed, before entering whitewashed tunnels labeled pneumatic transit. Compressed air propelled the tubular carriages down the tracks to in Washington, D.C. Ventilation tunnels were built beneath the Capitol in 1865, followed by connecting tunnels to the Library of Congress in 1896. Before the invention of the modern escalator in the 1890s, early underground transit concepts utilized rotating spiral staircases, known as spinners, to transport passengers between street-level and subway platforms. Quinta da Regaleira, Portugal. The Quinta da Regaleira estate, also known as the Palace of Montero the Millionaire, features a palace and chapel decorated with frescoes, stained glass, and detailed stucco work. The grounds contain lakes, grottos, fountains, and an extensive subterranean tunnel system connecting to two spiraling structures known as the initiation wells, or inverted towers. Built with winding staircases laden with Masonic, Rosicrucian, and Hermetic symbolism, the primary well contains 9 platforms referencing the 9 circles of hell, 9 levels of purgatory, and 9 skies of paradise from Dante's Divine Comedy. A secondary structure, the unfinished well, uses straight staircases connecting ring-shaped landings configured according to Masonic geometry. Historic libraries established in 1602 as Oxford University's main library. The Bodleian Library is among the oldest in Europe, housing over 11 million items, including 4 original copies of the Magna Carta, a Gutenberg Bible, and a 1623 Shakespeare First Folio. The Vatican Library in Rome, formally established in 1475 under the jurisdiction of the Catholic Church, traces its roots to early antiquity. Its collections contain more than 1.1 million books, 75,000 manuscripts, and over 8,500 incunabula. Transferred electricity and wireless technology. Thomas Edison developed core technologies in electric power distribution, mass communication, sound recording, and motion pictures. In 1880, he founded the Edison Illuminating Company, opening the Pearl Street Station in New York City in 1882 to supply 110 volts of direct current, DC, to customers in Lower Manhattan. He also established a steam generating station at Holborn Viaduct in London and an overhead wire system in Roselle, New Jersey. However, DC power was limited to a 1-mile transmission radius, creating service gaps that alternating current, AC, providers later filled. Nikola Tesla developed the polyphase AC system, encompassing alternating current generators, transformers, transmission lines, and motors. Holding over 325 patents, Tesla pursued wireless energy transmission after demonstrating in 1890 that vacuum tubes could be illuminated wirelessly through the air. By 1900, he detailed plans for global wireless power distribution and communications networks. Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower in New Jersey stood 186 feet tall, with a 120-foot deep shaft and iron pipes driven 300 feet into the ground. Designed to tap into the Earth's natural telluric currents and transmit ultra-low frequencies, ULF. The facility aimed to provide wireless power worldwide. In 1901, Guglielmo Marconi achieved transatlantic radio transmission between Cornwall, England, and Signal Hill, Newfoundland. By 1915, wireless cell and transmission towers were being constructed across the United States. Atmospheric energy and architecture. Lightning involves the breakdown of air insulation between opposing atmospheric charges, sending a stepped leader of negative ions toward the ground before a high-energy return stroke occurs. Research into laser-induced plasma channels, LIPC, explores using ultra-short laser pulses to direct atmospheric electrical discharges safely toward ground stations. Historical research into atmospheric energy suggests that copper domes, spires, obelisks, and cathedral towers were originally built to collect and distribute free electromagnetic energy. Examples of such architectural power distribution systems include the Prambanan Temple Complex in Indonesia, originally arranged with 240 energy stations in a mandala pattern, the Taj Mahal, Hagia Sophia, the Pantheon, and the Crystal Palace. Large pipe organs, such as the one in Yale University's Wolsey Hall, generated acoustic resonance designed to interact with electromagnetic fields inside these structures. Modern skyscrapers, including the Petronas Towers, Taipei 101, and the Burj Khalifa, as well as high-altitude broadcast towers continue to utilize atmospheric potential. Built with granite and geopolymeric concrete containing conductive quartz crystals to maximize structural longevity and energy extraction, the towers of the WTC were obsolete, and so they fell to the ground. The demolition dust caused 70,000 cases of cancer. Insurers paid $4.55 billion for the old tower's pulverization. The new antenna looks much more powerful. Throughout the world, the technology of energy extraction through the atmosphere still works perfectly in castles, buildings, palaces, kiosks, fountains, mosques, greenhouses, fortresses, towers, and cathedrals that kept the old technological apparatus intact. This apparatus includes elaborate roof grids and small window-like openings, metal ornaments in the four corners of buildings, pointed antennae with balls, metals embedded in masonry and geopolymeric concrete, spires, roofs and copper ornaments, and structural foundations in iron, among others. Just like in today's skyscrapers. Since the beginning of civilization, world architecture is dedicated to extracting energy from the ether. The bastion forts, Star Fortress, destroyed by the 12 Olympians, were the first power plants. The world architecture for extraction of atmospheric energy through domes and towers is a product of the Aryan Tartar civilization. This architecture undergoes slight changes and influences according to the local culture, but maintains the basic principles. Counterfeit history has transformed powerful Tartary energy stations into tombs or temples, and royal palaces and mosques, or destroyed them. After British set fire to Washington in 1812 and bankers took over the United States from 1913, the old Tatar power station near Central Park was turned into a mosque and baptized in Hebrew, the language created in the 19th century as God is with us. And pyramid-shaped power stations were called mausoleums and tombs, or hidden with vegetation like the dozens of Chinese pyramids. Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas had the same architecture for the extraction of atmospheric energy. Ottoman, Byzantine, Great Tartaria, or Ross Empire. Many names for a single high civilization that is present both in the throne hall of the Grand Kremlin Palace of Moscow, as in the Library of Congress in Washington. Rare photographs show that in 1940 the atmospheric energy still worked openly in some places. Power plants have in their interior metal spheres where the toroidal coil works. Perhaps the mass damper of the Taipei Tower has this function. Modern towers are already built with the domes themselves, and they are positioned below the pole that rises to the contact with the ether. A lookout can distract visitors' attention on the tower's true architectural significance. Not by chance, this metal sphere represents the favorite geometric object of Tesla, reports Wikipedia. It is displayed in a museum in Belgrade with the ashes of the pseudo-inventor. The dark eminences that created the Tesla myth, like many others, have a great sense of humor, and they appreciate leaving evidence of their frauds in the most unforeseen places. The technology of electromagnetic energy extraction is the same for 7,000 years as witnessed by the Gothic towers, 11th century Hindu and Chinese pagodas, the African clay mosque, or the pinnacle studded with metal staples of the old Cathedral of Salamanca of the 12th century, whose design is perfectly reproduced in the contemporary Jean Mao Tower in Shanghai. Copper extracting and processing was not easy, even today. To remove the ore, boring machinery is used to drill holes into the hard rock, and explosives are inserted into the drill holes to blast and break the rock. The resulting boulders are then ready for hauling. Specialized haul trucks, conveyors, trains, and shuttle cars can all be used to haul the ore from the blasting site to the processing site. The size of the equipment needed to haul the tons and tons of ore is gigantic. Most ores are then sent through a primary crusher, which is typically located very close to or sometimes in the pit. This primary crusher reduces the size of the ore from boulder to golf ball-sized rocks. Oxide ores are generally processed using hydrometallurgy. This process uses aqueous, water-based, solutions to extract and purify copper from copper oxide ores at ordinary temperatures, usually in 3 steps: heap leaching, solvent extraction, and electrowinning. Bent, Michigan, California, and Wales, Orme copper mines. The massive copper mines. This 3,500-year-old copper mine lies beneath a hillside in Great Orme, Wales. The mine, deemed the largest prehistoric copper mine in the world, is estimated to have produced enough copper to make nearly 2,000 tons of bronze. One archaeologist dubbed it the Stonehenge of copper mining because of its historical grandeur. The fusion of copper with tin created the bronze that allowed Europe to enter into the modernity that had existed for a long time in Eurasia. This is also the origins of the country Brit tin. The ancient maze of passageways was discovered in 1987 during a landscaping scheme. Over 5 miles of tunnels, passageways, and caverns wind throughout 9 different subterranean levels. At its deepest, the mine stretches down to about 230 feet below ground. Some of the tunnels are so narrow it's believed they were carved by children no more than 5 years old. There were over 30,000 animal bones found scattered throughout the maze of passageways. Bronze Age workers created the mine by using stone hammers and tools made from animal bones. However, some of the animal remains discovered inside may have been put there as part of some sort of ritual. There were also hundreds of Bronze Age artifacts, such as tools and even human fingerprints. The massive mines were abandoned sometime around 600 BC until the Romans reopened them for a brief stint centuries later. They opened again in the late 17th century, but again, the mine became abandoned shortly after. Now, people can once again enter the mines and embark upon a self-guided tour of the narrow, dark tunnels. The high civilization Tartarian extracted electromagnetic energy from the ether through star fortress complexes with power stations, domes, towers, minarets, bridges, and obelisks, and used the very high thermal and electrical conductivity of copper. The Tartarian people mined Keweenaw copper at Michigan, U.S., to provide raw material for domes and coils throughout the world. Its fusion with tin created the bronze that allowed primitive Europe to enter into the modernity that had existed for a long time in territories of Tartaria. Yes, the U.S. native Tartars extracted copper and shipped it to Europe. Copper has been mined since the beginning of human history. Finnish Phoenician people, Phoenicians, mined copper in New World, America, and Cornwall. Copper ingots used in the Middle East and Europe complex were mined and molted in facilities in the Americas. According to American Indian oral tradition, copper was mined by red-haired, white-skinned marine men who came from across the sea. And mines of Almaden in Spain, Huancavelica in Peru, and New Almaden in California provided the mercury. Wikipedia. The earliest substantiated and dated evidence of metalworking in the Americas was the processing of copper in Wisconsin, near Lake Michigan. Copper was hammered until brittle, then heated so it could be worked some more. Ancient civilizations knew of 7 metals: iron, tin, lead, copper, mercury, silver, and gold. And iron foundries were the backbone of the world industry until they disappeared in the Great Catastrophe. Everything already existed, and in a much more advanced way. From 7,000 years ago to the 1900s, people mined copper at Copper Harbor, Michigan, to provide raw material for domes and coils throughout the world. There were also extensive copper mines located in California, including a large mine now buried under Shasta Lake, and still to this day a city named Copper City in Glenn County, California. Kennett Copper Mine was an important copper mining town in Northern California, United States, until it was flooded by Shasta Lake while Shasta Dam was being constructed. Kennett is submerged under approximately 400 feet of water, depending on the lake level. It was the largest, most important mining town in the area outside of Redding and Shasta. The copper deposits, which have been actively mined and smelted since 1895, are found in a number of districts in Shasta County, California. Among the more prominent mines are the Iron Mountain, Bully Hill, Mammoth, and Balaclava. The production of copper in 1917 was missing number pounds. Copperopolis, California, 1860 to the end of World War II. Copperopolis has been directly related to and affected by the extraction and production of copper ore. In the early years, ore was transported in bags of burlap and jute to Stockton by pack animals, and from there shipped by riverboat to San Francisco, where it was reloaded and sent by sailing ship around Cape Horn to Atlantic ports in Swansea, Wales, to be smelted and refined. After the completion of Reed's Turnpike, however, teamsters hauled the ore, which amounted to more than 1.5 million pounds in a 6-day period in 1865. by the early 1900s or was transported by the steam engines of the Mountain Traction Company over a separate traction road to the railhead at Milton for transshipment to Stockton, California. By 1861, there were over 28 business establishments in town, a number that grew to over 90 advertised in the Copperopolis Courier in the period from 1865-1867. The center of town was destroyed in a conflagration in 1867, and, with the cessations of the Civil War and the need for copper for shell casings, was never completely rebuilt. Skyscrapers are energy harvesters. But this is the past. Today, the atmospheric energy is extracted by skyscrapers like the Petronas, Taipei, Burj Khalifa, by towers on top of hills, roofs of buildings, or through radio and TV broadcast towers such as Ostankino Tower, Oriental Pearl, Jinmao, Shanghai, or Tianjin. And this energy is no longer free or clean, besides being expensive. Skyscrapers are modern power plants and work in conjunction with metal structures of bridges whose iron is in contact with water and has spheres that may contain many coils and mercury in the upper part. The Empire State and the Manhattan Bridge were built by the Tartarians long before 1900, just like the Tour Eiffel. By 1953, at least, the invading Romanovs had built nothing in cities around the world, just destroyed. All buildings erected until the 1950s belonged to the Tartary civilization. It was only from the 1960s that poor and ugly buildings, crates of the new civilization, would begin to be erected. Photographs that purport to show the construction of the Empire State Building are false and are nothing more than photomontages overlapping high-quality glass negatives with photos of some wood boards and false workers in the foreground. Skyscrapers are modern powerhouses. When Tartarian plans to erect the Empire State Building began to be drawn, the goal was to capture enough energy to illuminate Lake Ontario, Vermont, Buffalo, Albany, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. This objective is registered on the aluminum plate in the hall of the building built by the Tartary civilization. Buildings built by Tartaria around the world continue to draw atmospheric energy to the invaders until today. Tower spires all over the world provided connectivity to the ether for free wireless energy access. Maybe these still do. Free energy wireless poles and lamps. Look ma, no wires. Telephones were wired, but energy was wireless. The round Druid Energy Towers of Ireland. Philip S. Callahan, Ph.D., schooled as an entomologist, was stationed in Ireland as a radio technician during World War II. He has written 2 books dealing specifically with his discoveries there of the seemingly magical properties of the ancient Irish round towers and of certain rocks and rock powders. Titled Nature's Silent Music and Paramagnetism, Rediscovering Nature's Secret Force of Growth, Dr. Callahan explains that a particle moving faster than the speed of light is called a tachyon, and a message sent by such a particle would arrive before it was sent. He also states that he published, in 1986, the first experimental proof that tachyon particles actually exist. The Devenish round tower, which is 25 meters high, would resonate with the 14.6 meter wavelengths coming from the night sky that were discovered by Karl Jansky in 1932. Karl Gud Jansky, October 22, 1905 to February 14, 1950, was an American physicist and radio engineer who in August 1931 first discovered radio waves emanating from the Milky Way. An intriguing property displayed by detectors of radio signals is that they serve as rectifiers which convert alternating current AC to direct current DC. A rectifier is an electrical device that converts alternating current AC, which periodically reverses direction, to direct current DC, which flows in only one direction. The process is known as rectification. Physically, rectifiers take a number of forms, including vacuum tube diodes, mercury arc valves, copper and selenium oxide rectifiers, semiconductor diodes, silicon-controlled rectifiers, and other silicon-based semiconductor switches. Early radio receivers, called crystal radios, used a cat's whisker of fine wire pressing on a crystal of galena, lead sulfide, to serve as a point contact rectifier or crystal detector. As noted, detectors of radio signals serve as rectifiers. Because of the alternating nature of the input AC sine wave, the process of rectification alone produces a DC current that, though unidirectional, consists of pulses of current. Philip Callahan believes that the round towers of Ireland have not only the properties of a DC rectifier, but also the ability to detect and store incoming cosmic electromagnetic/magnetic energy, thanks to their dielectric properties. A dielectric material, dielectric for short, is an electrical insulator that can be polarized by an applied electric field. These observations lead Philip Callahan to speculate that the high doors found in the round towers of Ireland enabled the builders to literally fine-tune the design of these magnetic antennae, aka radio wave guides, by adjusting the amount of dirt that was used to fill the bases of the towers. Furthermore, Philip Callahan believes the large round towers of Ireland provide large-scale benefits for agriculture, just as the small-scale round towers have been demonstrated to be beneficial for potted plants. Callahan's breakthrough came quite suddenly and totally unexpectedly. I was just admiring how clever the builders were to make a tower that had a very slight taper of 3 degrees. Then it dawned on me how similar these towers looked to certain insect antennae. It was a complete revelation. Tartary power stations. Tartaria's power plants and other buildings were built in granite and geopolymer concrete, since they become more resistant with the passage of time and has the superconducting quartz crystal in its composition. Here are some power station domes working associated with obelisks, minarets and pinnacles in granite and geopolymeric concrete, with columns and ornaments in iron for extraction of electromagnetic energy. Electromagnetism produces gigantic invisible waves of energy. Transmitting towers receive and emit the electric field to considerable distances. To transmit wireless electricity as in the past, to more and more extensive regions, and with more users, the towers are getting higher. Towers like these can extract atmospheric energy to feed entire countries. Veteran post Hong Kong. An electromagnetic coil is an electrical conductor such as a wire in the shape of a coil, spiral, or helix. Either an electric current is passed through the wire of the coil to generate a magnetic field, or conversely, an external time varying magnetic field through the interior of the coil generates an EMF, voltage, in the conductor. Wikipedia. The architecture of Tartaria used the red color of bricks and clear stripes to designate power stations and associated structures, like the station of St. Pancras in London, which belonged to the civilization of Tartary and by it was built. In some regions, they could also be striped in black, green, or brown, and have a bronze griffin on the roof, the animal symbol of Tartaria. Pyramid power. Higher fire, mid-middle, middle fire in the earth. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke, Profiles of the Future, 1961, Clarke's third law. Earth grids are energy ley lines laid out in geometric pattern. The energy centers of the Tartars were built out in many places across the flat plains of Earth, not around, directly over the ley lines. Earth has a magnetic core, and when her energy is tapped into, power is created and energy magnified magnetically. The material dolomite was used on the inner surfaces of the pyramid. Dolomite is known to increase electrical conductivity, directly relative to the amount of pressure on it. High pressure creates more electrical current. Lining the passageways and underground tunnels of the pyramid is granite, which is slightly radioactive. Granite contains high amounts of quartz crystal with metal, and it's a well-known conductor of piezoelectricity. Piezoelectricity occurs as a result of stress or pressure on the quartz, as demonstrated by quartz wristwatches, which can be charged simply by shaking them. The granite ionizes the air inside the pyramid, creating a chemical reaction, which again increases the conductivity of electricity. When such electrons are given the chance to bypass sections of rock via metal wire, quite large currents can flow. Any electrical engineer will tell you that a container serving as an energy capacitor or battery must be made entirely of the same substance, so there's no interruption in the magnetic field. It is thought that the granite used to make the pyramid was brought in by boat from a quarry in Aswan 500 miles, 800 kilometers, away. Wikipedia says 8,000 tons of granite were used in the Great Pyramid. That's an awful lot of very long boat trips. Additionally, the pyramid is estimated to be made of 2.3 million blocks, which would have meant installing 800 tons of stone every day to complete it in 20 years. Put another way, it would have meant putting an average of 12 blocks in place, each block weighing between 25 and 80 tons, every hour, day and night, for 20 years. Just northwest of the Great Pyramid is the Serapeum. Here there are 20 huge granite boxes, each weighing 100 tons. Classic Egyptologists say these are coffins. Yet, the granite here came from 500 miles away, and each box is so huge and heavy, it couldn't possibly fit through the existing tunnels and entrances. These supposed sarcophagi were therefore somehow built into the structure with such precision. They're within a 10,000th of an inch of being perfectly flat. Any battery, from those used in large power plants to the smallest pellet batteries in wristwatches, requires a metal, such as copper, to create the chemical reaction known as potential difference. You can run an electric current through copper wire, and the coil will produce a short-range magnetic field. Add a second coil, and the power is transferred from one coil to the other. A windowless room, with copper wirings, could create a higher potential on one wall, which transfers energy to the lower potential on the other wall, consequentially releasing electromagnetic energy into the confined space of the so-called Queen's Chamber. So, if water was the source of power, it would have traveled up the limestone based on the principle of capillary action, which happens when a small area of a substance that gets wet absorbs into the entire area of that substance. The tunnel leading down from the bottom of the pyramid could have tapped into an aquifer, channeling the water up into the pyramid through a series of tunnels. So, water flowing near or underneath the pyramid could have been absorbed as it passed over the limestone, even traveling upward to the top of the structure. The quartz and the tunnels of the pyramids would be subject to the stress or vibration, creating piezoelectricity. The high force, speed, and the pressure of the rising water would be analogous to filling a syringe, generating electromagnetic energy within the structure by the materials within it and conducting it upwards to the now missing capstone. The Great Pyramid is located at the exact point which magnifies the electromagnetic forces on the planet where telluric currents are at their strongest. There's an electromagnetic field at the bottom of the pyramid, which would rise to the upper layers with these chemical reactions, harnessing nature's electromagnetic energy. This highly energetic, flat-topped pyramid in Tikal, known as El Mundo Perdido, the Lost World, was the first stone structure built here in the first of Mayan cities. It provides a link with the Mayans' predecessors, the Olmec. In continuous use for 1,300 years from 600 BC to 700 AD, it is situated on ground that contains extremely powerful electromagnetic energies. The structure itself further concentrates these energies. We live our lives engaged in a daily electromagnetic dance with our Earth. Earth is hardly a stable world. In fact, it pulses every day with powerful rhythms of electrical and magnetic force, and so do we. Earth produces a magnetic field much like a bar magnet. Any compass needle tells us that the north pole of our Earth magnet is near the physical North Pole, which is one end of the axis on which our planet rotates. Life on Earth would be impossible without this field, called the geomagnetic field. The geomagnetic field deflects the solar wind, deadly blasts of electrically charged high-energy particles from the sun. Mars lacks a magnetic field, causing its surface to be hostile to life. But the geomagnetic field takes a beating doing its job. The field is depressed when struck by gusts of solar wind, much like a warrior whose shield deflects a mighty enemy sword strike, but recoils in the process. An aurora can be produced by an unusually powerful solar gust, and is roughly analogous to the ringing of the shield under a particularly vicious blow. During the northern lights, air molecules at the upper edges of the atmosphere are so excited by the impact of solar wind that they glow. When our part of Earth rotates into sunlight at dawn, the geomagnetic field recoils from the impact of solar wind, and this affects the field lines. Field lines can be thought of as linear incarnations of the magnetic field. Sprinkle iron filings on a piece of paper above a magnet, and you will watch the filings arrange themselves along these invisible lines of force. At dawn, the magnetic field lines shrink, which makes them stronger. That means that the strength of the geomagnetic field running through the land, our homes, our bodies, and brains surges each dawn. Conversely, at night the geomagnetic field lines are no longer being compressed by solar wind, and they gradually stretch into a long tail emanating from the dark side of the planet in a pattern reminiscent of a comet. This lengthening of the field lines weakens them. The end result of all this is that the geomagnetic field weakens at night only to come roaring back quickly as dawn approaches. There are places where the local geology makes this effect stronger than at others due to the principles of electromagnetism. Magnetricity is a single word for a reason. Magnetism and electric force are inextricable twins. A moving electric current generates a magnetic field, and a changing magnetic field generates electric current in anything present that will conduct it. This is how our electric power plants work. Physical force from coal, oil, or falling water moves a mass of copper wires past a huge magnet, and an electric current is generated. This is the principle of physics known as induction. Earth itself is subject to these same forces. When dawn brings a change in magnetic field strength, it actually generates weak DC currents in the ground. Like all electric currents, these telluric currents travel better in some media than others. Ground with lots of metal or water within it conducts these natural, daily currents particularly well. Drier or less metallic ground conducts it less well. When these two types of land intersect, we have what geologists call a conductivity discontinuity, and interesting things happen there. The ground current hitting this boundary has a tendency to either reinforce or weaken those daily magnetic fluctuations, sometimes by several 100%. This change in magnetic field strength in turn generates more electric current. So conductivity discontinuities are happening places. Their magnetic fluctuations in ground currents are much higher than in surrounding areas. It was our good fortune that it is the z-axis, the axis that our magnetometer measures, of the geomagnetic field that is affected this way. The trick for the ancient mound and pyramid builders, particularly in the lightning-rich Americas, was to build a mound on an electrically active spot, like a conductivity discontinuity, then make the mound high enough and narrow enough to attract a dense bunching of atmospheric field lines, all without drawing a lightning strike. Neither these mounds nor the New World pyramids had pointed tops like in Egypt, lessening the chances of a lightning strike. However, many of the larger Native American earthen mounds had wooden temples on top, which every so many years would be struck by lightning and burned to the ground. There are additional methods that the ancient architects used to concentrate and harness natural electromagnetic energies. One important effect of these ground currents is that they will attract electrified air molecules of opposite sign. A positive electric current in the ground will draw negatively charged air molecules toward it, and vice versa. These effects are magnified on islands or peninsulas. While we are familiar with pyramids in Egypt and Mexico, the truth is that these structures are not confined to these two countries. There are more than 1,000 pyramids in Central America alone. There are 300 pyramids in China and over 200 pyramids in Sudan. The original pyramids of Egypt and other places may have played an even more important role in electromagnetic energy production, and for this, they were the first to be neutralized. Ancient pyramids and star fortresses were so strong and powerful that many needed to be submerged, like the Buhin Fortress in Egypt, currently at the bottom of Nasser Lake, in one of the largest floods ever made in the world, 1958. Next to it was an old copper factory and a city with 100,000 inhabitants. Pyramid-shaped power stations were called tombs of pharaohs and covered by sand, water, ice, or vegetation, such as the pyramids of the Faroe Islands, Antarctica, Bosnia, Russia, and China. The world-famous pyramid location is Egypt with around 120 pyramids. According to the Wikipedia, there are 118 pyramids. But the mainland of pyramids is Latin America or Mesoamerica. Everybody knows about the pyramids of Yucatan Peninsula and Teotihuacan ancient city in Mexico, but in fact there are more than several hundreds of flat-topped pyramids with terraces and stairs. There are 18 famous Mayan archaeological sites in Yucatan, and each of them has pyramids in number of 3 to 20. It means that average number of pyramids of Yucatan is 230-250. To know exactly the total number of the pyramids of all Mexico is unreal. The old Europe still has many mysteries. In 2005-2006, the Great Pyramid construction was found and investigated in central Bosnia and Herzegovina. Later, some pyramid hills were found by amateur researchers in Italy and Slovenia. Moreover, there are close to 10 pyramids in Greece, 1 in France, several in Spain, and 10 in Sicily, Italy, and Tenerife, Spain. 1 great mound pyramid in England known as Silbury Hill. In western Russia, you can find also several mound pyramids in Samara city surroundings, and in Volgograd city, known as Mamiv Kurgan, where the biggest monument dedicated to the victims of Second World War is located now on the top of the man-made pyramid mound. In 2011, a group of researchers from Moscow found 2 pyramids in Kolsky Peninsula in far distance from the towns and roads. These pyramids have form of stone mounds. In last decade, the interest attached to the Asian region, and the main interested country for pyramid research is China. There are more than 200 pyramids in different forms and size in central China, in Xi'an and Luoyang, constructed from the local clay and soil materials. The Great Pyramid may, in fact, have been a form of Tesla Tower. Nikola Tesla built his own tower in 1903. Tesla claimed that at 30,000 feet altitude, there's a stratum of rarefied air that would conduct electric currents at high voltages. In this proposed system, there was a transmitter, Tesla Tower, which would transmit millions of volts into the atmosphere. Then he had something, a rod in the ground, with a few special modifications, that would receive the energy and reduce the voltage to a potential that could be used by consumers. We've seen induction work between copper wires over a short distance. For a long-distance transfer, the same principle can be applied when acoustic energy is converted to kinetic energy and the frequencies match. We see this in practice when an opera singer shatters a glass with their voice. The frequency of the singer's voice matches the resonant frequency of the glass, and the acoustic energy is converted into kinetic energy. If there's a magnetically oscillating current, and you create a second possessing the same frequency, the wireless transmission can pass through solid materials and through long distances. The frequency which would have been released from the pyramid would have to have been matched in the surrounding area. Perhaps this would explain the obelisks, the tall stones shaped like the Washington Monument, only smaller. With quartz stones on top of them, the obelisks could have acted as receivers, just like Tesla's specially modified rods. Like the pyramids themselves, the obelisks were made of granite, were huge and heavy, and would have been extremely difficult to carve, move, and transport from the quarry at Aswan, 500 miles away, so it's unlikely they were created merely for religious or decorative purposes. In all, the Egyptians created 28 obelisks, so it would have been a massive undertaking. Most are now fallen, and only 8 remain standing in Egypt today. However, there are also standing Egyptian obelisks in Istanbul, Rome, London, Paris, and New York. It has been suggested these were stolen from Egypt, but considering that even the lightest obelisk weighed 110 tons, they varied considerably in both size and weight, up to a maximum weight of 323 tons. This begs the question, who would go to the trouble of transporting such a heavy object thousands of kilometers, just to steal a huge block of stone for decorative purposes? I think it much more likely that the Egyptians were in the process of setting up a global power distribution network that was either never completed or completed and then destroyed thousands of years ago. If the ancient Egyptians had electricity, it would explain why so many ancient carvings seem to depict giant light bulbs. It would also explain why there are no soot marks from flame torches inside the pyramids. They may have had electrical lighting. Off-limits pyramids in the Grand Canyon, USA, per K? From dailyodsandends.wordpress.com. In a restricted area of the Grand Canyon, there are pyramids and caves full of hieroglyphics and Egyptian relics. Many people do not know about them, as this information has been suppressed by the federal government for about a century. The sky over this area is restricted airspace. The area surrounding this pyramid and cave on the ground is illegal and treacherous to access, and all official reports about this from the Smithsonian and elsewhere have been censored, modified, nullified, or retracted. This still did not stop people from attempting to visit this part of the canyon. Many have been arrested, and some have died attempting to climb to these sacred sites over the years. It has gotten to the point where the government feels it must have armed FBI agents guarding inside the entrance to the cave that is now known as Kincaid's Cave. Kincaid's Cave was named after G.E. Kincaid, who was the first to enter the cave. After retiring from the Marines, G.E. Kincaid worked for S.A. Jordan as an archaeologist. A. Jordan was sent to the Grand Canyon by the Smithsonian Institute to investigate information reported by John Wesley Powell. The The tunnel is presently on a cliff wall 400 feet above the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. Archaeologists estimate the man-made cavern is around 3,000 years old. This cavern is over 500 feet long and has several cross tunnels to large chambers. This was the lowest level and last Egyptian tunnel city that was built in the Grand Canyon. Since the time that it was constructed, archaeologists estimate the Colorado River has eroded 300 feet lower. There were many Egyptian relics that were discovered in Kincaid's cave, one of which was a pure gold artifact for the Egyptian king named Khian, Rian or Khian. The relic is holding lotus flowers in both hands, native to Egypt. This was found in the first cross tunnel of the cave, which was in the exact same location as the shrines in the Valley of the King's Tunnel cities, before the kings of ancient Egypt began to build pyramids and above-ground cities. It was found that Khian was a descendant of King Zaphnith in Egypt who may have been Joseph in the Bible. John Wesley Powell discovered what is now called Powell's Cave entrance pictured above. The following is a quote taken directly out of a book that Powell published. In this canyon, great numbers of man-made caves are hollowed out. I first walked down a gorge to the left of a cliff and climbed to a bench of the cliff. There was a trail on the cliff bench that was deeply worn into the rock formation. Where the trail crossed some gulches, some steps had been cut. I could see no evidence that the trail had been traveled in a long time. I returned to our camp about 3 p.m., and the men had found more Egyptian hieroglyphics on cliff walls near the cave. We explored the cave and found this shrine and other artifacts. That evening, I sent a team member to notify the Smithsonian Institute of our discovery. We continued to survey the canyon and discovered more Egyptian tunnel cities. I estimate in my report that I think upwards of 50,000 Egyptians had inhabited the Grand Canyon at one time. Did you know that all the monuments in the Grand Canyon are named after Egyptian pharaohs? This famous canyon in Arizona is actually an ancient array of pyramids. The sites even align with the same stars that the pyramids of Giza align with, the constellations of Orion and Pleiades. The shrine below that Powell and his team found in Powell's Cave. This was identified as a shrine for Setaprine, sometimes spelled Smenkare, Seti, or Smenkare. Additionally, the hieroglyphics Powell's team found. This is a diagram for the Egyptian writing system when the ancient Egyptians came to the Grand Canyon. It was a school tablet used for teaching Egyptian children to read and write. There were even crypts, sarcophagi, discovered. One of the crypts was opened in the Grand Canyon to see if there were mummies in them before they were sent to the Smithsonian Institute storage building. Storage energy devices, aka the Tibetan Thunderbolt, the most powerful weapon in the universe, a spiritual symbol and a spiritual light weapon to be wielded in the other worlds. The Dorj symbolizes the impenetrable, immovable, and indestructible state of energy and relates symbolically to enlightenment. The Vajra is considered as one of the most powerful weapons in the entire universe. Found in many cultures, the lightning bolt is a symbol of spiritual power. The Greek god Zeus wielded it, and god Indra of the Vedic myth and the hammer of Norse deity Thor was originally a lightning. The form of the Vajra as a scepter or a weapon appears to have its origins in the single or double trident, which arose as a symbol of the thunderbolt or lightning in many ancient civilizations of the Near and Middle East. Occidental parallels are postulated between the meteoric hammer of the Teutonic sky god Thor, the thunderbolt and scepter of the Greek sky god Zeus, and the three thunderbolts of the Roman god Jupiter. As a hurled weapon, the indestructible thunderbolt blazed like a meteoric fireball across the heavens, in a maelstrom of thunder, fire, and lightning. A double dorj, or Vishvavajra, are two dorjes connected to form a cross. A double dorj represents the foundation of the physical world and is also associated with certain tantric deities and the four directions and four subtle elements of earth, air, fire, and water, and an elemental balance producing transcendent consciousness. The crossed four-armed horizontal Vajra represents the visualized generation of the deity's mandala palace, symbolizing the stability of the Vajra earth upon which it rests. The symbolism and energies of the Vajra is only touched upon here, yet it goes deep. Chapter 12. Free travel anywhere. Flying machines and refueling stations. Connecting to the ether. Sail anywhere and everywhere. The science is not complicated. Water is a conductor of electricity, as we all know. Nikola Tesla persona was created to hide the fact that Tartarians had mastered how to use the North Pole's negative charge, the Antarctic Circle positive charge, and the ions in the ether, along with the salt water of the oceans to be able to use free energy on the oceans and seas. The salt in the water creates the electrolysis to conduct the alternating current needed for any boat to harness Earth's magnetricity. Therefore, they had all the power, free power, to light up their boats, run electricity, and sail anywhere they wanted, anytime they wanted. The Brighton and Rottingdean Seashore Electric Railway was a unique coastline railway in Brighton, England that ran through the shallow coastal waters of the English Channel between 1896 and 1901. The aim of the railway was to extend the reach of the existing Volks Electric Railway eastward, since the eastern section of coast ran out of seafront and quickly ended up with cliffs that were directly against the sea. Volk was confronted with the intimidating and costly prospect of an expensive project to build the railway extension onto the cliff face. Volk's solution was instead to build the railway out at sea, with the electrically powered car built on 4 cross-braced stilted legs that kept the passenger section well above sea level, and to also build a special alighting platform at Rottingdean. The railway itself consisted of 2 parallel 2 feet 8.5 in, 825 millimeters, gauge tracks, billed as 18 feet, 5.5 meters, gauge, the measurement between the outermost rails. The tracks were laid on concrete sleepers mortised into the bedrock. The single car used on the railway was a 45 by 22 feet, 13.7 by 6.7 m, pier-like building which stood on 423 feet, 7.0 meters, long legs. The car weighed 45 long tons. Propulsion was by electric motor. It was officially named Pioneer, but many called it Daddy Longlegs. Due to regulations then in place, a qualified sea captain was on board at all times, and the car was provided with lifeboats and other safety measures. Construction took 2 years from 1894 to 1896. The railway officially opened November 1896, but was nearly destroyed by a storm the night of December 4th. Volk immediately set to rebuilding the railway, including the Pioneer, which had been knocked on its side, and it reopened in July 1897 of Vimana flying machines. Our vision of prehistory is terribly inadequate. We have not yet rid our minds from the hold of a one and only God or one and only book, and now a one and only science. Aurobindo Ghosh, 1872-1950. The concept of traveling by air, using flying machines, was popular in ancient India, and for that matter in medieval and modern India much before the invention of modern airplanes by the Wright brothers. There is ample literary evidence to suggest that in ancient India people were familiar with the possibility of men flying in aeroplanes to travel long distances or traverse interstellar spaces. These aeroplanes used mechanical, spiritual, and tantric power to fly. In the ancient literature of Hindus, we have detailed descriptions of flying machines that could carry people from one place to another or one planet to another to conduct wars, participate in religious ceremonies, rescue someone in trouble, or accomplish some adventurous mission. We have references to the use of incredible spaceships and flying machines in the Indian lore by gods, demons, and people alike. The most ancient of all epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, mention the use of vimanas or special aerial devices in ancient times. These are comparable in several respects to the spaceships of Hollywood science fiction movies such as Star Trek and Star Wars. In the Ramayana, we have descriptions of a special airplane called Pushpak Vimana. In Sanskrit, which was the language of communication in the Vedic period, the word Vimana means an airplane or flying machine. It is not mere coincidence that the long towers adorning the Hindu temples are also called Vimanas. The word Vimana, in this context, has a far deeper spiritual meaning. According to this, Vimana is that which is different from or turned away from the ordinary mind consciousness. It is the higher consciousness pointed towards the heavens, belonging to the higher realms, and simply indifferent to the mind and the senses. It is of the higher mental planes of the gods, where higher energies submit to higher purpose and higher will. In contrast, the ordinary mind draws us into samsara and renders us into mere two-legged animals. Blinded by the illusion it creates, we become earthbound, incapable of flying or moving freely into the mid, bhuva, and higher, suva, realms. In the form of an elongated tower jutting out of the face of the earth through the roof of the temple, the Vimana thus serves a very important purpose in the religious world of Hindus. It serves as a strong reminder of our lost worlds and lost consciousness. The mesmerizing tower, filled with colorful figurines of numerous gods and goddesses, above the ground, away from the humdrum of earthly life, in the air but still reachable, conveys a symbolic message that before entering the world of gods we need to turn away from the distractions of the mind and turn inward towards God for our salvation. The Mahabharata also mentions the use of flying chariots powered by lightning, capable of flying long distances into the solar system and beyond. There are descriptions of a demon king Salva using a flying machine to attack Dwarka, the capital of Madura, and how Lord Krishna fought with him and destroyed the flying machine. In the epic Srimad Bhagavatam, 6th Canto, Part 3, we come across the following reference. One time while King Siddhartha was traveling in outer space on a brilliantly effulgent airplane given to him by Lord Vishnu, he saw Lord Shiva. The arrows released by Lord Shiva appeared like fiery beams emanating from the sun globe and covered the 3 residential airplanes, which could then no longer be seen. The Egyptian hieroglyphics depict flying craft and helicopters as well. The Sonora Aero Club's California Airship of 1852. They called themselves the Sonora Aero Club, and, over time, they counted some 60 members, possibly many more. Their ranks included great characters, such as Peter Menace, inventor of the club's secret lifting fluid, later described as a rough man, with as kind a heart as to be found in very few living beings, despite being addicted to strong drink. The Aero Club's rules: roughly once a quarter, each member had to stand before the gathered group and thoroughly exercise their jaws in telling how he would build an airship. On one night in 1858, a man by the name of Gustav Freyr stood to present his invention, the Aero Guarda, an airship surrounded by a sort of hamster wheel cage that would protect its passengers upon landfall. The majority of the sightings occurred over 8 months between mid-November 1896 and the end of April 1897. There were hundreds of sightings, some with thousands of witnesses each, according to newspaper reports. Every attempt to verify the names of witnesses provided in newspaper reports has turned up real people. There were more than 1,200 newspaper articles published on the sightings in over 400 papers in 41 states and 6 Canadian provinces. The first sighting to make the news occurred over Sacramento on November 17th. The most obvious feature was a brilliant electrical light. It was not clear the light was mounted to a structure, but some saw an egg-shaped craft with 4 downward-facing propellers. The San Francisco Call had this image drawn of the craft, based on witness descriptions. The object flew by the city over the course of half an hour and made several changes in course, swaying from side to side and up and down, like a boat against a rapid current. It was later reported that a similar light went the opposite direction the following night. The majority of papers dismissed the sightings, but a few took them seriously. Believers assumed an inventor was testing a new design and expected him to unveil his craft at any time. But anyone who claimed responsibility, like the lawyer George Collins or California's Attorney General William Henry Harrison Hart, later reneged on their claims. More sightings occurred in Sacramento on November 22nd. This time, 2 lights were seen, apparently anchored to the same structure. Again, those who could see it said that it was egg-shaped, and at least one witness could see moving parts like wings or propellers. Lights were seen in the San Francisco Bay Area as well. Witnesses included policemen, streetcar drivers, car barn employees, their foreman, and a conductor. The mayor of San Francisco vouched for his 2 servants who said they'd seen lights as well. In the following days, similar lights were seen from San Jose to Tacoma, Washington, and even into Western Canada. Sightings continued into December and fizzled out by the end of the year. No one took credit for them. Compressed air power trains. 150 years ago, people were getting around by driving compressed air-powered personal cars and were boarding compressed air-powered modes of public transportation. Where did this compressed air technology come from? It is even more bizarre when you consider that pneumatic engine ideas were supposedly getting started as early as 1687. Yup, Dennis Papin apparently came up with the idea of using compressed air in the 17th century. In 1687, Papin unveiled a new invention to transmit power pneumatically, in order to develop a means of spreading industrialization to areas where water power was not available. This idea was hotly opposed in the Royal Society, and Papin left England to accept a chair of mathematics at the University of Marburg in Hesse, bordering Hanover. In 1690, Papin published an historic article in the Acta Eruditorum of Leipzig, a new method of obtaining very great moving powers at small cost, where he proposed using the power of expanding steam to operate a piston/cylinder engine. The first compressed air carriage of which there is an authentic account was constructed by two Frenchmen, Andrade and Tessy du Modi, about 1840. As will be seen from the image, it was made for running upon rails. It was adapted to carry 8 passengers, had the air stored at a pressure of 17 atmospheres, while the working pressure in the cylinder was 3 atmospheres. These inventors also contemplated the application of compressed air to road carriages. They proposed to use pressures as high as 60 atmospheres, which were to be attained in stages, and to heat the air before its admission to the cylinder. They were the first to indicate the necessity of a reserve supply of air for use in hill climbing or for other contingencies when the pressure in the main reservoirs was approaching its lower limit. In 1844 Andrade built a 222 locomotive weighing 5 tons, with a single Revette air tank holding 106 cubic feet of air at 300 psi. It was first tested on Saturday, September 21, 1844 on the Versailles left bank track, where it covered a 2-mile return journey at a speed of between 17 and 20 miles per hour. A 1841 patent reveals that Andrade and Tessy du Modi were based at number 35, Rue Chabrol, in Paris. This road still exists and lies to the southwest of the Gare du Nord, where Channel Tunnel trains from Great Britain terminate. The compressed air car. No fuel or gas needed, just air. From the horseless age for October 1898. In 1895, the Pneumatic Carriage Company was organized under the laws of West Virginia, with an authorized capital of $5 million, and with offices at 253 Broadway, New York. The organizers had been conducting experiments with compressed air motors for street railway service for several years, and naturally turned toward the motor vehicle when it received its first impetus in America. The president and manager of the company is A. H. Hoadley, who has been in charge of the experiments at the works of the American Wheelock Engine Company, Worcester, Massachusetts. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. The first carriage built by the company was completed in November 1896. It has seating accommodations for 6 passengers, weighs 2,700 pounds, and will run 20 miles over ordinary good roads on one charge. A grade of 20% is claimed to be surmountable. The wooden wheels are 30 and 42 inches respectively, and pneumatics of 4 inches diameter render riding as easy as possible. The motor, of the reciprocating type, weighs 400 pounds and operates at 350 revolutions, when the carriage is making 15 miles an hour. Ordinary compensating gear and hub steering are employed. In order to heat and expand the air before it enters the motor, it is surcharged with hot water, carried in the vehicle in a separate tank, and kept at a temperature of 400 degrees Fahrenheit. 5 pounds of water are required for each mile traversed. All the above machinery is spring-supported to relieve it from the shocks of the road. How did they heat the huge castles, cathedrals, and homes? Can you begin to imagine how these massive Tartarian buildings were heated during the cold winters of Europe and mountain castles? No fireplace burning logs could possibly heat these palaces. Instead, they had harnessed energy and could bring it directly into the entire building because it was electrified at will and location, thus providing each room with independent heat using andirons and the building's current. There was placed a metal plate behind the firebox, or the whole firebox made of metal, and metal goblet-looking objects. These objects may be of various size, while the bigger are usually put near the edges of a fireplace. The function of metal plates is quite clear. They reflect infrared rays when fireplace heats up, like an ordinary fireplace does. The goblets, on the other hand, have nothing to do with an ordinary fireplace that heats up from combustion. These goblets are nothing else than ether capacitors, which amplify electricity in a conductor, along which they are put. It turns out that originally these fireplaces were not designed to burn wood. Their secret probably lies somewhere else. Let's imagine that the fireplace and the roof are connected by metal bondings through the chimney, like in the image. The whole construction becomes one solid conductor, connected with the metal plate in the roof. Ether capacitors, put near the fireplace, provoke eddy currents, Foucault currents, in the metal frame, which transmits them to the metal plate. The buildings with cymatic windows and portholes, with the help of organs, musical instruments, and singing, emitted a frequency range. These frequencies were then collected by devices designed into the architecture of all other buildings and converted into DC energy. These frequencies were also transmitted underground through water and AE, collected with piezoelectric transducers. The real internet. Piezoelectric transducers generate electricity when subjected to a pressure change. Hydrophones are used to listen to whales speak to each other. Sonar. All life resonates and absorbs frequencies. The ether was filled with frequencies that created harmony and reverberated off of the firmament. Levitation would be easy, denied a graceful existence with comfortable, disease-free cities and clean energy for our homes and businesses. What we call fireplaces could very well have been air vents for the off-gassing that was run throughout the buildings back then. Gas-lit street lamps. So the story goes, and think about how the gas had to be distilled and pipelines laid for lamps to operate throughout the cities and even inside the cathedrals. Before electricity became sufficiently widespread and economical to allow for general public use, gas was the most popular method of outdoor and indoor lighting in cities and suburbs. Early gas lights were ignited manually, but many later designs are self-igniting. Baltimore was the first American city with gas streetlights. Peale's Gaslight Company of Baltimore on February 7, 1817 lit its first street lamp at Market and Lemon Streets, currently Baltimore and Holiday Streets. A thermolamp, using gas distilled from wood, was patented in 1799, whilst German inventor Frederick Albert Windsor, was the first person to patent coal gas lighting in 1804. The first electric street lighting employed arc lamps. Initially, the electric candle, Jablotchkov candle or Yablotchkov candle, developed by a Russian, Pavel Yablotchkov, in 1875. This was a carbon arc lamp employing alternating current, which ensured that both electrodes were consumed at equal rates. In 1876, the Common Council of the City of Los Angeles ordered 4 arc lights installed in various places in the fledgling town for street lighting. On May 30, 1878, the first electric street lights in Paris were installed on the Avenue de l'Opéra and the Place de Toile, around the Arc de Triomphe, to celebrate the opening of the Paris Universal Exposition. In 1881, to coincide with the Paris International Exposition of Electricity, streetlights were installed on the major boulevards. The first streets in London lit with the electrical arc lamp were by the Holborn Viaduct and the Thames Embankment in 1878. More than 4,000 were in use by 1881, though by then an improved differential arc lamp had been developed by Friedrich von Hefner-Alteneck of Siemens and Halske. The United States was quick in adopting arc lighting, and by 1890 missing number, were in operation in the U.S., commonly installed in exceptionally tall moonlight towers. With the development of cheap, reliable, and bright incandescent light bulbs at the end of the 19th century, arc lights passed out of use for street lighting, but remained in industrial use longer. Thomas Edison began serious research into developing a practical incandescent lamp in 1878. Edison filed his first patent application for improvement in electric lights on October 14, 1878. After many experiments, first with carbon in the early 1880s and then with platinum and other metals, in the end Edison returned to a carbon filament. The first successful test was on October 22, 1879, and lasted 13.5 hours. Edison continued to improve this design, and by November 4, 1879, filed for a U.S. patent for an electric lamp using a carbon filament or strip-coiled and connected to platina contact wires. Chapter 13. There were giants among U.S. A U.S. Supreme Court ruling has forced the Smithsonian Institution to release classified papers dating from the early 1900s that proves the organization was involved in a major historical cover-up. The cover-up destroyed evidence showing giant human remains in the tens of thousands had been uncovered all across America. The pieces of evidence were ordered to be destroyed by high-level administrators to protect the mainstream chronology of human evolution at the time, according to the court ruling. The allegations stemming from the American Institution of Alternative Archaeology, AA, that the Smithsonian Institution had destroyed thousands of giant human remains during the early 1900s was not taken lightly by the Smithsonian, who responded by suing the organization for defamation and trying to damage the reputation of the 168-year-old institution. During the court case, new elements were brought to light as several Smithsonian whistleblowers admitted to the existence of documents that allegedly proved the destruction of tens of thousands of human skeletons reaching between 6 feet and 12 feet in height, a reality mainstream archaeology cannot admit to for different reasons, claims AA spokesman James Churchward. There has been a major cover-up by Western archaeological institutions since the early 1900s to make us believe that America was first colonized by Asian peoples migrating through the Bering Strait 15,000 years ago, when in fact, there are hundreds of thousands of burial mounds all over America, which the natives claim were there a long time before them, and that show traces of a highly developed civilization. Complex use of metal alloys and where giant human skeleton remains are frequently found but still go unreported in the media and news outlets. A turning point of the court case was when a 1.3-meter-long human femur bone was shown as evidence in court of the existence of such giant human bones. The evidence came as a blow to the Smithsonian's lawyers as the bone had been stolen from the Smithsonian by one of their high-level curators in the mid-1930s who had kept the bone all his life and which had admitted on his deathbed in writing of the undercover operations of the Smithsonian. "It is a terrible thing that is being done to the American people," he wrote in the letter. "The NWO has been hiding the truth about the forefathers and foremothers of humanity, our ancestors, the giants who roamed the earth as recalled in the Bible and ancient texts of the world by destroying the evidence." Romanian giant legends. Depending on the region of Romania where the legends come from, there are different names for giants. In the Boziral area, giants are known as Tartars, Tartari. For example, a number of unusually tall skeletons have been uncovered at Skyini in Buzalui Mountains. For instance, when locals tried to plant apple trees on a hill, they accidentally discovered humanoid skeletons of over 2.4 meters, 8.2 feet, tall along with pottery fragments in the skyline of Buzalui Mountain. Knowing the local legends, people from the area immediately thought about the Tartars. One of these legends even claims that the mountain formation known as the Pillars of Tainida, Stalpii Tanidii, had actually been built by these giants of old. In the past, the giants were also credited for building 2 large underground halls somewhere beneath the mountain. The strange formation which can be seen up on Tainida Mountain resembles a set of stone chairs, as they are found at high altitude and in a highly inaccessible area. Locals claim that Tartars built the chairs to sit on when they wanted to gather for council. Another legend from Haiteg country, Tara Hategului, tells the tale of 2 giantesses who built 2 cities, one in Deva and the other on the peak of the severed mountain, Muntial Retezit, respectively. Upon the end of the construction, when the giantess from Deva beheld her rival's city and saw it had turned out more beautiful, she became envious. In a moment of rage, she threw a plow towards the mountain's citadel, destroying it and severing the top of the mountain at the same time. In this way, the mountain earned its name, being known ever since as the Severed Mountain. A number of archaeological discoveries have been made in Giurgiu. Between the years 1940 and 1950, archaeologists unearthed 80 humanoid skeletons which appeared to be giants. The huge skeletons measured about 4 to 5 meters, 13–16 feet, in height. Giant skeletons have been unearthed in other parts of the country as well. As one example, in October 1989, 20 giant skeletons were found in Panteleimon, Labada. The Arizona Silver Belt, November 16, 1895, with the headline Prehistoric Egyptian Giants. In 1881, when Professor Timmerman was engaged in exploring the ruins of an ancient temple of Isis on the banks of the Nile, 16 miles below Nujarj Fard, he opened a row of tombs in which some prehistoric race of giants had been buried. The smallest skeleton out of some 60-odd which were examined during the time Timmerman was excavating at Najarj Fard, measured 7 feet 8 inches in length and the largest 11 feet 1 inch tall. Memorial tablets were discovered in great numbers, but there was no record that even hinted that they were in the memory of men of extraordinary size. A cemetery called Fag el Gamis, which means Way of the Water Buffalo, and a nearby pyramid have been excavated by archaeologists from Brigham Young University for the last 30 years. Many of the mummies that were discovered date to the time when the Roman or Byzantine Empire ruled Egypt, from the 1st century to the 7th century AD. We are fairly certain we have over 1 million burials within this cemetery. It's large and it's dense. Project Director Kerry Mulstein, an associate professor in the Department of Ancient Scripture at Brigham Young University, said in a paper he presented at the Society for the Study of Egyptian Antiquities Scholars Colloquium, which was held in November 2014 in Toronto. However, it is now thought, as of 2017, that it is more likely to be tens of thousands of graves. One discovery that never got officially published was that of a mummy who was more than 7 feet, 2 meters, tall. We once found a male who was over 7 feet tall who was far too tall to fit into the shaft, so they bent him in half and tossed him in. Chapter 14. From Russia with Love. From History Science of Fiction, the epic of the 13th century. At the end of the 18th century, a major war began between the Romanov Russia and Siberian Muscovia. At first, Ottoman Turkey marched out as an ally of Tobolsk. The Romanovs found themselves in a difficult position. They had to fight on 2 fronts at once. However, on the July 10th, 1774, after a series of defeats, Turkey signed the peace treaty of Kukuk-Kaynarka with the Romanovs, which marked their defeat. Essentially, it betrayed its ally, the Tsar of Tobolsk. Seizing this opportunity in 1774, the Romanovs urgently mobilized their troops from the Turkish front to the Eastern Front. Suvorov, who had recently distinguished himself in the battles with the Turks, stood at the head of these troops. With Suvorov's help, Count P.I. Panin, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front, defeated the Siberian army of Pugachev. Suvorov personally convoyed the captured Pugachev from Yek to Simbirsk. He was later brought to Moscow and executed there, after purporting that he was a common Cossack who had rebelled against the rightful rulers, the Romanovs. Most likely, it was in fact some common Cossack who was brought for the execution, but not the real Siberian war chief. It is possible that he was called Pugachev. The true identity of the Siberian leader was probably kept secret by the Romanovs. The secret panels, which were set up in Kazan and Orenburg in 1773-1774, were in charge of the misrepresentation of the Pugachev war history, the article Pugachevshchina. Most likely that following their defeat, the remnants of the royal court at Tobolsk and its faithful troops fled to China, where they were warmly received by the emperors of Manchuria, the distant relatives of the Hordian Tsars of Tobolsk. See our book, Pagaya Orda. The Romanovs occupied Siberia, having at first annexed it to the province of Kazan and pretended that it had always been this way. But soon they began to divide it, after suddenly realizing that it was too big. Many old Siberian cities were wiped off the face of the earth. The majority of the names present on the maps of Siberia in the 18th century are not there in the 19th century anymore. When the archaeologists unearthed the remnants of the Siberian cities destroyed in the 18th century, instead of reconstructing the true history of Siberia, they declared their findings to be extremely ancient. The perfect example of this is Arkaim in the Urals. In 1775, for the victory over Moscow, Tartary Suvorov was presented with the most luxurious and expensive award among those he had received, a diamond-encrusted sword. Much to everyone's delight, it was not held a secret at that point. The Romanovs happily celebrated their victory over their severe Siberian neighbor. The victory came to the Romanovs at a price, and they spared neither expense nor rewards for their victorious generals' victors. Later, however, the time came when they had to give an account of the history of the war on paper to canonize the version for posterity. And here they faced a difficulty. The Romanovs were persistently hiding the very existence of their Siberian neighbor, depicting that Siberia had always belonged to them. That is why a decision was made to present the war with Tobolsk as an allegedly comparatively easy fight of government troops with a rebellious mob, purporting that the rebels' ringleader was a common Cossack, Yemilian Pugachev. When presented in such a light, Suvorov's achievements in defeating Pugachev were an obstacle. It was clear that a great military commander should not be fighting a crowd of ignorant peasants. He had much greater tasks, and the suppression of peasant revolts was a responsibility of the second-rate military commanders. That is why they presented the matter the following way. Allegedly, Pugachev was defeated by an unknown Lieutenant Colonel Michelson, who was promoted to colonel for his achievement. Suvorov, they said, had nothing to do with it. He was called to the Eastern Front by mistake, due to Panin's panic. Suvorov, they said, had absolutely nothing to do there. So in the end, he did not fight against Pugachev. The Romanovs endeavored to bring Moscow down. During the Epoch of Peter I, the relations between Romanov Russia and the vast Moscow Tartary became especially tense. Fearing the restoration of the Horde's regime in central Russia, the Romanovs transferred their capital to distant Petersburg, which was especially built by Peter I for this purpose. The former capital Moscow, which was still associated in the minds of many people with Horde of the 1416 CC, was assigned the role of a second-rate city. Peter I and his circle didn't like Moscow and everything connected with it. Here is an interesting detail conveyed by the French courtier Lebois. He accompanied Peter's court in Paris 1717. In his report to the French king, Lebois wrote, "The word Muscovite and even Muscovia are deeply insulting for this entire court." V.2, P283. It is clear that a heavy political gloom was to descend onto Moscow and Moscow Kremlin. This is the exact picture that emerges from the documents of the 18th century, ch. 9. The Romanovs not only abandoned the old Russian Horde Kremlin of Moscow, Jerusalem, but decided to mock and deride it as Mongol relics. For example, they sent their jesters with their weddings into the palace of the Facets, Granovitea Palata. "Let them have fun," they said. "Let us see how exactly the Romanovs buffoons and their friends danced, drank and joked in the heart of the former capital of Russia Horde, biblical Israel." The old documents, which came to light after a long period of obscurity thanks to the efforts of Zabalin, inform us. The prefect of the Latin schools and the philosophy teacher Hieromynch Joseph arranged organized play acting. It is possible that during the arrangement of these comedies the frescoes of the palace chambers, which were already quite dilapidated, were lime-washed. Part 1, p. 117-118. Everything is clear. The West European scholars who had swarmed across Romanov Russia, especially after Peter cut a window through into enlightened Europe, which was impressed on all of us multiple times, not only clowned around in the Russian Horde cathedrals, but also were destroying the vulnerable Hordean relics of antiquity, reveling in impunity. In particular, they lime-washed the old frescoes in Kremlin. Later, post factum, they declared them to be extremely dilapidated, purporting that there was nothing left to do but to lime-wash them. It became clean and beautiful there. The old Russian pictures ceased to annoy the delicate Latin taste. It is astonishing that the Romanovs abused the Moscow Kremlin up until the beginning of the 19th century inclusively. Hence one can see how great was their irritation with the former Hordean traditions and memories connected with Moscow and its Kremlin. It came to a point where in the beginning of the 19th century, the Romanov administration practically exposed Kremlin to thieves and cheats. In Kremlin there appeared nests of thieves and houses of debauchery, ch. 9. Modern-day revisionist history. Communism was a curse invented by the Jesuits via their reduction settlements in South America. They chose as their puppet German Jew Karl Marx while under their care and trier. They used it to wage war against their hated enemies, the Romanovs, who had evicted the Jesuits in 1820. A Jesuit priest by the name of Iosif Vissarionovich Zugashvili was chosen from Georgia to turn Russia into a totalitarian nightmare. He would later change his name to Joseph Stalin. They have carefully played both Russians and Americans against each other ever since, cashing in, literally, on the resulting bloodshed. They used their infiltrators and subversives in America to counter the Nazi-given technological advances with self-destructive leadership and policy decisions. E.g., Kennedy threatened resolution to Vietnam and was eliminated. The Soviet Union collapsed, but rather than allow a new climate of peace and cooperation to ensue, tremendous discord has been instilled. Organs like the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization have been used to increase the strategy of containment dreamed up by papal agents like Zbigniew Brzezinski, thought by Russian intelligence to have been behind the election of Polish Cardinal Karol Józef Wojtyla to the papacy to become Pope John Paul II. A literal crusade continues to target Orthodox Russia on her very doorstep, utilizing a CIA/Nazi Catholic influence in Slavic Ukraine, the birthplace of both nations. The Orthodox Church is heavily infiltrated with Jesuits, and it is the left leg of the terrible statue the prophet Daniel saw in Nebuchadnezzar's dream, with Rome being the right leg. It is almost as hampered by humanistic and pagan religious traditions as Rome is. But through it, a mighty thing has happened. The good Russian people are living their Christian values, and this does not sit well with the Luciferian elite that runs and rules the West through the Vatican. Robert Massey, in his award-winning book Nicholas and Alexandra, described the St. Petersburg of the turn of the century. It was the center of all that was advanced, all that was smart, and much that was cynical in Russian life. Its great opera and ballet companies, its symphonies and chamber orchestras played the music of Glinka, Rimsky-Korsakov, Borodin, Mussorgsky, and Tchaikovsky. Its citizens read Pushkin, Gogol, Dostoevsky, Turgenev, and Tolstoy, but spoke French, not Russian, and the best clothing and furniture were ordered from Paris. The season in St. Petersburg began on New Year's Day and lasted until the beginning of Lent. The White Cities of Russia. And the story goes, the Seven Sisters, aka the Stalin's High Rises, are a group of 7 skyscrapers in Moscow designed in the Stalinist style. They were built from 1947 to 1953 in an elaborate combination of Russian Baroque and Gothic styles. These towers are inspired by the Municipal Building in Manhattan. At the time of construction, they were the tallest buildings in Europe, and the main building of Moscow State University remained the tallest building in Europe until 1997. The Republic of Tatarstan, Russia's most ancient city. The nation of Bulgaria has a lesser-known cousin hidden in the hinterlands of the Autonomous Republic of Tatarstan, Bulgar. Although it may be less famous, Bulgar has no less an illustrious history. It's one of the most ancient cities in Russia. Long before the Mongols, the Eurasian steppe was dominated by another great Turkic empire, the Proto-Bulgars, whose state was centered around the Sea of Azov, modern Russia and Ukraine. Known to be equally as skilled in nation-building as in warfare, they built massive stone citadels wherever they set foot. Under the legendary Khan Kubrat, the Proto-Bulgar Empire came to cover much of the Black Sea coast. After Kubrat's death, however, his 5 sons decided to part ways, each going in a different direction to run their own state. The 2 most successful were Asparuh, who founded the Bulgaria we know today, and Kotrag, who wandered northwards along the Volga. Eventually, Kotrag's Bulgars settled down on a pleasant piece of real estate along the Volga River and established the great city of Bulgar, a true Eurasian metropolis. After a few campaigns against their neighbors, the Volga Bulgarians, as they came to be called, established a vast empire in the heart of Russia. In 922, the ruler Idai Khan converted to Islam and invested in the construction of madrasas and mosques. Meanwhile, his state became a major middleman along Silk Road trade routes. Tombstones attest to a large Jewish and Armenian district, and travelers like Ibn Fadlan hailed the Khan's emphasis on education. Bulgar had become the center of Islamic civilization in Eastern Europe. Fast forward Mongols and Russians, Bulgar still remains an important site within Russia. Sitting on a calm bend of the Volga River, the remains of the city include stone citadels, mosques, and tombs that attest to a strong state skilled in masonry. These remains of Volga Bulgaria are viewed as the origin of all Muslims living along the Volga today, particularly the Tatars and Bashkirs. Once a year, they visit Bulgar in a religious pilgrimage known as the Little Hajj. To this day, many Tatars consider themselves to be first and foremost Bulgars. National significance. Bulgar is not just a regional monument. It's an official UNESCO World Heritage Site acknowledged as an integral part of the history of the entire Russian nation. In fact, Bulgar was the first protected heritage site in all of Russia. In July 1722, Peter the Great personally ordered the governor of Tatarstan to renovate the site. There was the Winter Palace, the Kremlin or Novgorod. There was Bulgar, the home to a mysterious civilization that once dominated Eastern Europe. White City. Moscow is known as a city of white stone, thanks to its early Kremlin walls constructed from local limestone. But for the rest of its history, Russia's predominantly wooden capital was shaped by fire, suffering dozens of large blazes. The Great Fire of 1547 that killed several thousand people, one set by the invading Crimean Tatars in 1571 that killed tens of thousands, and a 1737 fire that severely damaged the Kremlin. Moscow's last Great Fire swept through the city during the occupation of the city by Napoleon's Grande Army in September 1812. The conflagration destroyed 3/4 of the city's buildings, according to some estimates, and killed thousands of residents and wounded soldiers. The fire had a lasting effect on the city's appearance, as city planners later rebuilt whole neighborhoods, creating new squares and limiting wooden construction. When the French entered Moscow, they found a city suddenly drained of life, resembling a desert, de Caulaincourt remembered. In the Kremlin, just like in most private mansions, everything was in its place. Clocks were even still ticking, as if their owners were still home, he wrote. The fire quickly spread from the outskirts of the city to the center, reaching houses close to the Kremlin by the following morning. The wind, which had turned a bit to the west, carried huge embers more than 200 meters through the air to fall, like a fiery rain, and set new houses ablaze, de Caulaincourt recalled. The air glowed with heat. Observing the cataclysm, Napoleon reportedly exclaimed, "What a terrible sight! They're burning it themselves. What resolution! What people! These are Scythians." The burning city reminded me of the fires that destroyed parts of Constantinople and Smyrna before my eyes. But this time, the sight was more striking. It was the most appalling sight I have ever seen, Diedem wrote. Chapter 15. The Great Tartary Railway Train Systems. So the story goes. The very first trains were built in 1827, and from 1880 to 1890, more than 70,300 miles of new lines were opened in that decade alone. The first steam-powered railroad trains began in 1804. Cross-country travel by train was not completed in the U.S. until 1869. As you can read below, Sacramento, California had already built their first railway lines in 1855. This means that the trains used in Sacramento had to be put on ships, sailed around the bottom of South America up to San Francisco, California, and then sent up the Sacramento River to be put on the rail lines. Men and women who came by the tens of thousands for the California gold rush, after gold was found in Sutter's Mill, above Sacramento, would have to have been used to dig the rail lines, forge the metal, lay the tracks, and install the trains atop the tracks with all the knowledge and surveying needed to complete the rail lines. In 1860, the mileage of the region west of the Mississippi River increased from missing number to missing number, and the population of that area increased, missing number. How railways were constructed back then. So the story goes. Before the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, travel overland by stagecoach cost $1,000, took 5 or 6 months, and involved crossing rugged mountains and arid desert. The alternatives were to travel by sea around the tip of South America, a distance of 18,000 miles, or to cross the Isthmus of Panama, then travel north by ship to California. Each route took months and was dangerous and expensive. The Transcontinental Railroad would make it possible to complete the trip in 5 days at a cost of $150 for a first-class sleeper. The Transcontinental Railroad was built in 6 years almost entirely by hand. Surveyors had to decide the best route to cross the mountains. Workers drove spikes into mountains, filled the holes with black powder, and blasted through the rock inch by inch. Handcarts moved the drift from cuts to fills. Bridges, including one 700 feet long and 126 feet in the air, had to be constructed to ford streams. Timber had to be felled and cleared. Gravel had to be pulled from quarries and crushed, while boats had to forge rivers to lay the pylon footings for the bridges. The California Gold Rush of 1849. The first CPRR locomotive crossed the California-Nevada border on December 13, 1867. This allegedly allowed tens of thousands to come to California by train seeking gold. This from RailWest.com. The discovery of gold in California near Sutter's Mill in Coloma, east of Sacramento, on January 24, 1848 brought a huge number of people lured by the promise of gold laying in the streams into California during 1849. An estimated 55,000 arrived by overland routes and another, missing number, by sea. And the story goes on to say there was a worldwide exodus to California as well. Wikipedia, there were tens of thousands each of Mexicans, Chinese, Britons, Australians, French, and Latin Americans, together with many smaller groups of miners, such as African Americans, Filipinos, Basques, and Turks. People from small villages in the hills near Genova, Italy were among the first to settle permanently in the Sierra Nevada foothills. They brought with them traditional agricultural skills, developed to survive cold winters. A modest number of miners of African ancestry, probably less than 4,000, had come from the southern states, the Caribbean, and Brazil. A number of immigrants were from China. Several hundred Chinese arrived in California in 1849 and 1850, and in 1852 more than 20,000 landed in San Francisco. Now here is where the stories don't add up. Remember, as stated above, that the first time the railway crossed the Sierra Nevada mountain range was from 1863-1869. Yet, we are told/sold that the gold rush ended in 1855 due to economic hardships. From Wikipedia, by 1855, the economic climate had changed dramatically. Gold could be retrieved profitably from the gold fields only by medium to large groups of workers, either in partnerships or as employees. By the mid-1850s, it was the owners of these gold mining companies who made the money. Also, the population and economy of California had become large and diverse enough that money could be made in conventional businesses. We are also told that there was a railway built in 1855 that crossed what became the Panama Canal. The gold rush propelled California from a sleepy, little-known backwater to a center of the global imagination and the destination of hundreds of thousands of people. The new immigrants often showed remarkable inventiveness and civic-mindedness. For example, in the midst of the gold rush, towns and cities were chartered, a state constitutional convention was convened, a state constitution written, elections held, and representatives sent to Washington, D.C. to negotiate the admission of California as a state. Large-scale agriculture, California's second gold rush, began during this time. Roads, schools, churches, and civic organizations quickly came into existence. The vast majority of the immigrants were Americans. Pressure grew for better communications and political connections to the rest of the United States, leading to statehood for California on September 9, 1850, in the Compromise of 1850 as the 31st state of the United States. Between 1847 and 1870, the population of San Francisco increased from 500 to 150,000, whereby 1900, 300,000 people were living in San Francisco alone. The gold rush wealth and population increase led to significantly improved transportation between California and the East Coast. The Panama Railway, spanning the Isthmus of Panama, was finished in 1855. Steamships, including those owned by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, began regular service from San Francisco to Panama, where passengers, goods, and mail would take the train across the isthmus and board steamships headed to the East Coast. Thousands of workers, including Irish and German immigrants, former Union and Confederate soldiers, freed slaves, and especially Chinese immigrants played a part in the construction. Chinese laborers first went to work for the Central Pacific as it began crossing California's Sierra Nevada mountains in 1865. At one point, 8,000 of the men toiling for the Central Pacific were Chinese. At one point, Chinese workers were lowered in hand-woven reed baskets to drill blasting holes in the rock. They placed explosives in each hole, lit the fuses, and were, hopefully, pulled up before the powder was detonated. Explosions, freezing temperatures, and avalanches in the high Sierras killed hundreds. When Chinese workers struck for higher pay, a Central Pacific executive withheld their food supplies until they agreed to go back to work. The story goes that hand labor, including 10,000 Chinese who sailed for weeks to San Francisco, then found horses, or walked over 100 miles, or sailed up the Sacramento River, then hoofed it up to the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas to work on the Transcontinental Railroad. And as you can see by the images, Many train tunnels had to be dug out and tracks laid to cross the rugged mountains. The Central Pacific Railroad relied on the muscle of men wielding hammers and chisels to make the holes into which blasting powder was packed. An on-site blacksmith shop stayed busy, employed in restoring the tips of rapidly blunted tools. At one point during the winter of 1866-67, there were 8,000 men working in 3 round-the-clock shifts, attacking the granite from 4 faces, drilling inward from the ends and outward from the center. When the black powder they used first was replaced with a new explosive, nitroglycerin, the pace of excavation increased from 1.18 to 1.82 feet per day. The workforce that chiseled through the Sierra Nevada granite was composed mainly of Chinese immigrant workers who had arrived in California during the 1850s seeking to profit from the gold rush. The entire project over the Sierra Nevada mountains, over 70 miles of track, were completed in less than 5 years, it is said. Just before Christmas Day, 1879, a strong Gulf of Alaska-bred storm surged into the northern Sierra, bringing heavy snow. The storm left snow 5 feet deep at Blue Canyon, with nearly 10 feet at Donner Pass. By January 1, 1890, an impressive 22 feet of snow had fallen on Donner Pass, with 15 feet in December alone. In Truckee, the snowpack measured just over 7 feet. In early January, a dome of high pressure poured cold air into the region. In Reno, the temperature plummeted to 19 below zero on January 8th, still the all-time lowest reading there. The months of December 1894 and January 1895 dumped more than 50 inches of precipitation, meaning Donner Summit was blasted with nearly a whole winter's worth of snow and rain in just 8 weeks. The rest of the winter of 1895 was mellow, but the storms of December and January contributed so much snow that the season total of 685 inches, 57 feet, at Norden was enough to rank the winter as the 5th snowiest of record. The 503 inches, 42 feet, of snow that fell in those 2 months is just 1 inch shy of the United States record for a 2-month period, measured in January and February 1925 at the Paradise Ranger Station at Mt. Rainier, Washington. The first trains worldwide. The very first steam-powered trains began on February 21, 1804. The world's first steam-powered railway journey took place when Trevithick's unnamed steam locomotive hauled a train along the tramway of the Penydarren Ironworks, near Merthyr Tydfil in South Wales. The first full-scale working railway steam locomotive was built in the United Kingdom in 1804 by Richard Trevithick, a British engineer born in Cornwall. Asia. The country's first passenger train, which ran between Bombay's Boribandar Station and Thane on April 16, 1853, was dedicated by Lord Dalhousie. The 14-carriage train was hauled by 3 steam locomotives, the Sahib, Sindh, and Sultan. Traveling 34 kilometers, 21 miles, the train carried 400 people. Europe. Great Britain was the pioneer of train travel. The first public railway, the Stockton and Darlington Railway, was constructed in Britain in 1825. It was not until 1830, however, that the train rocket of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway grabbed the world's attention and led to the start of the railroad era. Railroad mania began in the 1840s, during which Parliament passed 272 acts, many of which led to the creation of new railroad companies. This railway mania led Britain to reach a new peak of 9,000 kilometers of track in 1950 compared to 1,500 kilometers in 1939 and 90 kilometers in 1829. Railroads became crucial to Britain's economy. Trains transported iron and coal supplies from North England to the factory-filled cities of the East and West, and transported many people from rural areas to cities, where they took jobs in the plethora of factories. Germany's first railroad came in 1835 with the construction of the 6-kilometer Bayerische Ludwigsbahn, which was located in Bavaria. Germans had visited Britain prior to this and examined the British railway industry and brought what they learned back to Germany. British investors were also looking to invest in the industrialized regions of Germany. In fact, the locomotive and driver of Germany's first railroad were both British. This is the Nyugati railway station in Budapest, Hungary, that survived intact. It also served the kings and had a magnificent waiting room called the Royal Waiting Room. The station was planned by Auguste de Serres and was built by the Eiffel Company. It was opened on October 28, 1877. It replaced a previous station, which was the terminus of Hungary's first railway line, the Pest-Vac line, constructed in 1846. This building was pulled down in order to construct the Grand Boulevard. Again, there is no mention of how this magnificent building was constructed or the architectural drawings made available to see. Its entire structure is metallic since only the metal, associated with mercury and other small technical secrets under the domes, allows the formation of an electromagnetic field. In front of it, trams would circulate wirelessly because they were pulled through a connection in contact with the three metal rails, which transmits electromagnetic energy to the metal parts under the train. As in other cities worldwide, as in Seattle in 1940, one of the last American cities to have streetcar powered by atmospheric. St. Pancras Railway Station, also known as London Street Pancras and officially since 2007 as Street Pancras International, is a central London railway terminus located on Euston Road in the London Borough of Camden. It is the terminal station for Eurostar continental services from London via High Speed 1 and the Channel Tunnel to Belgium, France, and the Netherlands. After rail traffic problems following the 1862 International Exhibition, the MR decided to build a connection from Bedford to London with their own terminus. The station was designed by William Henry Barlow and constructed with a single-span iron roof. Following the station's opening on October 1, 1868, the MR constructed the Midland Grand Hotel on the station's facade, which has been widely praised for its architecture and is now a Grade I listed building along with the rest of the station. USA, on February 28, 1827, the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad became the first U.S. railway chartered for commercial transport of passengers and freight. There were skeptics who doubted that a steam engine could work along steep, winding grades, but the Tom Thumb, designed by Peter Cooper, put an end to their doubts. The first transcontinental railroad, known originally as the Pacific Railroad and later as the Overland Route, was a 1,912-mile, 3,077 kilometers, continuous railroad line constructed between 1863 and 1869 that connected the existing eastern U.S. rail network at Council Bluffs, Iowa with the Pacific coast at the Oakland Long Wharf on San Francisco Bay. The Sacramento Valley Railroad, SVRR, was incorporated on August 4, 1852. Its first train operated on February 22, 1856. The first use of electrification on an American main line was on a 4-mile stretch of the Baltimore Belt Line of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, B&O. In 1895, connecting the main portion of the B&O to the new line to New York through a series of tunnels around the edges of Baltimore's downtown. Parallel tracks on the Pennsylvania Railroad had shown that coal smoke from steam locomotives would be a major operating issue and a public nuisance. 3-bow plus bow units were initially used at the south end of the electrified section. They coupled onto the locomotive and train and pulled it through the tunnels. When construction began on the B&O in the 1820s, railroad engineering was in its infancy. Unsure exactly which materials would suffice, the B&O erred on the side of sturdiness and built many of its early structures of granite. Even the track bed to which iron strap rail was affixed consisted of the stone. Though the granite soon proved too unforgiving and expensive for track, most of the B&O's monumental bridges have survived to this day, and many are still in active railroad use by CSX. Baltimore's Carrollton Viaduct, named in honor of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, was the B&O's first bridge and is the world's second oldest railroad bridge still carrying trains. The world's oldest is the Skerne Bridge, Darlington, UK of 1824-1825. The Thomas Viaduct in Relay, Maryland, was the longest bridge in the United States upon its completion in 1835. It also remains in use. The B&O made extensive use of the Ballman Iron Truss Bridge design in the mid-19th century. Its durability and ease of assembly aided faster railroad construction. Note the Freemason garb on the laying of the first cornerstone as well. What does that tell you? Mail order everything in 1895. How is this possible if railways were just forming? Mail order catalogs shipping everything to anywhere in USA in 1895 by rail. How did they get manufactured products, get payments, etc.? The story goes, "Our mail order methods meet many wants," wrote a poetic but anonymous copywriter on a page of the 1895 Montgomery Ward and Company catalog. He had a gift for understatement. At its zenith from the 1880s to the 1940s, Montgomery Ward, like its crosstown Chicago rival, Sears, sold virtually everything the average American could think of or desire and by mail. This was a revolution, and Ward's fired the first shot. To buy spittoons, books of gospel hymns, hat pins, rifles, wagons, violins, bird cages, or portable bathtubs, purchases that used to require many separate trips to specialist merchants. Suddenly, all the American shopper had to do was lick a stamp. This unabridged facsimile of the retail giant's 1895 catalog showcases some 25,000 items, from the necessities of life, flour, shirts, to products whose time has passed, ear trumpets. It is an important resource for antiquaries, students of Americana, writers of historical fiction, and anyone who wants to know how much his great-grandfather paid for his suspenders. It is a true record of an era. Chapter 16. Tartar USA. Just selecting the U.S. state capitol buildings. Number state city construction completion date. 1 Virginia Richmond, 1790. 2 New Jersey Trenton, 1792. 3 Maryland Annapolis, 1797. 4 Massachusetts Boston, 1798. 5 New Hampshire Concord, 1818. 6 Maine Augusta, 1832. 7 Vermont Montpelier, 1836. 8 Alabama Montgomery, 1851. 9 Tennessee Nashville, 1854. 10 Ohio Columbus, 1861. 11 Kansas Topeka, 1873. 12 California Sacramento, 1874. 13 Michigan Lansing, 1878. 14 Connecticut Hartford, 1879. 15 Iowa Des Moines, 1886. 16 Illinois Springfield, 1887. 17 Indiana Indianapolis, 1888. 18 Texas Austin, 1888. 19 Georgia Atlanta, 1889. 20 Wyoming Cheyenne, 1890. 21 Montana Helena, 1902. 22 Rhode Island Providence, 1904. 23 Minnesota St. Paul, 1905. 24 Pennsylvania Harrisburg, 1906. 25 Colorado Denver, 1907. 26 Kentucky Frankfort, 1910. 27 South Carolina Pierre, 1911. 28 Idaho Boise, 1913. 29 Arkansas Little Rock, 1915. 30 Utah Salt Lake City, 1916. 31 Missouri Jefferson City, 1917. 32 Oklahoma Oklahoma City, 1917. 33 Wisconsin Madison, 1917. 34 Washington Olympia, 1928. 35 West Virginia Charleston, 1932. And how impressive is it that Americans managed to construct all those classical buildings in just 147 years? Did they use the same architects all across the country? Painted in 1865 by Constantino Brumidai, the apotheosis of Washington in the eye of the U.S. Capitol Building's rotunda depicts Freemason George Washington rising to the heavens in glory, flanked by female figures representing liberty and victory/fame, and surrounded by 6 groups of figures. The fresco is suspended 180 feet above the rotunda floor and covers an area of 4,664 square feet. The word apotheosis in the title means literally the raising of a person to the rank of a god, or the glorification of a person as an ideal. Note the tombstone of George Washington states Freemason, first above first President of the United States. It shows us what the priorities were of those who buried the first U.S. president. Most U.S. presidents are Freemasons or Knights of Malta members. U.S. post offices, just to deliver mail. So the story goes, and lasted just 1.5 years. By the 1850s, the population began to flow into the newly acquired Louisiana, Oregon, and California territories. Wagon trains transported some of the mail, but were often targets of ambushes and other tragedies. After the 1848 gold rush, the Post Office Department awarded a contract to the Pacific Mail Steamship Company to transport mail to California. During this time, some mail was carried by the military between Fort Leavenworth and Santa Fe. The fastest piece of mail in the history of the Pony Express was President Abraham Lincoln's inaugural address. It was carried to California in 7 days and 17 hours. Although the Pony Express existed for only 1.5 years, it proved that the central route to California was usable year-round. On October 24, 1861, the transcontinental telegraph line was completed, and the Pony Express, suffering from financial difficulties, was sold to Wells Fargo and became a legend. The first airmail was transported in 1870 by letters in free balloons. It is difficult to think of balloons as a form of transportation. On September 23, 1870, more than 500 pounds of mail was sent aloft. It is unknown to date if this mail has reached its destination. In 1911, demonstrations of airplane mail service were made in India, England, and the United States. Although the Wright brothers successfully flew in 1903 for only 12 minutes, it wasn't until near the end of World War I that planes with motors were used. We are told/sold that all of these very similar massive structures were created within a couple of decades in the late 1800s to deliver and send mail, when they could only be delivered by stagecoach and horse and buggy. And the populations at the time in the cities, according to official U.S. census, does not justify the immensity of the buildings. Freemasonic structures. The Indianapolis Freemason building, built between 1927 and 1929, it is one of the most impressive structures of its type in the Midwest. Designed by local architectural firm Asmus & Clark, the Grand Lodge of Tennessee was built in 1925, a time when most architects designing monumental buildings turned to the Neoclassical style, also known as Classical Revival. The Detroit Masonic Temple is the world's largest Masonic temple at 500 Temple Street. It was designed in the Neo-Gothic architectural style, using a great deal of limestone. The ritual building features 16 floors, stands 210 feet, 64 meters tall, with 1,037 rooms. Groundbreaking took place on Thanksgiving Day 1920. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Chapter 17. Grand exhibitions and amazing amusement parks. Note that most of these great exhibitions and amusement parks were erected, opened in less than 1 year at many sites, then were burned by fires, many immediately thereafter, sometimes by design and sometimes by accident. There were over 75 world exhibitions before 1870. Please see Appendix 2 for the list of the hundreds of exhibitions up to 1930. As you will read, the exhibitions worldwide were grandiose, extravagant, attended by millions, and brought people and resources from all around the world. This was likely the remnants of the fun-loving Tartarians. Also, the worldwide participation from as far away as Samoa, Alaska, China, South America, Hawaii, etc., means they would have had to sail all their equipment across the oceans to come to these huge events. And how did they communicate with the world's people to get them to come and arrange for their travel, lodging, and meet them at the docks, then carry and set up the incredibly elaborate displays, all using horse and buggy to build out the exhibitions? At the Chicago World's Exhibition in 1893, it is claimed that a quarter of the entire population of the USA at that time had attended the fair. Again, how were they notified? Where did they lodge and get transported? You will see some of the most amazing structures for education, community, and fun. The exhibition's excuse for hosting ranged from celebrating the opening of the Panama Canal, to the harvesting of electricity, to the celebration of the Louisiana Purchase. Many times the event builders had to dredge record amounts of dirt and fill to hold the exhibitions on, or near water. Water, we will learn, is an energy conductor and was necessary to power the exhibitions to light them up at nighttime. I focused on providing narratives and images to the exhibitions from the 1850-1930 because this was still considered before commercial airplanes, national highways, and large-scale engines to move great stones and steel and such. It is also very interesting to note that during this time period there were 22 international exhibitions being held during great economic hardships, and even World War I that went from July 1914 to November 1918. Now, how was this even possible given there was a world war going on at the same exact time? 1914 London, Anglo-American Exhibition. 1914 Malmö, Sweden, Baltic Exhibition. 1914 Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, International Exposition of Sea Fishery Industries. 1914 Lyon, France, Exposition Internationale Urbaine de Lyon. 1914 Tokyo, Japan, Tokyo Taisho Exposition. 1914 Cologne, Germany, Werkbund Exhibition. 1914 Bristol, United Kingdom, International Exhibition. 1914 Nottingham, United Kingdom, Universal Exhibition, work begun on site 1913 but never held. 1914 Samarang, Dutch East Indies, Colonial Exhibition of Samarang, Colonial Exposition. 1914 Christiania, Norway, 1914 Jubilee Exhibition, Norges Jubileumsutstilling. 1914 Baltimore, United States, National Star-Spangled Banner Centennial Celebration. 1914 Genoa, Italy, International Exhibition of Marine and Maritime Hygiene. 1915 Casablanca, Morocco, Casablanca Fair of 1915. 1915 San Francisco, United States, Panama, Pacific International Exposition Palace of Fine Arts. 1915 Panama City, Panama, Exposition Nacional de Panama. 1915 Richmond, United States, Negro Historical and Industrial Exposition. 1915 Chicago, United States, Lincoln Jubilee and Exposition. 1915 San Diego, United States, Panama, California Exposition. 1915 Wellington, New Zealand, British Commercial and Industrial Exhibition. 1916 New York City, United States, Bronx International Exposition of Science, Arts and Industries. 1918 Los Angeles, United States, California Liberty Fair. There was also great economic crises and hardships during the time of the World Exhibitions. Panic of 1857, a U.S. recession with bank failures. Panic of 1866, an international financial downturn that accompanied the failure of Overend, Gurney and Company in London. Great Depression of British Agriculture, 1873 to 1896. Long Depression, 1873 to 1896. Panic of 1873, a U.S. recession with bank failures, followed by a 4-year depression. Panic of 1884. Panic of 1893, a U.S. recession with bank failures. Australian banking crisis of 1893. Panic of 1896. Panic of 1901, a U.S. economic recession that started with a fight for financial control of the Northern Pacific Railway. Panic of 1907, a U.S. economic recession with bank failures. Depression of 1920-21, a U.S. economic recession following the end of World War I. Wall Street crash of 1929 and Great Depression, 1929 to 1939, the worst depression of modern history. The Great London Exhibition, 1851. Lasting just 6 months, more than 14,000 exhibitors from around the world. 6,039,722 visitors, equivalent to a third of the entire population of Britain at the time, visited the Great Exhibition. The Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of All Nations, or the Great Exhibition, sometimes referred to as the Crystal Palace Exhibition in reference to the temporary structure in which it was held, an international exhibition, took place in Hyde Park, London, from May 1st to October 15th, 1851. It was the first in a series of World's Fairs, exhibitions of culture and industry that became popular in the 19th century. The Great Exhibition was organized by Henry Cole and by Prince Albert, husband of the reigning monarch of the United Kingdom, Queen Victoria. Famous people of the time attended, including Charles Darwin, Karl Marx, Samuel Colt, members of the Orleanist royal family, and the writers Charlotte Bronte, Charles Dickens, Lewis Carroll, George Eliot, Alfred Tennyson, and William Makepeace Thackeray. The Crystal Palace was an enormous success, considered an architectural marvel, but also an engineering triumph that showed the importance of the exhibition itself. The building was later moved and re-erected in 1854 in enlarged form at Sydenham Hill in South London, an area that was renamed Crystal Palace. It was destroyed by fire on November 30th, 1936. Visitors could watch the entire process of cotton production from spinning to finished cloth. Scientific instruments were found in Class X and included electric telegraphs, microscopes, air pumps and barometers, as well as musical, horological, and surgical instruments. Paris Exposition Universelle of 1855 and 1889. The Exposition Universelle of 1855 was an international exhibition held on the Champs-Élysées in Paris from May 15th to November 15th, 1855. Lasted only 6 months, then destroyed. The exposition covered 16 hectares, 40 acres, with 34 countries participating. According to its official report, 5,162,330 visitors attended the exposition. The arts displayed were shown in a separate pavilion on Avenue Montaigne. There were works from artists from 29 countries. For the exposition, Napoleon III requested a classification system for France's best Bordeaux wines, which were to be on display for visitors from around the world. Brokers from the wine industry ranked the wines according to a chateau's reputation and trading price, which at that time was directly related to quality. The result was the important Bordeaux wine official classification of 1855. The Exposition Universelle of 1889 was a World's Fair held in Paris, France, from May 6th to October 31st, 1889, lasting only 6 months. It was the fourth of 8 expositions held in the city between 1855 and 1937. It attracted more than 32 million visitors. The most famous structure created for the exposition, and still remaining, is the Eiffel Tower. One important goal of the exposition was to present the latest in science and technology. Thomas Edison visited the exposition to visit a pavilion devoted to his recent inventions, including an improved phonograph with clearer sound quality. Another new technology that was promoted at the exposition was the safety elevator, developed by a new American company, Otis Elevator. Otis built the elevators carrying passengers up the legs of the Eiffel Tower to the first level. When journalists expressed concern about the safety of the elevators, Otis technicians filled one elevator with 3,000 kilograms of lead, simulating passengers, and then, with journalists from around the world watching, cut the cable with an axe. The elevator's fall was halted 10 feet above the ground by the Otis safety brake. 1897 Brussels International Exposition. The Brussels International Exposition of 1897 was a World's Fair held in Brussels, Belgium, from May 1897 through November 1897, lasting just 7 months. There were 27 participating countries, and an estimated attendance of 7.8 million people. A public favorite at the World's Fair was Vieux Bruxelles, also called Bruxelles Kermesse, a miniature city and theme park evoking Brussels around 1830. Somewhat foreshadowing Main Street at Disneyland, Vieux Bruxelles offered visitors nostalgic, smaller-size reproductions of historic buildings. Melbourne International Exhibition, 1880. The Melbourne International Exhibition is the 8th World's Fair officially recognized by the Bureau International des Expositions, BIE, and the first official World's Fair in the Southern Hemisphere. The Melbourne International Exhibition was held from October 1st, 1880 until April 30th, 1881. It was the second international exhibition to be held in Australia, the first being held the previous year in Sydney. 1.459 million people visited the exhibition. National Exposition of Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, 1908. The National Commemorative Exhibition of the centenary of the opening of the ports of Brazil, also known as Brazilian National Exposition of 1908 or the National Exposition of Brazil at Rio de Janeiro, marked 100 years since the opening of the Brazilian ports and celebrated Brazil's trade and development. It opened in Urca, Rio de Janeiro on August 11th, stayed open for only 3 months, and received over 1 million visitors. Russian Industrial and Art Exhibition Novgorod, Russia, 1896. The All-Russia Industrial and Art Exhibition 1896 in Nizhny Novgorod was held from May 28th, June 9th NS, till October 1st, 13 NS, 1896. The 1896 exhibition was the largest pre-revolution exhibition in the Russian Empire and was organized with money allotted by Nicholas II, Emperor of Russia. The exhibition demonstrated the best achievements of the industrial development in Russia that began in the latter part of the 19th century. An early radio receiver, Thunderstorm Register, designed by Alexander Stepanovich Popov. The first Russian automobile designed by Yevgeny Yakovlev and Pyotr Fries. The world's first hyperboloid steel tower shell, Shukhov Tower, and the world's first steel lattice hanging and arch like overhead cover shells. the many USA expositions and exhibitions from 1838-1930. And so the story goes. The first exposition in the US was held in Cincinnati in 1838. It was actually a fair of the Ohio Mechanics Institute held in the nation's first permanent exhibition hall. Other cities began holding similar expos and building similar exposition halls, some grander than others, but all were based on the same principle. They needed to be large and impressive and able to be built quickly. And then there were the international expositions, which generally began with London's famous Crystal Palace in 1851. Its stated plan was to illustrate British industrial development. Since other nations were invited to participate, they each hoped to outdo each other. This exposition was so successful that other expos followed in the major cities of Europe. This, of course, led to the establishment of world fairs, and then after the success of the industrial expositions in the US, the state fairs began as a way to let rural America participate. 1893 Chicago's World Columbian Exposition. With state fairs, there was no longer a need for the yearly industrial expositions. Meant to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival to the New World, the 1893 Columbian Exposition was better known for its grand vision into the future. Also called the Chicago World's Fair, its organizers tried to outdo the Paris Exposition Universelle of 1889. They managed to stun the world with a 690-acre city within a city that showcased 65,000 exhibits. Columbian Exposition electricity transformed night skies across America and would soon shape the future. More than 27 million people, approximately 1 in 4 Americans, visited the fair by its close 6 months later on Monday, October 30th. Chicago had just risen from the ashes of the Great Chicago Fire, which had destroyed much of the city in 1871. Almost all of the fair's structures were designed to be temporary. Of the more than 200 buildings erected for the fair, the only 2 which still stand in place are the Palace of Fine Arts and the World's Congress Auxiliary Building. These plans were abandoned in July 1894, when much of the fairgrounds was destroyed in a fire. Visitors saw a multitude of spectacular new developments, including dishwashers and a giant Ferris wheel. But it was the newfangled electricity and all the wondrous contraptions it ran that captured their imaginations. Like the Great Exhibit in England 1851, this fair had far-reaching impact. Its scale and grandeur far exceeded the other world's fairs, and it became a symbol of the emerging American exceptionalism, much in the same way that the Great Exhibition became a symbol of the Victorian-era United Kingdom. Edison General Electric, which at the time was merging with the Thomson-Houston Electric Company to form General Electric, put in a $1.72 million bid to power the fair and its planned 93,000 incandescent lamps with direct current. Visitors could marvel at the wonders of modern technology, and during the evenings the buildings were rigged with brilliant light displays courtesy of Nikola Tesla himself. Chicago's 1893 World's Columbian Exposition was particularly successful and famous, thanks in part to a staggering array of cultural and technological marvels which debuted there, including some of the first demonstrations of electrical power, the world's first Ferris wheel, and the first servings of the candied popcorn that would later be dubbed Cracker Jacks. Nearly all the halls and pavilions at the fair were temporary. The Ferris wheel was a favorite amusement powered by electricity. George Washington Gale Ferris carried more than 1.5 million riders to the dizzying height of a 24-story building where they could view 3 states at once. The first giant Ferris wheel had steep highs and lows. The Midway Plaisance was open for fun well into the night, thanks to AC electric lighting. One of the fair's favorite attractions was a 4,500-foot moving sidewalk with benches for its passengers. It only cost a nickel. The sidewalk was capable of moving up to 6,000 people at a time, up to 6 miles per hour. It was designed primarily to carry passengers who arrived by steamboats. The Midway was an area for amusement, where spectators could casually catch a ride in a hot air balloon, watch a sideshow, or view the fair in its entirety in a new invention called a Ferris wheel. Sophia Hayden, one of the few women architects in 19th century America, graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and, as her first project, designed the 80,000-square-foot, 2-story building called the Woman's Building. A young woman, Hayden evidently suffered some kind of breakdown by the end of the project and never again designed a building. In charge of this all-woman project was a board of lady managers chaired by Bertha Potter Palmer, a wealthy and influential patron of the arts. Placing women in charge of their own building was considered a rather revolutionary idea at the time and was not enthusiastically supported by some fair authorities. When the World's Fair opened in 1893, equal rights for women was still a futuristic dream. American women couldn't vote and were relegated to the margins of public life. But the times they were slowly changing. Prominent women spoke at the fair about a number of issues, including women's rights icon Susan B. Anthony, labor rights reformer Florence Kelley, and abolitionist Julia Ward Howe. When the Chicago World's Fair was funded through Congress, money was specifically allocated to make sure that women were represented. By authorizing and funding the Chicago Fair's Board of Lady Managers in 1893, Congress was in fact recognizing the increasingly organized and influential role of women in American society. New technologies such as domestic plumbing, canning, commercial ice production, and the sewing machine had freed middle-class women from many household tasks, and more women were entering college and the professions. Many, including upper-class and professional women, were also joining social reform groups, and these women's organizations had, in turn, organized to increase their visibility and influence. Despite the presence of prominent women at the fair, there were still some important slights. The fair's single largest event, held on July 4, 1893, didn't include a single woman speaker. In response, 5 women from the National Woman Suffrage Association stormed the Independence Day program and handed a copy of their Declaration of Rights to the chairman of the event. Women in the United States wouldn't get the vote until nearly 3 decades later with the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1920. The strange presentations of infant incubators at the World's Fairs. Premature babies, struggling for their lives, died due to infection from human contact. They were transferred from hospitals to show off the new incubators at many world exhibitions. Some of these exhibits continued until 1940. And the story goes the babies in incubators were a common sideshow in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Premature infants could be found at World's Fairs and in permanent exhibitions like the one at Luna Park. Although infant incubators were invented in the year 1888 by doctors Allen M. Thomas and William Champion, these devices were not immediately widely used. To increase awareness of the benefits these units provided, infant incubators containing premature babies were displayed at the 1897, 1898, 1901, and 1904 World's Fairs. Pierre Boudin, a French physician, wondered why more hospitals weren't investing in incubators. The 1896 World's Fair was the first where babies were displayed. There, Martin County, a German man, saw a display of several premature babies Boudin had acquired on loan from a Berlin hospital. Say what? County immediately realized that the unusual exhibit would save babies' lives, and that the public would pay to see babies in incubators. The sight was so unusual that people crowded into the display, paying money while the doctors gave new life to the 6 infants. County ran the exhibits for decades, even enlisting his daughter Hildegard, a preemie who survived, to help at an Atlantic City incubator exhibit. He took the babies at no charge and received them from hospitals all over the country. Newspapers advertised the incubators with lives are being preserved by this method. The exhibit required an entrance fee of 25 cents, and visitors could also purchase souvenirs and refreshments from the adjoining shop and cafe. There were some setbacks with the infant incubator display, as the sanitary conditions were not always consistent and some babies died of illness. The incubator area was then modified by installing glass walls to separate the babies from visitors, thus decreasing the exposure of the infants. Now known as isolettes, these units are a vital component to caring for neonates in modern neonatal intensive care units. The incredible light shows of electricity with Edison and Tesla. Where the story goes, it was the newfangled electricity and all the wondrous contraptions it ran that captured the imaginations of all who attended the exhibition. Since much of the fair was run by AC power, visitors were able to experience the profound changes electricity would soon make in their daily lives. Outside the venues, a railroad carried 50,000 visitors per hour, while within the venues, visitors were transported by a loop-line elevated electric rail car, an electric boat on a canal, and a moving sidewalk. Famed journalist Murat Halstead wrote in Cosmopolitan, "The fair, considered as an electrical exposition only, would be well worthy of the attention of the world. Look from a distance at night, upon the broad spaces it fills, and the majestic sweep of the searching lights, and it is as if the earth and sky were transformed by the immeasurable wands of colossal magicians. The superb dome of the structure, that is the central glory of the display, is glowing as if bound by wreaths of stars. It is electricity. When the whole casket is illuminated, the cornices of the palaces of the White City are defined with celestial fire. The waters that are at play leap and flash with it. There are borders of lamps around the lagoon. The button that turned on the Columbian Exposition electricity. On May 1st, May Day, 1893, throngs of people anxiously waited for President Grover Cleveland to press the button that was wired in Washington to electrify the fair. It was similar to those used in most telegraph offices, but this one was gold instead of steel. The dates 1492-1893 were painted in silver on the bottom of the three-tiered pyramid sitting on the ceremonial table. Although only the lightest touch was necessary, President brought his fist down with such force he nearly shattered the button. People swarmed to Chicago for a glimpse of the future. The Chicago World's Fair introduced a stunningly long list of new products that remain on shelves to this day. Among them were juicy fruit gum, Cracker Jacks, spray paint, and shredded wheat. Also included in the list were products powered by electricity that would redefine American lives. Among them were fax machines, telephones, an electric railway, neon lights, bed warmers, fans, radiators, and a cure-all electric belt. The Columbian Exposition Electricity Building featured a fully electric kitchen complete with a small range, hot plate, broiler, kettle, and saucepan. The touch of that button set the Great Alice engine at Machinery Hall in Chicago into motion. In one profound moment, the Columbian Exposition electricity sparked the fair to life, ushering in the electric age. The White City incorporated electricity into every aspect of the fair. It also meant the fair would remain open at night. The Westinghouse space reserved a section in the building for Nikola Tesla. His exhibit featured many of his early AC devices. Among them were motors, armatures, and generators, phosphorescent signs, fluorescent lamps, and neon lamps. He also displayed vacuum tubes illuminated by means of wireless transmission, his rotating egg of Columbus, and sheets of crackling light created by high-frequency discharges between two insulated plates. Of course, Tesla's presence was felt in more than just his display. His work in AC power systems touched virtually every part of the fair. Westinghouse's successful implementation of AC across the fair was publicized worldwide. His 12,000 horsepower AC polyphase generators powered the fair effectively and safely. Even skeptics like Lord Kelvin had to recognize the superiority of AC, which had been greatly advanced by Tesla. In 1893, Westinghouse Electric designed a large AC system for Niagara Falls. It was activated on August 26, 1895. Niagara Falls was the final victory of Tesla's polyphase alternating current, AC, electricity, which is today lighting the entire globe. On November 15, 1896, the city of Buffalo joined the power grid being generated from Niagara Falls, approximately 26 miles away. It became the first long-distance transmission of steady supplies of clean, carbon-free hydroelectricity for commercial purposes. Not just Chicago, but nearly every other world fair were lit up with free energy. The Electricity Building was one of the most popular attractions at the fair. Electricity was still a novelty for people in 1893. At night, the inside of the building was lit up much brighter than the other buildings in the fair. There was music playing from phonographs, motion picture viewing stations, and a model house filled with electric appliances. This exhibit was said to display the technological leap society would make with the usage of electric power, as much of the world still relied on alternative sources of light, such as daylight, candles, and gas or oil lighting. The massive Electricity Building was 350 feet in length and 767 feet long, or more than 1 football field wide by 7 football fields in length. The second story was composed of a series of galleries connected across the nave by 8 bridges, with access by 8 grand staircases. The east and west central pavilions were composed of 2 towers 168 feet high. In front of these two was a great portico composed of the Corinthian order with full columns. The central feature was a great semi-circular window, above which, 102 feet above the ground, was a colonnade forming an open loggia, or gallery, commanding a spectacular view over the lagoon and all the north portion of the grounds. 1901 Buffalo Pan American Exhibition. The Pan American Exposition was a World's Fair held in Buffalo, New York, United States, from May 1st through November 2nd, 1901. The fair occupied 350 acres, 0.55 square miles, of land on the western edge of what is now Delaware Park, extending from Delaware Avenue to Elmwood Avenue and northward to Great Arrow Avenue. It is remembered today primarily for being the location of the assassination of United States President William McKinley at the Temple of Music on September 6, 1901. The exposition was illuminated at night. Thomas A. Edison Incorporated filmed it during the day and a pan of it at night. On the day prior to the shooting, McKinley had given an address at the exposition, which began as follows. Expositions are the timekeepers of progress. They record the world's advancement. They stimulate the energy, enterprise, and intellect of the people and quicken human genius. They go into the home. They broaden and brighten the daily life of the people. They open mighty storehouses of information to the student. The newly developed X-ray machine was displayed at the fair, but doctors were reluctant to use it on McKinley to search for the bullet because they did not know what side effects it might have had on him. Also, the operating room at the exposition's emergency hospital did not have any electric lighting, even though the exteriors of many of the buildings were covered with thousands of light bulbs. Doctors used a pan to reflect sunlight onto the operating table as they treated McKinley's wounds. St. Louis World's Fair 1904. The Louisiana Purchase Exposition, informally known as the St. Louis World's Fair, was an international exposition held in St. Louis, Missouri, United States, from April 30th to December 1st, 1904, a 7-month event. Local, state, and federal funds totaling $15 million were used to finance the event. More than 60 countries and 45 American states maintained exhibition spaces at the fair, which was attended by nearly 19.7 million people. There were over 1,500 buildings, connected by some 75 miles, 121 kilometers, of roads and walkways. It was said to be impossible to give even a hurried glance at everything in less than a week. The Palace of Agriculture alone covered some 20 acres. Wireless telephone. The wireless telephony unit or radiophone installed at the St. Louis World Fair was a thing of wonder to the crowds. Music or spoken messages were transmitted from an apparatus within the Palace of Electricity to a telephone receiver out in the courtyard. The receiver, which was attached to nothing, when placed to the ear allowed a visitor to hear the transmission. This radiophone, invented by Alexander Graham Bell, consisted of a transmitter which transformed sound waves into light waves and a receiver which converted the light waves back into sound waves. This technology has since developed into the radio and early mobile phones. Early fax machine. The telautograph, the precursor to the modern-day fax machine, was invented in 1888 by the American scientist Elisha Gray, who at one point in time contested Alexander Graham Bell's invention of the telephone. The telautograph was a device which could send electrical impulses to the receiving pin of the device, in order to be able to recreate drawings to a piece of paper while a person simultaneously wrote them longhand on the other end of the device. In 1900, Gray's assistant, Foster Ritchie, improved upon the original design, and it was this device that was displayed at the 1904 World's Fair and marketed for the next 30 years. Personal automobile. One of the most popular attractions of the exposition was contained in the Palace of Transportation, automobiles, and motor cars. The automobile display contained 140 models, including ones powered by gasoline, steam, and electricity. The private automobile first made its public debut at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition. For years after the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the Ford Motor Company began producing the Ford Model T, making the personal automobile affordable. Airplane. The 1904 World's Fair hosted the first ever airship contest, since aerial navigation was still in its infancy at this time. The exposition offered a grand prize of $100,000 to the airship or other flying machine with the best time through a course marked out by stationary air balloons while traveling at least 15 miles per hour. Although none were able to earn the grand prize, the contest did witness the first public dirigible flight in America, as well as numerous other flights made by various airships. This was the first major event in a history of aviation in St. Louis, leading to the city's nickname, Flight City. The science of aerial navigation continued to develop and has been mastered since the 1904 exposition. Interestingly, the Wright brothers flew the very first model airplane at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in December of 1903. In the late 19th century, a number of cities on the Great Plains constructed crop palaces, also known as grain palaces, to promote themselves and their products. As the idea succeeded, it spread, including a corn palace in Sioux City, Iowa, that was active from 1887 to 1891. The original Mitchell Corn Palace, known as the Corn Belt Exposition, was built in 1892 to showcase the rich soil of South Dakota and encourage people to settle in the area. In 1904 to 1905, the city of Mitchell mounted a challenge to the city of Pierre in an unsuccessful attempt to replace it as the state capital of South Dakota. As part of this effort, the Corn Palace was rebuilt in 1905. In 1921, the Corn Palace was rebuilt once again, with a design by the architectural firm Rapp and Rapp of Chicago. Russian-style onion domes and Moorish minarets were added in 1937, giving the palace the distinctive appearance that it has today. So they just decided Moorish minarets and onion domes would look cool. And why such a massive post office needed? The map published in 1888. Population of Sioux City as 35,000. Council Bluffs, Iowa Post Office 1888. Fun were the Tartarians. Over 300 major league amusement parks were built across the USA from the 1860s to the 1920s, or 5 per state. Then they caught fire or were torn down. Coney Island alone had 3 major amusement park recreations. Yet we have been told/sold that the USA class of immigrants were dirt poor and were put to work 6-7 hours per day. This is all before the industrial evolution kicked into high gear. So again, we are told, labor using horse and buggy erected the iron, steel, and concrete, while plans for the design of the parks still remain a mystery. White City is the common name of dozens of amusement parks in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Inspired by the White City and Midway Plaisance sections of the World's Columbian Exhibition of 1893, the park started gaining in popularity in the last few years of the 19th century. After the 1901 Pan American Exposition inspired the first Luna Park in Coney Island, a frenzy in building amusement parks, including those to be named White City, Luna Park, and Electric Park, ensued in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Before the end of the year 1900, White City amusement parks were making their appearance in Philadelphia, 1898. It was also known as Chestnut Hill Park, and Cleveland, 1900. Soon, some long-established parks changed their names to White City upon the addition of amusement rides and a Midway, Seattle, for example. As the American amusement park was increasing in popularity in the first few years of the 1900s, the success of the 1901 Pan American Exposition, particularly its Trip to the Moon ride, featuring Luna Park, led to the first Luna Park in Coney Island in 1903, and an explosion of nearly identical amusement parks soon followed. There were roughly 250 amusements operating in the United States in 1899. The number almost tripled, 700, by 1905, and more than doubled again to 1,500 by 1919, and these latter figures do not include the amusement parks that were opened and permanently closed by then. Like their Luna Park and Electric Park cousins, a typical White City park featured a Shoot the Chutes and Lagoon, a roller coaster, usually a figure 8 or a mountain railway, a midway, a Ferris wheel, games, and a pavilion. Some White City parks featured miniature railroads. Many cities had 2, or all 3, of the Electric Park/Luna Park/White City triumvirate in their vicinity, with each trying to outdo the others with new attractions. The competition was fierce, often driving the electric parks out of business due to increased cost due to equipment upgrades and upkeep and increasing insurance costs. More than a few succumbed to fire. Only one park that was given the White City name continues to operate today. Denver's White City, opened in 1908, is currently Lakeside Amusement Park. Denmark's Tivoli Gardens first opened in 1843 when showman George Carstensen persuaded King Christian VIII to let him build a pleasure garden outside the walls of Copenhagen. Originally constructed on around 20 acres of land, Carstensen's creation featured a series of Oriental-inspired buildings, a lake fashioned from part of the old city moat, flower gardens, and bandstands lit by colored gas lamps. The park quickly became an institution and won fame for its Tivoli Boys Guard, a collection of uniformed adolescents who paraded around the premises playing music for visitors. Tivoli later added an iconic pantomime theater in 1878, and by the early 1900s it featured more traditional amusement park fare, including a wooden roller coaster called the Bjergbanen, or mountain coaster, as well as bumper cars. Tivoli Gardens was nearly burned to the ground by Nazi sympathizers during World War II, but the park reopened after only a few weeks and remains in operation to this day. Coney Island Amusement Parks. Opened in 1897 by entrepreneur George C. Tillieu, Steeplechase Park was the first of 3 major amusement parks that put New York's Coney Island on the map. The park took its name from its signature attraction, a 1,100-foot steel track where patrons could race one another on mechanical horses, but it also included a Ferris wheel, a space-inspired ride called Trip to the Moon, and a miniature railroad. While Tillieu intended Steeplechase to be the family-friendly antidote to Coney Island's seamier side, some rides still ventured into territory that was risque by Victorian standards. Attractions like the Witch Away and the human pool table tossed strangers against one another and gave couples an excuse to canoodle, and the wildly popular Blowhole Theater allowed spectators to watch as air vents blew up unsuspecting female guest skirts. As the ladies struggled to cover themselves, a clown would shock their male counterparts with a cattle prod. Fire destroyed much of Tillieu's park in 1907, but he responded by building a more elaborate steeplechase that remained in operation until the 1960s. Ever the showman, he even charged 10 cents for visitors to view the charred ruins of the original park. Coney Island's Dreamland only operated for 7 years between 1904 and 1911, but during that time it established itself as one of the most ambitious amusement parks ever constructed. The brainchild of a former senator named William H. Reynolds, the site included a labyrinth of unusual rides and attractions lit by an astounding 1 million electric light bulbs. Visitors to Dreamland could charter a gondola through a recreation of the canals of Venice, brave gusts of refrigerated air during a train ride through the mountains of Switzerland, or relax at a Japanese tea house. They could also watch a twice-daily disaster spectacle where scores of actors fought a fire at a mock 6-story tenement building, or pay a visit to Lilliputian, a pint-sized European village where some 300 little people lived full-time. Dreamland featured everything from freak shows and wild animals to imported Somali warriors and Eskimos. But perhaps its most unusual offering was an exhibit where visitors could observe premature babies being kept alive using incubators, which were then still a new and untested technology. The infants proved a huge hit, but they and many other attractions had to be evacuated in May 1911, when a fire, ironically triggered at a ride called the Hell Gate, leveled the property and shut Dreamland down for good. Founded in 1903 by theme park impresarios Fred Thompson and Skip Dundee, Coney Island's Luna Park consisted of a gaudy cluster of domed buildings and towers illuminated by an eye-popping 250,000 light bulbs. The park specialized in high-concept rides that transported visitors to everywhere from 20,000 leagues under the sea to the North Pole and even the surface of the moon. A trip to Luna could also serve as a stand-in for world travel. After a ride on an elephant, patrons could stroll the simulated streets of Delhi, populated by dancing girls and costumed performers. Many of them actually shipped in from India, or take a tour through mock versions of Italy, Japan, and Ireland. If they grew tired of walking, visitors could relax in grandstands and watch the War of the Worlds, a miniature, pyrotechnic heavy sea battle in which the American Navy decimated an invading European armada. The park's owners also cashed in on the popularity of disaster rides by staging recreations of the destruction of Pompeii and the Galveston flood of 1900. The carnage reenacted in these attractions became all too real in 1944, when Luna fell victim to a 3-alarm fire that began in one of its bathrooms. The original site closed for good a few years after the blaze, but the iconic name Luna Park is still used by dozens of amusement parks around the globe. First opened in 1893, Saltaire was a desert oasis situated on the south shore of Utah's Great Salt Lake. The Mormon Church originally commissioned the site in the hope of creating a wholesome Coney Island of the West without the perceived sleaziness of the New York original. Their family-friendly park proved an instant hit, as scores of visitors arrived by train from nearby Salt Lake City to enjoy music, dancing, and bathing in the lake's saline-rich waters. Saltaire's most striking attraction was its gargantuan pavilion, a 4-story wonder adorned with domes and minarets that sat above the lake on more than 2,000 wood pilings. Along with touring this pleasure palace on stilts, visitors could also show off their moves on a sprawling dance floor, ride roller coasters and carousels, and watch fireworks displays and hot air balloon shows. The park boasted nearly 500,000 visitors a year until 1925, when the iconic centerpiece burned in a fire. A rebuilt Saltaire opened soon after, but it failed to capture the magic, or the revenues, of the original. The park closed its doors for good in 1958, and its abandoned pavilion was later destroyed in a second fire in 1970. The original Luna Park on Coney Island was a massive spectacle of rides, ornate towers and buildings covered in 250,000 electric lights. The park opened in 1903, and was destroyed 41 years later in 1944 by a massive fire that destroyed much of the park. Below, Brazil, 1908, and Kansas City exhibitions, 1907, were lit up at nighttime. Walt Disney cited the second Kansas City Electric Park as his primary inspiration for the design of the first modern theme park, Disneyland. Construction and destruction of the Chicago World's Fair, 1893. The story goes that these world fairs and exhibitions were only meant to be temporary, and construction was mainly papier-mâché and facings to create artificial constructs. This is clearly debunked, showing these pictures from the construction phase of the Chicago World Fair, which ran less than a year, then torched. Though they used Tartarian structures, they were modified and added to the existing structure. Look at the men atop the steel dome structures. Amazing. Chapter 18. The western capital of Tartary, San Francisco. The first cliff house was built in 1858 above Ocean Beach, in West San Francisco. It has been rebuilt 5 times since for various reasons, such as remodeling or damage. In 1894, the third and most photographed incarnation of the house was built by Adolphe Sutro, a successful mining engineer. Sutro built the 7-story mansion in Victorian style, an elaborately decorated structure dubbed the Gingerbread House. Cliff House was the scene of a number of historic events, including several shipwrecks. A wreck in 1887 caused damage to the second Cliff House when the dynamite on the ship exploded. The first ship-to-shore transmission, using Morse code, was received here in 1899, and in 1905, the first radio voice transmission was sent from the house to a point 1.5 miles away. Cliff House survived the earthquake that struck San Francisco in 1906 with only minor damage. It burned to the ground the following year, however. Sutro's daughter began the construction of a new Cliff House restaurant in 1908, but on a vastly smaller scale, San Francisco Sutro Bathhouses. Once the largest indoor swimming establishment in the world. Built in 1896 by former mayor and eccentric mining tycoon Adolphe Sutro, the Sutro baths were a wonder of their time. The biggest indoor natatorium of its kind, the baths used seawater from adjacent Ocean Beach to fill 6 saltwater pools and featured 1 freshwater pool, hundreds of dressing rooms, slides, springboards, a large amphitheater, and later an ice rink. Sutro died while the baths were successful, and the attraction continued in popularity until it fell into disuse during the hard economic times of the 1920s and 30s. Planned development along the oceanfront property and multiple fires meant the baths' demise in 1966. The baths remain a centerpiece of the west side of the city's history, and its ruins are still explored by locals and tourists alike today. The Sutro Baths opened in 1890 and was intended for the working people of San Francisco, who could take his train out to the ocean sand dunes and play in the pools, enjoying the day swimming, exploring his museum, and eating in the restaurants. There were musical performances and dance competitions and other amusements provided for his guests, who could make a whole day of it at the baths. Covering 3 acres, 6 tide-fed seawater pools of varying sizes and temperatures were housed under enormous glass arches. The construction required 10,000 barrels of cement, 1.7 million gallons of seawater, and $1 million $1,896. A promenade overlooking the pools featured a museum of curiosities collected by Sutro on his travels, including exotic plants, taxidermy, geologic specimens, and Egyptian mummies. Guests could avail themselves of 500 tiny dressing rooms and observation bleachers with seating for 3,700 spectators. Sutro kept the fees low so most city residents could afford to come. 5 cents for the train and 25 cents to swim, including a swimsuit and towel to use. Up to 25,000 bathers could fit into the baths on a given day, and more than 1,600 could be accommodated in the 517 private dressing rooms. Conveniently, there were 40,000 towels available for rent. The entire establishment was constructed inside an enormous 3-peaked glass enclosure. According to visitors' reports, a great deal of the structure was made from stained glass, and the baths below were frequently dappled with rainbow colors from the sun shining down through the roof. Sutro placed dozens of display cases full of his memorabilia from trips around the world, including, weirdly enough, a mummy all throughout the halls to make his attraction educational too. The place almost sounds like a direct ancestor of the sumptuous discos and raves for which San Francisco is still famous. Next to the Cliff House at Great Highway and Point Lobos, the baths, built by legendary local weirdo Adolf Sutro, must have been a sight to behold. 6 huge indoor pools filled with ocean water, surrounded by seats for 7,000 spectators. The baths were replete with statuary and plant conservatories featuring palms and real Egyptian relics, like something out of Norma Desmond's Wettest Dream. The baths also housed several restaurants, a museum, trapezes, and water slides. But like so many of San Francisco's magnificently weird landmarks, Fleischhacker Pool, Playland at the Beach, the Fox Theater, the Sutro baths were too good to last. On June 26, 1966, just as a wrecking ball was poised to begin smashing in the walls of the legendary baths, and 2 weeks before the bankruptcy that would have ruined the owners, a mysterious fire broke out and burned the whole place to the ground. It turned out that the building was heavily insured. The owners collected their massive settlement and quickly left town, leaving many suspicions but no tangible evidence of fraud and arson. The ruins of the baths still linger as one of the most mysterious sights of San Francisco. The Ferries and Cliff Steam Line, opened on March 1, 1886, ran from California and Central, now Presidio Avenue, to a point above the Cliff House at 48th and Point Lobos. 1894 California Midwinter International Exposition, San Francisco's first World's Fair, dedicated to the wonders of California. Very little remains of the extraordinary Midwinter Exposition installation of 1894, the brainchild of the San Francisco Chronicle's publisher Michael DeYoung, who had been inspired and delighted by the White City of Chicago's 1893 World's Columbian Exposition. San Francisco's first World's Fair was executed from dream to reality in less than 6 months. The center of the fair was in the area now known as the Music Concourse, then nearly unrecognizable except for the general contours. At its center, an Eiffel Tower-inspired electric tower rose 266 feet, offering intrepid climbers a bird's-eye view of the fair and the early park. The fair buildings represented various exotic cultural and architectural influences, from minarets and Indian fantasies to Spanish mission style. Tree-loving park superintendent John McLaren was reportedly none too thrilled about the hijacking of his new parkland for commercial venture, but he begrudgingly relented. The fair opened on January 27, 1894 on 160 acres at the park center, dubbed the Sunset City. 180 buildings had been constructed in record time to showcase all of California's counties, as well as selected foreign countries and other states. The Pan-Pacific Exhibition in San Francisco, California in 1915, opened for 9 months, then destroyed directly thereafter. Just 9 years after the devastating 1906 earthquake, San Francisco staged the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition, celebrating the opening of the Panama Canal in August 1914 and proving to the world that it remained the city that knew how. Understandably, the universal reaction of fairgoers was a sense of wonder. Amazingly, there were no bridges across the San Francisco Bay, and the population of San Francisco, still reeling from the major 1906 earthquake, was estimated to be under 200,000 people. The building of the canal itself was, of course, an incredible feat. Over 50 years in the making, it was dubbed the 13th labor of Hercules. And so was the creation of the exposition, beginning with the placement of 300,000 cubic yards of fill to create land for the site from what had formerly been San Francisco Bay and is now San Francisco's Marina District. The times were heady, and rapid strides were being made in engineering and manufacturing. Consider just a few notable aspects. The fair featured a reproduction of the Panama Canal that covered 5 acres. Visitors rode around the model on a moving platform, listening to information over a telephone receiver. The first transcontinental telephone call was made by Alexander Graham Bell to the fairgrounds before the fair opened, and a cross-country call was made every day the fair was open. The ukulele, originally a Portuguese instrument, but adopted by the Hawaiians, was first played in the United States at the 1915 fair, creating a ukulele craze in the 1920s. An actual Ford assembly line was set up in the Palace of Transportation and turned out one car every 10 minutes for 3 hours every afternoon, except Sunday. 4,400 cars were produced during the exposition. The entire area was illuminated by indirect lighting by General Electric. The scintillator, a battery of searchlights on a barge in the bay, beamed 48 lights in 7 colors across San Francisco's fog banks. If the fog wasn't in no problem, a steam locomotive was available to generate artificial fog. Personalities abounded. Thomas Edison and Henry Ford were honored at a luncheon. Edison had perfected a storage battery that was exhibited at the fair. A preteen Ansel Adams was a frequent visitor. The Liberty Bell made a cross-country pilgrimage from Philadelphia to be displayed at the fair. Notables, such as Thomas Edison, were often photographed with the bell. The Machinery Palace was the largest wooden and steel building in the world at the time. The entire personnel of the U.S. Army and Navy could have fit inside. The first ever indoor flight occurred when Lincoln Beechey flew through the building before it was completed. George W. Kellum was chosen as Chief of Architecture. Working with the Architectural Council, he developed an elegantly simple plan. It grouped the 8 main exhibition palaces together in a single block. This main block was then flanked on the eastern end by the Palace of Machinery and on the western end by a Neoclassic fantasy monument, Bernard Maybeck's Palace of Fine Arts. This grouping was crowned by an Italianate main tower known as the Tower of Jewels, which was adorned with glass gems, nova gems, in the parlance of the period, that sparkled when swayed by the wind. Jeweled watch fobs, rings, pins, and other objects were popular souvenirs. The block also included several magnificent courts: the Court of the Universe, the Court of Abundance, and the Court of the Four Seasons. While the buildings appeared substantial, they were intended to last only for a year, after which they would be demolished. The Palace of Fine Arts underwent a major restoration in the 1960s. The monumental exhibition palaces formed a core that held together 2 outer and very different zones of the exposition. At the western end, beyond the Palace of Fine Arts, were exhibition halls built by participating countries and states. At the eastern end was a 65-acre amusement park and concession district called the Zone. Altogether, the fair occupied 635 acres, approximately 76 city blocks. The total construction cost was about $15 million, and the project consumed over 100 million board feet of lumber. Please remember, this was just 9 years after the Great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The Palace of Machinery, styled after the Roman baths of Caracalla, was the largest wood and steel building in the world at that time. It measured nearly 1,000 feet in length, 367 feet in width, and was 136 feet high. More than 2,000 exhibits were displayed inside on 2 miles of aisles. The soldiers and sailors of Uncle Sam's 1915 Army and Navy could have fit into the Machinery Palace with room to spare. Aviator Lincoln Beechey flew through the building before it was completed in the first ever indoor flight. His speed through the building, a blazing 40 miles per hour. The column of progress commanded the entire north front of the exposition. Sims Richardson, the architect, drew his inspiration from Trajan's column in Rome. It completed the symbolism of the exposition's sculpture and architecture, as the joyous fountain of energy at the other end of the north-south axis began it. The Palace of Horticulture, designed by Bakewell and Brown, is the largest and most splendid of the garden structures. Byzantine in its architecture, it suggested the Mosque of Ahmed I at Constantinople. This was the palace of the bounty of nature. Its adornment symbolized the rich yield of California fields. The Palace of Education combined Spanish Renaissance and Moorish designs. In the tympanum above the central portal, sculptor Gustav Gerlach created the group Education. In the center, the teacher sits with her pupils under the tree of knowledge. On the left, the mother instructs her children. On the right, the young man, his school days past, works out a problem in science. Thus, the group depicts the various stages of education. The California building, designed by Thomas H. Burdett, was by far the largest state building ever erected at the time. From its facade, Fray Junipero Serra looks over a charming garden, which represents the Garden of Santa Barbara Mission. But this mission-style building was grander than those built by the Padres of California. It covered 5 acres. Inside walls were hung with tapestries loaned by Mrs. Phoebe A. Hearst. Displays from the 58 California counties were presented. Color was a major unifying element in the design of the exposition. Jules Guérin, a colorist, painter, and designer, oversaw the exposition's color schemes. He created a specially blended gypsum and hemp plaster material in hues of old ivory that mimicked the travertine marble used in ancient Rome. This plaster was applied over most of the buildings, statues, and walls. 8 accent colors were used throughout the exposition: French green for garden lattices, deep cerulean blue in recessed panels and ceiling vaults, pink-orange for flagpoles, pinkish red flecked with brown for the background of colonnades, golden burnt orange for moldings and small domes, terracotta for other domes, gold for statuary, antique green for urns and vases. Very romantic and ornate sculptures were typical of the era and profusely adorned the fair and its structures. Carl Bitter, director of the Department of Sculpture, and A. Sterling Calder, the exposition's acting chief of sculpture, commissioned more than 1,500 sculptures from artists around the world. These stood on columns, in niches, in fountains, and as freestanding groups throughout the expositions. In the South Garden was the Calder Fountain of Energy. Resting in the center of the pool and supported by a circle of figures representing the dance of the oceans, is the Earth, surmounted by a figure of energy, the force that dug the canal with fame and victory blowing bugles from their shoulders. Bernard Maybeck, the designer of the Palace of Fine Arts, believed that architecture here in California, to be beautiful, needed only to be an effective background for landscape. He was able to achieve this end in his design. The sweeping arc of the building on the shore of the lagoon is a mere backdrop for the trees and plants. The central rotunda's entablature contains Bruno Louis Zim's 3 panels representing the struggle for the beautiful. On an altar before the rotunda knelt Robert Stackpole's figure of Venus, representing the beautiful to whom all art is servant. Robert Louis Zim created the panel in front of the altar on Pictured Genius, the source of inspiration. Above, in the dome, Robert Reed's 8 murals symbolize the conception and birth of art, its commitment to the earth, and its progress and acceptance by the human intellect. A 3-acre Japanese garden was created at the south entrance to the Fine Arts Palace. This garden was comprised of rocks up to 3 tons in weight, square feet of turf, trees, 4,400 small plants, and tons of small stones and gravel brought from Japan. The Golden Pavilion, a copy of a Japanese temple, and 2 graceful tea houses were located within this Japanese garden, which was staffed largely by the government of Japan. As Ben Macomber in his book The Jewel City states, no other of the palaces would wear so well in its beauty if it were set up for the joy of future generations. It would be a glorious thing for San Francisco if the Fine Arts Palace could be made permanent in Golden Gate Park. As we know, his words were heeded, and the Palace of Fine Arts still stands in all of its beauty, albeit in its original site, rather than in Golden Gate Park. The Palace of Fine Arts contained what the international jury declared to be the best and most important collection of modern art that had yet been assembled in America. The war in Europe did prevent some countries like Russia and Germany from sending artworks. It led other countries such as France and Italy to send more than they might otherwise have sent. Lighting at the fair. Lighting at the fair was the crowning achievement. W. Darcy, who was called the Aladdin of the 1915 City Luminous, was loaned to the exposition by a young General Electric company eager to promote the miracles of its technology. Never before had an attempt been made to light an exposition as this one was lighted. The massive exhibition area was illuminated at night by indirect lighting of the softest, warmest, and mellowest of colors, all seemingly without source. The radiance of the 43-story Tower of Jewels came from huge searchlights aimed at it from a circle of hidden stations. Perhaps the most exquisite and dazzling feature of the fair, the tower, with its 102,000 pieces of glittering multicolored cut Bohemian glass, refracted and reflected both sunlight and nighttime illumination. The many-colored fan of enormous rays, the scintillator, which stood against the sky behind the exposition, was produced by a searchlight battery of 36 great projectors mounted on the breakwaters of the yacht harbor. It was manned nightly by a company of Marines who manipulated the fan of lights in precise drills at night. Around the walls of the palaces stood tall Venetian masts, topped with shields or banners. Concealed behind the heraldic emblems were powerful magnesite arc lamps. Other concealed lights gleamed through the waters of the fountains. In the court of the universe they were white, in the court of the seasons green, and in the court of the ages they were red. The palaces themselves were not externally illuminated at night, though they appeared to be lighted internally. Behind each window and doorway were hung strings of lights backed by reflectors. The illumination was at its best on a misty night when the moisture in the air provided a screen to catch the colored lights and create the effect of an aurora overhead. If natural fog wasn't present to supply this background for the great beams of the scintillator, clouds of steam from a steam locomotive positioned on the breakwater provided the missing mist. Sculptures at the fair. Sculpture was an integral part of the Panama Pacific International Exposition. A. Sterling Calder was the acting chief of sculpture, and under his direction was a large staff of skilled workmen, hired to turn out thousands of sculptures and decorations. These works were made of plaster and tinted to match or complement the buildings. The End of the Trail, by James Earl Fraser, was one of the most popular and poignant works of art at the fair. It showed an Indian astride his exhausted horse, representing the Native Americans' failed battle against encroaching civilization. Many other notable sculptures were also created. Robert Aikins depicted man's progress from birth to death in the Fountain of the Earth. A. Weinman's statues, The Rising Sun and The Setting Sun, were placed in the Court of the Universe. Daniel Chester French's statue depicted an angelic figure with its creation of man and woman below. C.L. Pietro created one of the strongest sculptures in The Mother and the Dead, protesting the Great War, which was leaving Europe with only the aged and the children. A. Sterling Calder had several sculptures. In front of the Tower of Jewels stands his joyous Fountain of Energy, a depiction of the union of the Atlantic and Pacific by the Panama Canal. He also created the Star Maidens that adorned the Tower of Jewels. The sculpture, Nations of the West, was located in the courtyard of the universe, atop the arch of the setting sun. This sculpture, the joint work of A. Sterling Calder, Leo Lentelli, and F. G.R. Roth, was comprised of figures representing an American Indian, pioneers gathered around the prairie schooner, and the figures of Mother of Tomorrow and Spirit of Enterprise. Industrial displays. The exposition emphasized contemporary events and technology from the previous decade. The moving picture machine was extensively used to illustrate industrial progress in various exhibits, and the presence of both mechanical and electrical devices was larger than life in many cases. Exhibits in the Palace of Machinery showcased diesel engines, water-driven power plants, and numerous electrical motors and communication devices. On opening day, President Woodrow Wilson started, by wireless, the diesel-driven generator that supplied all of the direct current used in the palace. The Underwood exhibit in the Palace of Liberal Arts featured a $10,000 typewriter. an exact reproduction of the machine you will eventually buy. It was 1,728 times larger than the standard Underwood typewriter and weighed 14 tons. News stories were typed on it daily. But the greatest amount of space was given to labor-saving devices, safety inventions, and machines that increased the comfort, if not the comfort level, of humanity. The overwhelming theme was that machines would play a major role in making life more comfortable and enjoyable. Agriculture. Today we consider agriculture an industry, but the typical fair-goer of 1915 considered the growing of ornamental plants and foodstuffs two separate endeavors, neither of them industrial. The fair reflected this outlook, incorporating 3 display halls related to the growing and production of agricultural products: the Palace of Horticulture, the Forestry Building, and the Palace of Agriculture. The Palace of Agriculture had a distinct state fair flavor, with displays of farm products and awards for products of high quality. This palace was prominently located at the northwest corner of the Court of the Universe. The award certificate shown here was awarded to the Orchard City Canning Company of Campbell, California, for its assorted canned fruits. The Palace of Horticulture displayed beautiful flowers and ornamental plants, and was located adjacent to the Palace of Forestry near the Baker Street entrance to the fairgrounds. As might be expected, the Forestry Building was concerned with the growing of trees and the production of lumber. The entertainments. No fair is complete without its sideshow, and the fair's eastern section, known as the Zone, occupied a space the equivalent of several city blocks in area and contained a variety of entertainments, rides, commercial stands, souvenir shops, and other typical fair staples. However, some of the things to be found in the Zone were very untypical, including the aeroscope, a ride that consisted of a small 2-story structure mounted on the end of a 285-foot swing arm. It was designed and built by Joseph Strauss, the designer and builder of the Golden Gate Bridge. Riders were treated to an aerial view of the fair and nearby San Francisco. It was especially spectacular at night. Another popular ride circled a 5-acre operating model of the Panama Canal. For their 50-cent admission, passengers occupying one of the 100 chairs circling the model on elevated tracks could learn about the canal through earphones during their half-hour ride. The soundtrack came from a phonograph. Fairgoers could also observe babies reel in incubators, experience a rowdy 49ers prospecting camp, not spring training, and a submarine ride. They could choose to be entertained, awed, scared, impressed, and fed at a seemingly innumerable number of rides, restaurants, and concessions. Other entertainments might be experienced throughout the fair area, including air shows, concerts, demonstrations of arts, crafts, and national culture. The air shows were quite popular, drawing crowds of 10,000 or more spectators. Although pilot Lincoln Beachey was killed during one of the air exhibitions when his plane experienced a structural failure and crashed. After the lights went out, the final midnight arrived. The last music, taps, was played from the Tower of Jewels. The last fairgoer departed, and the lights of the 1915 World's Fair went out forever. The Tower of Jewels, built at a cost of $413,000, was sold to a demolition firm for $9,000. Individual jewels were sold to souvenir hunters for $1 each. Some prominent statues, including Nations of the East and Nations of the West, were not salvageable and were destroyed along with the arches on which they were mounted. By 1917, the work was done, with structures demolished and the land, or the landfill, at least, was restored. Over $1 million was realized from the salvage effort. Between February 20th, 1915, opening day, and December 4th, the closing day, over 18 million people passed through the entrance gates of the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition. The fair generated the funds to construct San Francisco's Civic Auditorium, and an additional $1 million surplus as well. So the question has to be asked once again. How did 18 million people attend the exhibition? Where did they lodge? How did they transport? How were they notified of the fair? The San Diego 1915 Panama, California Exposition was held between January 1st, 1915 and January 1st, 1917, the same exact year as the Great San Francisco Exhibition. The exposition celebrated the opening of the Panama Canal and was meant to tout San Diego as the first U.S. port of call for ships traveling north after passing westward through the canal. The fair was held in San Diego's large urban Balboa Park. The exposition's location was selected to be inside the 1,400 acres, 570 hectares, of Balboa Park. The East Gateway was approached by Drive and San Diego Electric Railway trolley cars winding up from the city through the southern portion of the park. From the west, the Cabrillo Bridge's entrance was marked with blooming giant century plants and led straight to the dramatic West Gate, or City Gate, with the city's coat of arms at its crown. The archway was flanked by engaged Doric orders supporting an entablature, with figures symbolizing the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans joining waters together in commemoration of the opening of the Panama Canal. These figures were the work of Furio Piccirilli. While the West Gateway was part of the Fine Arts Building, the East Gateway was designed to be the formal entrance for the California State Building. The East, or State Gateway, carried the California State coat of arms over the arch. The spandrels over the arch were filled with glazed colored tile commemorating the 1769 arrival of Spain and the 1846 State Constitutional Convention at Monterey. Near a large parking lot, the North Gate led to the Painted Desert and 2,500-foot, 760 long Isthmus Street. The Santa Fe Railway sponsored Painted Desert, called Indian Village by guests, a 5-acre, 2.0 hectares, 300-person exhibit populated by 7 Native American tribes including the Apache, Navajo, and Tewa. The Painted Desert, which design and construction was supervised by the southwestern archaeologist Jesse L. Nussbaum, had the appearance of a rock structure but was actually wire frames covered in cement. The isthmus and a 250-foot, 76 replica of the Panama Canal was surrounded by concessions, amusement rides and games, a replica gem mine, an ostrich farm, and a Chinatown. Santa Cruz, California. The boardwalk. In 1791, Father Fermin de Lasuen established a mission at Santa Cruz, the 12th mission to be founded in California. California became a state in 1850 and Santa Cruz County was created as one of the 27 original counties. By the turn of the century, logging, lime processing, agriculture, and commercial fishing industries prospered in the area. Due to its mild climate and scenic beauty, Santa Cruz also became a prominent resort community. Since 1907, the boardwalk is oldest amusement park in California and one of the last seaside amusement parks on the west coast of the United States. Chapter 19. Children for Sale. All aboard the Foundling trains. The first orphan trains operated prior to the Civil War. Over 250,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 76-year period, 1853 to 1929, in the largest mass migration of children in American history. As many as 1 in 4 were Irish. Some abolitionists feared that the orphan trains were being used as an extension of slavery, and there was reason behind their fear. Not all the orphans were being adopted. Many became slaves to farmers, child abusers, and indentured servants with no rights or freedoms. The first orphan trains left Grand Central Station in late 1853 for Dowagiac, Michigan. The trains continued to run for 75 years. The last official train ran to Texas in 1929. Many children were sexually abused, mistreated, malnourished, and overworked in the Midwest farms. Trains would stop in Midwestern and Southern towns, and the children would file off and parade before the assembled townspeople, often on hastily constructed stages. Locals would inspect the children, feel their muscles, look at their teeth, and question them. Contact between the children and their families back east was strongly discouraged. Many of these children ran away from the abusive new homes they were placed in. These abandoned children were left to their own devices to obtain shelter and food, often stealing, begging, selling matches and/or papers to support themselves. These children were labeled as street Arabs, the dangerous classes, and street urchins, to name a few. In the mid-1800s and early 1900s of the United States history, these problems escalated and led Charles Loring Brace, a minister in New York, to found the Children's Aid Society in 1853 in New York City. A report in the New York Times dated May 10, 1860, cited the 4 distinct classes of needy they served. First, friendless and deserving young women. Second, destitute children between the ages of 3 and 14 years. Third, motherless and orphan infants. Fourth, dependent mothers with children who should not be separated. In the 1870s, the Catholic Church became concerned that many Catholic children were being sent to Protestant homes and were being inculcated with Protestant values. They began operating their own placing out program via the railroad sponsored by the New York Foundling Hospital. Priests in towns along the railroad routes were notified that the Foundling Hospital had children in need of homes. The priest would make an announcement at Sunday Mass, and adults could sign up for a child, specifying gender and preferred hair and eye color. It was common to have children separated from their siblings, to not have birth certificates, and no further contact with their parents or siblings. In many cases, the only legal document for the children would have been their baptismal certificate. By the age of 18, the children were released from their indenture and were expected to make their own way in life. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Foster care was created to harvest children. In the United States, foster care started as a result of the efforts of Charles Loring Brace. In the mid-19th century, some homeless or neglected children lived in the New York City streets and slums. Brace took these children off the streets and placed them with families in most states in the country. Brace believed the children would do best with a Christian farm family. He did this to save them from a lifetime of suffering. He sent these children to families by train, which gave the name the Orphan Train Movement. This lasted from 1853 to 1929 and transported more than 250,000 children to new lives. When Brace died in 1890, his sons took over his work of the Children's Aid Society until they retired. The Children's Aid Society created a foster care approach that became the basis for the Federal Adoption and Safe Families Act of 1997, called concurrent planning. This greatly impacted the foster care system. Origins of U.S. foundling homes. In the late 1860s, there was an epidemic of infanticide and child abandonment in New York City. The Sisters of St. Peter's Convent downtown on Barclay Street regularly found abandoned babies on their doorstep. Sister Mary Irene Fitzgibbon of St. Peter's approached Mother Mary Jerome, the superior of the Sisters of Charity, regarding the need of rescuing these children. Archbishop, later Cardinal, John McCloskey urged the sisters to open an asylum for such children. On October 11, 1869, 3 Sisters of Charity, Sisters Irene, Sister Teresa Vincent, and Anna Aloysia, opened the New York Foundling Asylum of the Sisters of Charity. They received 1 infant on their first night of operation. 45 more babies followed in that first month. To meet overwhelming demand, Foundling opened a boarding department in November and began placing children under the care of neighbors. 77 more babies followed in the next 2 months. After 2 years, the Foundling had accepted 2,500 babies. The New York Historical Society has a collection of the notes left with the abandoned babies, which is part of a larger collection of historic photographs of the Foundling maintained by the Society. In 1872, construction began on their massive new full-block facility on land granted by the state between East 68th and 69th Streets and Lexington and 3rd Avenues. It opened in 1873, and an adoption department was established to find permanent homes for children. Foundling Wheels. Foundling wheels were institutionalized by a papal bull issued in the 12th century by Pope Innocent III, who was shocked by the number of dead babies found in the Tiber. By 1204, there was a wheel in operation at the Santo Spirito Hospital in Rome, next to the Vatican. A 14th century home for abandoned children in Naples, annexed to a church, is now a museum about foundlings. Many common family names in Italy can be traced to a foundling past. Esposito, because children were sometimes exposed on the steps of a convent. Proietti, from the Latin proitio, to throw away, or innocenti, as an innocent of their father's sin. In the Middle Ages, new mothers in Rome could abandon their unwanted babies in a foundling wheel, a revolving wooden barrel lodged in a wall, often in a convent, that allowed women to deposit their offspring without being seen. Now a Rome hospital, the Casalino Polyclinic, has introduced a technologically advanced version of the foundling wheel. Not at all a wheel, but very much like an ATM booth. United States. Baby hatches started operating in the state of Indiana in 2016. All 50 states have introduced safe haven laws since Texas began on September 1, 1999. These allow parents to legally give up their newborn child, younger than 72 hours, anonymously to certain places known as safe havens, such as fire stations, police stations, and hospitals. Foundling wheels spread to various parts of Europe and were used until the late 19th century. Modern foundling wheels have made a comeback in various places in Europe in recent decades, particularly in Germany. Switzerland, the Czech Republic, and other European countries also have drop-off points for unwanted newborns. On mainland Italy and the island of Sicily, they installed a device called La Ruota, or Rota, dei Proietti, the wheel of the cast-offs, or the foundling wheel. These wheels could be in the outside walls of churches or convents, or in larger cities, in the walls of foundling hospitals or orphanages. The wheel was a kind of lazy Susan that had a small platform on which a baby could be placed, then rotated into the building, without anyone on the inside seeing the person abandoning the child. That person then pulled a cord on the outside of the building, causing an internal bell or chimes to ring, alerting those inside that an infant had been deposited. In the larger towns, foundlings were baptized, then kept in a foundling home with others, and fed by wet nurses in the employ of the home. There they may have stayed for several years until they were taken by townspeople as menial servants or laborers, or placed with a foster family. Or, sadly but more likely, they never left the institution, having died from malnutrition or from diseases passed on by the wet nurses. In smaller towns, the foundling wheel may have been in the wall of the residence of a local midwife. She would have received the child, possibly suckled it immediately to keep it alive, or arranged for a wet nurse to do so, then taken it to the church to be baptized and to the town hall to be registered. If the child was near death when found, many midwives were authorized by the church to baptize the infant so that its soul would not be lost. Civil officials were often similarly authorized. Sometimes children were literally abandoned on the street or on a doorstep, but the use of the foundling wheel was so widespread that even these children were often referred to as having been found in the wheel. Chapter 20. Insane asylums of the 19th century. The overall question is, did the NWO take over Tartarian buildings and then use them to kill off the people of Tartary around the world after committing them to converted insane asylums? The evidence appears conclusively likely. Remember that according to Mr. Fomenko, his story does not begin until the beginnings of the elimination of Tartary in 1200 AD. In London, England, the Priory of St. Mary of Bethlehem, which later became known more notoriously as Bedlam, was founded in 1247. In Spain, other such institutions for the insane were established after the Christian Reconquista. Facilities included hospitals in Valencia, 1407, Zaragoza, 1425, Seville, 1436, Barcelona, 1481, and Toledo, 1483. In Britain at the beginning of the 19th century, there were, perhaps, a few thousand lunatics housed in a variety of disparate institutions. But, by the beginning of the 20th century, that figure had grown to about 100,000. This growth coincided with the development of alienism, now known as psychiatry, as a medical specialty. By the end of the 19th century, national systems of regulated asylums for the mentally ill had been established in most industrialized countries. At the turn of the century, Britain and France combined had only a few hundred people in asylums, but by the end of the century this number had risen to the hundreds of thousands. The United States housed 150,000 patients in mental hospitals by 1904. Germany housed more than 400 public and private sector asylums. These asylums were critical to the evolution of psychiatry as they provided places of practice throughout the world. Throughout the asylums worldwide, we see familiar patterns of incredible Tartary architecture, with many asylums having farms and livestock and cemeteries and crematories. Another main theme is most of these structures became overcrowded up through the beginnings of the 20th century, so more asylums were needed. Yet the population numbers at the time do not justify the immense size of the buildings or number of people they claim were committed. In California, at the very onset of the California Gold Rush of 1849, we see several insane asylums said to be erected to house those deemed insane as early as 1851, even though California's population in no way justified the immense size and scope of these structures. The other blatantly obvious note is that these immense insane asylums nearly look identical all around the world in what they call Gothic and Roman architecture. The Hospital de los Inocentes, Hospital of the Innocents, was the first asylum in Europe founded in Valencia, Spain, in 1410. It stands out due to its originality, and there are historic and cultural reasons to recognize its primacy. Furthermore, the organization and functioning of this institution and the model spread like wildfire through the entire Iberian Peninsula during the 15th century and shortly after through American Spanish-speaking countries. In 1512, the Council of the City of Valencia decided to unite all the hospitals of the city in one hospital general and to extend the coverage to all kinds of patients and all types of forsaken. The hospital was destroyed by a fire in 1545. The Bethlehem Royal Hospital, Britain, England, 1676. Bethlehem Royal Hospital, also known as St. Mary Bethlehem, Bethlehem Hospital in Bedlam, is a psychiatric hospital in London. Its famous history has inspired several horror books, films, and TV series, most notably Bedlam, a 1946 film with Boris Karloff. The hospital is closely associated with King's College London and, in partnership with the Institute of Psychiatry, Psychology and Neuroscience, is a major center for psychiatric research. Originally, the hospital was near Bishopsgate, just outside the walls of the City of London, where the NWO bankers reside. Already in 1632, it was recorded that Bethlehem Royal Hospital, London, had below stairs a parlor, a kitchen, 2 larders, a long entry throughout the house, and 21 rooms wherein the poor distracted people lie, and above the stairs 8 rooms more for servants and the poor to lie in. St. Luke's Hospital for Lunatics was founded in London in 1751 for the treatment of incurable pauper lunatics by a group of philanthropic apothecaries and others. It was the second public institution in London created to look after mentally ill people, after the Hospital of St. Mary of Bethlehem, Bedlam, founded in 1246. Ipswich Hospital, Australia, for the insane, 1878. Australia. Originally built as a benevolent asylum, the Ipswich site never fulfilled this purpose. Chronic overcrowding at Woogaroo dictated that the new facility at Ipswich could provide a solution to this problem. USA insane asylums of the 19th century. Many of the more prestigious private hospitals tried to implement some parts of moral treatment on the wards that held mentally ill patients. But the Friends Asylum, established by Philadelphia's Quaker community in 1814, was the first institution specially built to implement the full program of moral treatment. Massachusetts General Hospital built the McLean Hospital outside of Boston in 1811. The New York Hospital built the Bloomingdale Insane Asylum in Morningside Heights in Upper Manhattan in 1816, and the Pennsylvania Hospital established the Institute of the Pennsylvania Hospital across the river from the city in 1841. Thomas Kirkbride, the influential medical superintendent of the Institute of the Pennsylvania Hospital, developed what quickly became known as the Kirkbride Plan for how hospitals devoted to moral treatment should be built and organized. By the 1890s, however, these institutions were all under siege. Economic considerations played a substantial role in this assault. Local governments could avoid the costs of caring for the elderly residents in almshouses or public hospitals by redefining what was then termed senility as a psychiatric problem and sending these men and women to state-supported asylums. Not surprisingly, the numbers of patients in the asylums grew exponentially. By the 1870s, virtually all states had one or more such asylums funded by state tax dollars. Bloomingdale Insane Asylum, 1821. The Bloomingdale Insane Asylum, 1821 to 1889, was a private hospital for the care of the mentally ill that was founded by New York Hospital. It occupied the land in the Morningside Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, where Columbia University is located. The road leading to the asylum from the thriving city of New York, at the time consisting only of Lower Manhattan, was called Bloomingdale Road in the 19th century and is now called Broadway. Kirkbride Insane Asylums, 1844. The Kirkbride model was designed by Thomas Story Kirkbride, an asylum superintendent and one of the founders of the Association of Medical Superintendents of American Asylums for the Insane, the precursor to the American Psychiatric Association. Kirkbride's book on the construction, organization, and general arrangements of hospitals for the insane, published in 1854, became the standard resource on the design and management of asylums in the mid to late 19th century. The Kirkbride plan consisted of a linear design with a central administration building and long wings on either side that radiated off the center building. This design allowed for maximum separation of the wards so that the undesirable mingling of the patients might be prevented. The wings also allowed for separation of male and female patients, and for separation of patients based on the severity of their illnesses. Kirkbride was also heavily involved in civic affairs within the city of Philadelphia itself, as well as that of the Commonwealth. He was a member of the College of Physicians, the Philadelphia County Medical Society, the Franklin Institute, the Historical Society of Philadelphia, the American Philosophical Society, and an honorary member of the British Medico-Psychological Association. In 1844, Dr. Kirkbride was one of the original 13 members who founded the Association of Medical Superintendents of American Institutions for the Insane, OMSAI, serving as its secretary from 1848 to 1855, its vice president from 1855 to 1862, and finally, as its president from 1862 to 1870. The Pennsylvania Hospital for Mental and Nervous Diseases was a psychiatric hospital located at 48th and Market Streets in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. It operated from its founding in 1841 until 1997. In the winter of 1841, nearly 100 mentally ill patients of Pennsylvania Hospital were slowly transferred in carriages from the bustling city streets at 8th and Spruce Streets to a new, rural facility especially prepared for their care. The hospital awaiting them offered a treatment philosophy and level of comfort that would set a standard for its day. Known as the Institute of Pennsylvania Hospital, it stood west of Philadelphia, amidst 101 acres of woods and meadows. 2 large hospital structures and an elaborate pleasure ground were built on a campus that stretched along the north side of Market Street, from 45th to 49th Streets. Thomas Story Kirkbride, the hospital's first superintendent and physician-in-chief, developed a more humane method of treatment for the mentally ill there that became widely influential. The hospital's plan became a prototype for a generation of institutions for the treatment of the mentally ill nationwide. The surviving 1859 building was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1965. Unlike other asylums where patients were often kept chained in crowded, unsanitary wards with little, if any, treatment, patients at the Pennsylvania Asylum resided in private rooms, received medical treatment, worked outdoors, and enjoyed recreational activities including lectures and use of the hospital library. The facility came to be called Kirkbride's Hospital. Overcrowding had become a problem in the original Pennsylvania Asylum for the Insane by the 1850s, so Kirkbride lobbied the Pennsylvania hospital managers for an additional building. But by the mid-20th century, the 1841 hospital building proved unusable for this purpose and was demolished in 1959. California Insane Asylums. So the story goes. The Insanity Law of 1897 created the State Commission on Lunacy, which was given authority to see that all laws relating to care and treatment of patients were carried out, and to make recommendations to the legislature concerning the management of hospitals for the insane. The 1897 law provided that each hospital should be controlled by a board of managers of 5 members appointed by the governor for 4-year terms. The lunacy law reforms passed allowed no insane persons to be associated with criminals, no open court hearings, judge not required to assess detainees. Institutions named hospitals instead of asylums. Stockton State Hospital, or the Stockton Developmental Center, was California's first psychiatric hospital. The hospital opened in 1851 in Stockton, California, and closed 1995-1996. The site is currently used as the Stockton campus of California State University, Stanislaus. It was on 100 acres, 0.40 square kilometers, of land donated by Captain Charles Maria Weber. The legislature at the time felt that existing hospitals were incapable of caring for the large numbers of people who suffered from mental and emotional conditions as a result of the California Gold Rush, and authorized the creation of the first public mental health hospital in California. On May 17, 1853, the Stockton General Hospital changed its name to the Insane Asylum of the State of California. They even had created a female insane building. The female department, Stockton State Hospital, Stockton. Sonoma Developmental Center, 1891. It opened at its current location on November 24, 1891, though it had existed at previous locations in Vallejo and Santa Clara since 1884. The facility's current name dates from 1986 and was originally named the California Home for the Care and Training of Feeble-Minded Children in 1883. The home had primarily 4 types of residents: the mentally handicapped, the epileptic, the physically disabled, and the psychopathic delinquent. From almost the start, the home was overcrowded. 1889 Agnew State Hospital, now Santa Clara University Jesuit School, Santa Clara, California. Today known as the world-famous Sun Microsystems Developmental Center. In 1885, the Agnew's residential facility was established by the California State Legislature as a neuropsychiatric institution for the care and treatment of the mentally ill. Agnew's, opened in 1889, was the third institution in the state established for the mentally ill. 21 years later, the greatest tragedy of the 1906 earthquake in Santa Clara County took place at the old Agnew State Hospital. The multi-story, unreinforced masonry building crumbled, killing over 100 patients. The institution was then redesigned in what was then a revolutionary cottage plan, spreading the low-rise buildings along tree-lined streets in a manner that resembled a college campus. Now at the center of the Sun Microsystems/Agnew's complex is the Clock Tower building, formerly the Treatment Building, with its massive symmetrical clock tower. In the 1906 earthquake, the main treatment building collapsed, crushing 112 residents and staff under a pile of rubble. The victims were buried in a mass grave on the asylum cemetery grounds. The institution was then redesigned with low-rise buildings that resembled a college campus. Patton State Hospital. The hospital was first opened on August 1, 1893. In 1927, it was renamed Patton State Hospital after a member of the first Board of Managers, Harry Patton of Santa Barbara. In 1889, the California legislature approved the construction of Patton in order to provide care to those deemed mentally ill in Southern California. The Grand Lodge of the Free and Accepted Masons of California laid the cornerstone of the original building on December 15, 1890. At the time of its establishment, Patton was seen as a state-of-the-art mental health care facility designed along the Kirkbride Plan, a popular plan for large asylums in the 19th century. The Kirkbride, as the main building was called, was an elaborate and grandiose structure with extensive grounds which was meant to promote a healthy environment in which to recover. There are approximately 2,022 former patients buried in a field with a dirt road that runs up to it. These were patients whose families never claimed their bodies. Today it is well marked as cemetery ground, and there is a mass grave marker dedicated to the patients which can be seen approximately 50 yards from the street. The grounds are located inside the property fence in the northwest corner. The cemetery was full by 1930. 500 patients with Underground Railroad. What? So the story goes. The Napa State Insane Asylum Hospital was housed primarily in the 4-story, stone, castle-like, Gothic structure complete with 7 towers. The towers were visible from rooftops in downtown Napa. According to the hospital's website, the facility was built to ease overcrowding at the Stockton Asylum, the first state hospital. Construction started in 1872, and the first 2 patients, from San Francisco, were admitted in 1875, taking only 3 years to build this incredible complex of stone, iron, and glass. The original design was for a 500-bed hospital. The population peaked in 1960 with more than 5,000 residents, but has declined steadily over the years due to changes in treatment and admitting criteria. The towers were visible from rooftops in downtown Napa. The website advises that initially 192 acres were purchased from a land grant owned by General Mariano Vallejo. Eventually, through land acquisition, the acreage would total more than 2,000 acres. It stretched from the Napa River to the ridgeline east of today's Skyline Park. In the beginning, it was the Napa Insane Asylum, and early maps marked its location with the words Insane Asylum. Later, the name was changed to Napa State Hospital, but, to local citizens, it was called Imola. The striking stone castle was razed in the early 1960s and replaced by ho-hum, unimpressive buildings of a design prevalent at that time. So they are telling us the massive Gothic structure, aka Tartarian Moors building, with 7 towers was designed to house just 500 mentally insane people, because there was an overflow in Stockton's insane asylum 200 miles to the south of Napa, and that they had a fully functioning farm with a railroad system underneath. The cremated remains of as many as 5,000 Napa State patients are buried in a mass grave at Inspiration Chapel on Napa Vallejo Highway, McQueenie said. From the early to mid-1920s through the early 1960s, patients no longer were buried on hospital grounds, and no bodies were ever exhumed from Napa State grounds, he said. Because burial acreage was limited, an on-site crematorium was built at Napa State in the mid-1920s and was in use until sometime in the 1960s. Judy Zervis was on a wild goose chase, one that led her to a seemingly empty field on the sprawling grounds of Napa State Hospital. Zervis, a Riverside resident who dabbles in genealogy research, began searching this summer for the grave site of Henry Shippey, a distant cousin who died in 1919. Zervis saw the initials NSH on the section of Shippey's death certificate that indicated his burial site, but she wasn't sure what the letters meant. I asked a friend about it, who said, "What about the state hospital?" she said. Zervis contacted Napa State Hospital to ask where her relative was buried, and said that her request initially was met with a royal runaround. Her search ended when Napa State staff gave her access to a death ledger started in 2002 by state hospital patient advocates. The ledger, part of what's known as the California Memorial Project, lists the names of some 45,000 people who lived and died on 10 hospital grounds around the state. Used as a cemetery for indigent patients from about 1875 through the early 1920s, an eastern portion of the campus holds 4,368 bodies, said Deborah Moore, Napa State's public information officer. Live oaks graced the site, trees that were probably there when the last Napa State patient was buried there around 1924. Although it was once dotted with wooden grave markers, today an outbuilding and a calf barn that hasn't been used for decades sit atop the seemingly empty field. So now we learn that the cemetery held 4,368 bodies. They were cremated and 45,000 died on state hospital grounds in California. Yet the peak of the occupancy rate of patients in 1960 was said to be only 5,000 from originally 500 people. As you will see below, many of these massive buildings had cemeteries and crematories on site, as well as farms. These were likely used to house the Tartarians before killing them after they had been separated from their children well up until the 1930s. Chapter 21. The Destruction of Great Tartary. The Great Purging 1840s-1930s. Moray/Tesla technology, Star Wars now. And the story goes, in the 1930s, Nikola Tesla announced bizarre and terrible weapons. A death ray, a weapon to destroy hundreds or even thousands of aircraft at hundreds of miles range, and his ultimate weapon to end all war, the Tesla shield, which nothing could penetrate. However, by this time no one any longer paid any real attention to the forgotten great genius. Tesla died in 1943 without ever revealing the secret of these great weapons and inventions. In the pulse mode, a single intense three-dimensional scalar 5-field pulse form is fired, using two truncated Fourier transforms, each involving several frequencies, to provide the proper three-dimensional shape. After a time delay calculated for the particular target, a second and faster pulse form of the same shape is fired from the interferometer antennas. The second pulse overtakes the first, catching it over the target zone and pair coupling with it to instantly form a violent EMP of ordinary vector, Hertzian, electromagnetic energy. There is thus no vector transmission loss between the howitzer and the burst. Further, the coupling time is extremely short, and the energy will appear sharply in an electromagnetic pulse, EMP, strikingly similar to the two-pulsed EMP of a nuclear weapon. This type weapon is what actually caused the mysterious flashes off the southwest coast of Africa, picked up in 1979 and 1980 by Vela satellites. The second flash, e.g., was in the infrared only, with no visible spectrum. Super lightning, meteorite strikes, meteors, etc. do not create this effect. In addition, one of the scientists at the Arecibo Ionospheric Observatory observed a wave disturbance signature of the truncated Fourier pattern and the time-squeezing effect of the Tesla potential wave traveling toward the vicinity of the explosion. With moray generators as power sources and multiply deployed reentry vehicles with scalar antennas and transmitters, ICBM reentry systems now can become long-range blasters of the target areas from thousands of kilometers distance. Literally, Star Wars is liberated by the Tesla technology. And in air attack, jammers and ECM aircraft now become Tesla blasters. With the Tesla technology, emitters become primary fighting components of stunning power. Directed energy weaponry, DW, with precision to take down world towers in 10.3 seconds and saw homes in half surgically. Buried boneyards. Known as the Catacombs of Paris, over 6 million skeletons lay beneath the streets of Paris, France. Some 200 miles of labyrinthine tunnel are believed to exist. Despite the vast length of the tunneled, underground world, only a small section of it is open to the public. This tiny portion, under 1 mile, known as Denfert Rochereau Ossuary, has become one of the top tourist attractions in Paris. The official story for so many bones buried was that the Parisian cemeteries were flooded and overcrowded, yet the population statistics of that time do not support the narrative. Additionally, there are only skulls and femurs buried there. It is no coincidence that the Yale University's secret societies, that former President George Bush Sr. was a member, is also called Skull and Bones. Year 1634, 420,000. Year 1635, 565,000. Year 1650, 300,000. Year 1680, 228,000. Year 1700, 275,000. Year 1750, 280,000. Year 1800, 200,000. Brno Ossuary is an underground ossuary in Brno, Czech Republic. It was rediscovered in 2001 in the historical center of the city, partially under the Church of St. James. It is estimated that the ossuary holds the remains of over 50,000 people, which makes it the second largest ossuary in Europe after the Catacombs of Paris. The ossuary was founded in the 17th century and was expanded in the 18th century. It's been open to public since June 2012. Taking the Paris population numbers into consideration, how do we get 6 million dead people? Even if they had 250,000 people dying in Paris every 33 years for 500 years straight, we would only end up with missing number. Monastery of San Francisco catacombs beneath the church at the Franciscan Monastery in Lima, Peru, there is an ossuary where the skulls and bones of an estimated 70,000 people are decoratively arranged. Long forgotten, the catacombs were rediscovered in 1943 and are believed to be connected via subterranean passageways to the cathedral and other local churches. A bubonic plague allegedly flourished in the crowded streets of London. Over 15% of London's population was wiped out between 1665 and 1666 alone, or some 100,000 people in the space of 2 years. But where did all these bodies go? The answer: in tens, if not hundreds of plague pits scattered across the city and the surrounding countryside. The majority of these sites were originally in the grounds of churches, but as the body count grew and the graveyards became overcharged with dead, then dedicated pits were hastily constructed around the fields surrounding London. Wall Street literally built on the back of slaves' bones. Wall Street and much of this city's renowned financial district were built on the burial ground of Africans. New York's prosperity stems in large part from the grotesque profits of the Africans and African enslavement. This is the inescapable conclusion one draws from the evidence presented in a major exhibition on slavery in New York, which opened here October 7th and runs through March 5th. Hosted by the New York Historical Society, the exhibition is the most impressive display ever mounted on slavery in the Empire State and in New York City in particular. Below Trinity Church, Sarah Roosevelt Park, close to the financial center at Wall Street, extending past Broadway, southward under New York City Hall, and reaching almost to the site of the World Trade Center on Manhattan's southwestern tip, was the area used 200 years ago to bury New York City slaves. Blakey and his forensic archaeological team, using lesion morphology and DNA samples, found a story of enslaved who were forced to engage in backbreaking and excessive labor. Bone fragments and skeletons mirrored a work-to-the-death culture. Most skeletons were of people under the age of 30 and had injuries that reflected harsh labor conditions comprising compressed spinal cords, severe muscle tears, bone tears, osteoporosis, and crippling arthritis. One woman was found with a musket ball lodged in her cranium. Women were found with their hands folded, which was a colonial marking that she was with child. New York became a very significant seaport and harbor for the Atlantic slave trade. As many as 20% of colonial New Yorkers were enslaved Africans. New York gained stature and commerce based on trafficking of human beings. Those human beings found below the surface of New York's crowded streets. Destruction of churches continues to this day. Only 1 year after a devastating fire engulfed Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, the fire that broke out in the Gothic St. Peter and St. Paul Cathedral in Nantes, western France, on Saturday morning has raised alarm bells about the security of France's 150 cathedrals and 45,000 churches. Church of the Archangel Michael, Warsaw, finished by occupying Russian soldiers, was torn down following Polish independence in 1923. Winnipeg's St. Boniface Cathedral, the Mother Church of Western Canada, built in 1908, was reduced to ruin by a carelessly discarded cigarette amid renovations. Church of the Assumption of the Holy Virgin in Russia, demolished in 1935 to expand the missing word. The Tartarian genocide on a mass scale. A brief history. The Great Fire of London swept through the central parts of the city from Sunday, September 2nd to Thursday, September 6th, 1666. The fire gutted the medieval city of London inside the old Roman city wall. It destroyed 13,200 houses, 87 parish churches, St. Paul's Cathedral, and most of the buildings of the city authorities. It is estimated to have destroyed the homes of 70,000 of the city's 80,000 inhabitants. By the 1660s, London was by far the largest city in Britain, estimated at 500,000 inhabitants. The relationship was often tense between the city and the crown. The city of London had been a stronghold of republicanism during the war, 1642 to 1651, and the wealthy and economically dynamic capital still had the potential to be a threat to Charles II, as had been demonstrated by several Republican uprisings in London in the early 1660s. The 18-foot, 5.5 m, high Roman wall enclosing the city put the fleeing homeless at risk of being shut into the inferno. Garry Kasparov's essay Mathematics of the Past. Kasparov, the chess whiz, is a huge fan of Fomenko and new chronology. I found his essay a few days after my simple population math. His essay uses inferences used by other historians to estimate the population of the ancient Roman Empire using data, the size of Rome's army. From Edward Gibbon's monumental 18th century work The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The population of ancient Rome was likely somewhere between 20 and 50 million. Kasparov writes, according to J.C. Russell, in the 4th century, the population of Western Roman Empire was 22 million, including 750,000 people in England and 5 million in France, while the population of the Eastern Roman Empire was 34 million. Kasparov writes, it is not hard to determine that there is a serious problem with these numbers. In England, a population of 4 million in the 15th century grew to 62 million in the 20th century. Similarly, in France, a population of about 20 million in the 17th century, during the reign of Louis XIV, grew to 60 million in the 20th century, and this growth occurred despite losses due to several atrocious wars. We know from historical records that during the Napoleonic Wars alone, about 3 million people perished, most of them young men. But there was also the French Revolution, the wars of the 18th century in which France suffered heavy losses, and the slaughter of World War I. By assuming a constant population growth rate, it is easy to estimate that the population of England doubled every 120 years, while the population of France doubled every 190 years. Graphs showing the hypothetical growth of these two functions are provided in Figure 1. According to this model, in the 4th and 5th centuries, at the breakdown of the Roman Empire, the hypothetical population of England would have been 10,000 to 15,000, while the population of France would have been 170,000 to 250,000. However, according to estimates based on historical documents, these numbers should be in the millions. It seems that starting with the 5th century, there were periods during which the population of Europe stagnated or decreased. Attempts at logical explanations, such as poor hygiene, epidemics, and short lifespan, can hardly withstand criticism. In fact, From the 5th century until the 18th century, there was no significant improvement in sanitary conditions in Western Europe. There were many epidemics, and hygiene was poor. Also, the introduction of firearms in the 15th century resulted in more war casualties. According to UNESCO demographic resources, an increase of 0.2% per annum is required to assure the sustainable growth of a human population, while an increase of 0.02% per annum is described as a demographical disaster. There is no evidence that such a disaster has ever happened to the human race. Therefore, there is no reason to assume that the growth rate in ancient times differed significantly from the growth rate in later epochs. Kasparov also doubts the ancientness of ancient Rome because of the difficulty of mathematical calculations using Roman numerals. The Roman numeral system discouraged serious calculations. How could the ancient Romans build elaborate structures such as temples, bridges, and aqueducts without precise and elaborate calculations? The most important deficiency of Roman numerals is that they are completely unsuitable even for performing a simple operation like addition, not to mention multiplication, which presents substantial difficulties. Technological genocide? Throughout this book, I have shown the many instances of Tartary control and mastery of the water, air, and earth. The technology we have today was also available to them, and more. We have seen millions and millions of bones buried under cities, and beautiful Tartarian buildings destroyed without trace. Fire could not bring down stone and iron. Unless the buildings were already electrified and advanced technologies flipped the highly focused laser-directed energy frequencies to bring down the buildings, like what took down the World Trade Centers. We can see patents from 1900 for using energy to create electromagnetic railguns, and certainly directed energy weapons, DW, were likely used as well. Another question has to be asked is what happened to the tons and tons of rubble that would have been accumulated, such as after the World Fairs. Again, fire is said to be the causal factors. Yet like at the Chicago World Fair, the lands became a park, as did the same after the San Francisco Pan-Pacific Exhibition of 1915, which is now the SF Marina and Crissy Field, unless it was pulverized and then used as landfill and such. So what happened to the possible billions of Tartaria people? Were star forts built to not only heal, but energetically protect them from the NWO genocidal agendas while keeping the structures in place and still viable? The elimination of Tartarians. Period event estimated deaths. 1096-1291 Roman Crusades, 3 million. 1206-1368 Mongolian conquest, 30-40 million. 1315-1317 Great Famine of Europe, missing. 1337-1450 300 Years' War, missing. 1347-1351 Black Plague, 75-200 million. 1370-1405 Conquest of Tamerlane, 720 million. 1519-1598 Spanish takeover of South America, 24-35 million. 1618-1648 30 Years' War, missing. 1888-1918 Congo Free State, 10 million. 1910-1930 Stalin/Lenin Russian Tartars, 20-40 million. 1914-1918 World War I 17-20 million. 1918-1920 Spanish flu vaccine 30-50 million. The oldest electromagnetic gun came in the form of the coil gun, the first of which was invented by Norwegian scientist Christian Birkeland at the University of Christiania, today Oslo. The invention was officially patented in 1904, although its development reportedly started as early as 1845. According to his accounts, Birkeland accelerated a 500-gram projectile to 110 miles per hour. The Great American Holocaust and the Jesuit reduction movement. By the end of the 16th century, the Jesuits had already started a worldwide missionary enterprise which spanned India, Japan, China, the Congo, Mozambique, and Angola to Brazil, Peru, Paraguay, and central Mexico. The presence of the Jesuits in Latin America dates back to 1549, when the first missionaries arrived in Brazil along with the governor Tomé de Souza. Through the centuries, Jesuits reached not only South and Central America, but also Africa, Asia, North America, and Canada, building churches, schools, and hospitals, running farms and estates, but also, most importantly, proselytizing among native populations. Education and spiritual guidance have always been central to the Jesuit approach to evangelism. David Edward Stannard, born 1941, is an American historian and professor of American Studies at the University of Hawaii. He wrote American Holocaust, The Conquest of the New World, in 1992. He chronicles that the genocide against the native black Moor population was the largest genocide in history. The extermination of the Black Moors went roaring across 2 continents non-stop for 4 centuries and consuming the lives of countless tens of millions of people. While acknowledging that the majority of the indigenous peoples fell victim to the ravages of European disease, he estimates that almost 100 million died in what he calls the American Holocaust. After initial contact with the Jesuits, the story goes that smallpox and other diseases brought over from Europe caused the deaths of 90 to 95% of the native population of the Americas in the following 150 years. Introduced at Veracruz by Cortez's Spanish army in 1520, smallpox ravaged Mexico in the 1520s, possibly killing over 150,000 in Tenochtitlan, the heartland of the Aztec Empire, alone, and aiding in the victory of Hernán Cortés over the Aztec Empire at Tenochtitlan, present-day Mexico City, in 1521. In their newly acquired South American dominions, the Jesuits had adopted a strategy of gathering native populations into communities in what is now called Indian reductions. The objectives of the reductions were to subjugate the natives to exploit slave labor of the native indigenous inhabitants while also imparting Christianity and European culture. Secular as well as religious authorities created reductions, aka genocide, keeping only those necessary for Jesuit needs of service. Reductions generally were also construed as an instrument to make the Black Moors adopt European lifestyles and values and reduce their influence in their native lands. The Spaniards took babies from their mothers' breasts, grabbing them by the feet and smashing their heads against rocks. They made a long gibbet, enough for the toes to touch the ground and strangling, and hanged 13 natives at a time in honor of Christ our Savior and the Apostles. Then, putting straw around their bodies, they were burned alive. The Great Fire of New York of 1776 was a devastating fire that burned through the night of September 20th, 1776, and into the morning of September 21st, on the west side of what then constituted New York City at the southern end of the island of Manhattan. It broke out in the early days of the military occupation of the city by British forces during the American Revolutionary War. The fire destroyed about 10 to 25% of the buildings in the city. The 1835 Great Fire of New York was one of 3 fires that rendered extensive damage to New York City in the 18th and 19th centuries. The fire occurred in the middle of an economic boom, covering 17 city blocks, killing 2 people, and destroying hundreds of buildings. At the time of the fire, major water sources including the East River and the Hudson River were frozen in temperatures as low as 17 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 degrees Celsius. Firefighters were forced to drill holes through ice to access water, which later refroze around the hoses and pipes. Attempts were made to deprive the fire of fuel by demolishing surrounding buildings, but at first there was insufficient gunpowder in Manhattan. Later in the evening, U.S. Marines returned with gunpowder from the Brooklyn Navy Yard and began to blow up buildings in the fire's path. An investigation found that a burst gas pipe, ignited by a coal stove, was the initial source. No blame was assigned. The fire covered 13 acres, 53,000 square meters, in 17 city blocks and destroyed between 530 and 700 buildings. The Great New York City Fire of 1845 broke out on July 19, 1845, in Lower Manhattan, New York City. The fire started in a whale oil and candle manufacturing establishment and quickly spread to other wooden structures. It reached a warehouse on Broad Street where combustible saltpeter was stored and caused a massive explosion that spread the fire even farther. The fire destroyed 345 buildings in the southern part of what is now the Financial District. The Great Boston Fire of 1872 was Boston's largest fire and still ranks as one of the most costly fire-related property losses in American history. The fire was finally contained 12 hours later, after it had consumed about 65 acres, 26 hectares, of Boston's downtown, 776 buildings, and much of the Financial District. In 1852, Boston became the first city in the world to install telegraph-based fire alarm boxes. The boxes served as a fire warning system. If the lever inside of the alarm box was pulled, the fire department was notified, and the alarm could be traced back to the box via a coordinate system so that firefighters were dispatched to the correct location. All of the fire alarm boxes were kept locked from the system's installation in 1852 until after the Great Fire of 1872 to prevent false alarms. A few citizens in each area of Boston were given a key to the boxes, and all other citizens had to report fires to the key holders who could then alert the fire department. According to the narrative above, the Great Fire of Boston went only 12 hours, took out 776 buildings. Get it, 1776. Boston, and much of the financial district and the fire departments were notified by telegraph to the fire stations by those who had keys to the telegraph-based fire alarm systems and responded with horse and buggy in just 20 minutes. And much of Boston was fed by gas lines connected to street lamps. Gas supply lines connected to street lamps and used for lighting in buildings could not be shut off promptly. The gas still running through the lines served as fuel to the fire. Many of Boston's gas lines exploded due to the fire. Oh really? Tartary genocide in Russia. 4,100 million killed from 1920–1945. Soviet famine 1921–1922. There was a famine in the Tatar Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic in 1921–1922 as a result of war communist policy. The famine deaths of 2 million Tatars in Tatar ASSR and in Volga-Ural region in 1921–1922 was catastrophic as half of Volga Tatar population in USSR died. This famine is also known as terror famine and famine genocide in Tatarstan. The Soviets settled ethnic Russians after the famine in Tatar ASSR and in Volga-Ural region, causing the Tatar share of the population to decline to less than 50%. All Russian Tatar Social Center, TATS, has asked the United Nations to condemn the 1921 Tatarstan famine as genocide of Muslim Tatars. The 1921–1922 famine in Tatarstan has been compared to Holodomor in Ukraine. Soviet famine of 1932–33 was a major famine that killed millions of people in the major grain-producing areas of the Soviet Union, including Ukraine, Northern Caucasus, Volga region, and Kazakhstan, the South Urals, and West Siberia. The exact number of deaths is hard to determine due to a lack of records. Stalin and other party members had ordered that kulaks were to be liquidated as a class, and so they became a target for the state. The richer, landowning peasants were labeled kulaks and were portrayed by the Bolsheviks as class enemies, which culminated in a Soviet campaign of political repressions, including arrests, deportations, and executions of large numbers of the better-off peasants and their families in 1929–1932. The Holodomor, from the Ukrainian words for "to kill by starvation," was a man-made famine in Soviet Ukraine from 1932–1933 that killed millions of Ukrainians. It is also known as the terror famine and famine genocide in Ukraine, and sometimes referred to as the Great Famine or the Ukrainian Genocide of 1932–33. It was part of the wider Soviet famine of 1932–33, which affected the major grain-producing areas of the country. During the Holodomor, millions of inhabitants of Ukraine, the majority of whom were ethnic Ukrainians, died of starvation in a peacetime catastrophe unprecedented in the history of Ukraine. Since 2006, the Holodomor has been recognized by Ukraine and 15 other countries as a genocide of the Ukrainian people carried out by the Soviet government. Early estimates of the death toll by scholars and government officials varied greatly. According to higher estimates, up to 12 million ethnic Ukrainians were said to have perished as a result of the famine. The carpet bombing over and over and over by U.S. allies in 1945. After the Tartarian defeat, all the ancient buildings destroyed by wars were miraculously rebuilt from the years 1870s by non-existent architects whose portraits are a pastiche. Fantasies like "was destroyed by fire in 1895 and rebuilt in 1901" are written to hide the advanced and superior technology present in the constructions of Tartary long before the 9th century. Some wars, bombings, or great fires of the past may be historical falsehoods, repeated in 3 different layers like 1776, 1812, and 1870s. In Dresden, for example, there would have been a battle in 1813, revolts that damaged the city in 1848 and 1863, and severe bombing in February 1945. According to official history, 90% of the city center was destroyed. But this is not entirely true. The main buildings of the old citadel were spared. There was a selective bombing that targeted residential dwellings, as well as factories and military facilities. Dresden was a huge star fortress and capital of the Free State of Saxony, which did not obey to the Pope and to the new emperors. The region had been entirely colonized by Aryans and housed over 600,000 war refugees whom the invaders had an interest in exterminating. Dresden was an important economic center, with 127 factories and military facilities that could house 20,000 people. The city's skyline continues exactly as it was in the 1800s and probably still draws energy from the ether. But the ancient inhabitants were gone to give place to the invaders. This building in Dresden, for example, is a huge Tartarian power station transformed into a mosque by gray men acting on behalf of invading NWO parasites. Even so, it still retains the red and white colors of Tartary that designated the main function of these structures. As an American prisoner of war, Kurt Vonnegut witnessed the firebombing of Dresden, Germany in 1945 from the cellar of a slaughterhouse, an experience he later recounted in his most celebrated novel, Slaughterhouse-Five. He described the event as the greatest massacre in European history. A four-night aerial bombing attack by the Americans and British dropped more than 3,900 tons of explosives on the city. Mr. Vonnegut described the scene afterward as resembling the surface of the moon. There were so many corpses, he wrote, that German soldiers gave up burying them and simply burned them on the spot with flamethrowers. Thomas Goodrich, Hellstorm of Germany, 1944-1947, Dresden, February 13, 1945, at war's end, Germany. With no warning, hundreds of U.S. and British bombers began to drop over 3,900 tons of incendiary bombs on this non-combatant, undefended city, fleeing refugees. The bombs ignited a massive human firestorm, burning every 300,000 to 500,000 men, women, and children alive in a genocidal holocaust. More people died in defenseless Dresden than died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The long queue of scores of refugees who had to wait for their fate. Appendix 1. Tartarian architecture worldwide, aka Gothic/Renaissance. Argentina. Cathedral of Bariloche. Cathedral of La Plata. Cathedral of Lujan. Cathedral of Mar del Plata. Australia. Government House, Sydney. Scots Church, Melbourne. Vaucluse House, Sydney. Regency Gothic, Sydney. Conservatorium of Music, the old government stable block. Government House, Sydney. St. Andrew's Cathedral, Sydney. St. Mary's Cathedral, Sydney. Sydney University, the main building, commenced 1850s, extended 20th century. St. Patrick's Cathedral, Melbourne. St. Paul's Cathedral, Melbourne. Melbourne University, main building, Newman College and Ormond College. The Collins Street Group in Melbourne, Rialto Buildings, former Stock Exchange, Gothic Bank, Good House, and older Fleet Buildings and Safe Deposit Building. St. David's Cathedral, Hobart. Government House, Hobart. Perth Town Hall. Newington College, Founders Block. Church of the Apostles, Launceston, Austria. Votivkirche, Vienna, 1856-79. Rathaus, Vienna, 1870-83. New Cathedral, Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, Linz, 1862-1924. Vier Evangelisten-Kirche, Ariak. Johanniskirche, Klagenfurt. Evang, Kirche, Techendorf. Evangelisch Kirche im Stadtpark, Villach. Nikolai Kirche, Villach. Filial Kirche H.L. Stephan, Vaterlach, Wernberg. Marienkirche, Berndorf, Lower Austria. Brundelkapelle, Dietmans. CC Chapel located in the Sievering area of the Viennese district of Doblaing, near the Vienna Woods. St. John the Evangelist Church, Aigen, Upper Austria. Pfarrkirche, Bruckmühl, Upper Austria. Evang, Pfarrkirche AB, Steyr, Upper Austria. Pfarrkirche Maria Himmelfahrt, Mauerkirchen, Upper Austria. Filial Kirche Heiligs Kreuz Friedhof, Munzbach, Upper Austria. Barbados. Parliament of Barbados. West Wing completed 1872. East Wing in 1873. Belgium. St. Petrus in Pauluskirk, Ostend Abbey, 1872-1892. Lapham Castle, 1856 to 1869. Church of Huntingdon, paintings 1856 to 1869. Basilica of Our Lady, Dadazeel, 1857-1867. St. Petrus in Pauluskirk, Ostend, 1899 to 1908. Church of Our Lady of Laeken, Brussels, 1854 to 1909. Mezin Castle, Ledigum, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Cathedral of Jesus Heart, Sarajevo, Brazil. Church of Our Lady of Purification, Bom Principio, 1871. Sanctuary of Our Lady Mother of Humanity, Caraga, Minas Gerais, 1876. Basilica of the Immaculate Conception, Rio de Janeiro, 1886. Cathedral of Our Lady of Exile, Jundiai, 1890. Cathedral of Santa Teresa, Caxias do Sul, 1899. Crypt of São Paulo Cathedral. St. Peter of Alcântara Cathedral, Petrópolis, 1884 to 1969. Church of St. Peter, Porto Alegre, 1919. Cathedral of Our Lady of Boa Viagem, Belo Horizonte, 1923. Church of Santa Rita do Passa Quatro. Church of the Holy Sacrament and Santa Teresa, Porto Alegre, 1924. São Paulo Sé Cathedral, Catedral de Sé de São Paulo, São Paulo, 1912 to 1967. Premonstratensian Seminary Chapel, Parapara do Bom Jesus, 1926. Sanctuary of Santa Teresinha, Taubaté, 1929. São João Batista Cathedral, Catedral São João Batista, Santa Cruz do Sul, 1928 to 1932. Church of Our Lady of the Glory, Sinimbu, 1927. Basilica of Santo Antonio, Santos, 1929. Basilica of Our Lady of the Rosary, Caieiras, 2006. Basilica of Our Lady of the Rosary of Fatima, Embu das Artes, São Paulo, 2004. Canada. Parliament Hill, Ottawa, Ontario, 1878. Notre Dame Basilica, Montreal, Quebec, 1829. St. James Cathedral, Toronto, Ontario, 1853. Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, St. John's, Newfoundland, 1847 to 85. Church of Our Lady Immaculate, Guelph, Ontario, 1888. Curry Hall, Royal Military College of Canada, Kingston, Ontario, 1922. College Building, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, 1913. Little Trinity Anglican Church, 1843, Toronto, Ontario, Tudor Gothic Revival. Church of the Holy Trinity, Toronto, 1847, Toronto, Ontario. St. Dunstan's Basilica 1916, Charlottetown, PEI. Hart House at the University of Toronto, 1911 to 1919, Toronto, Ontario. 1. Spadina Crescent at the University of Toronto, Toronto, Ontario, 1875. Balwash Hall at Victoria University in the University of Toronto, Toronto, Ontario. Cathedral of St. John the Baptist, St. John's. St. Patrick's Church, St. John's. St. Peter's Cathedral, London, London, Ontario, 1885. St. Patrick's Basilica, Montreal, Montreal, 1847. Ottawa Normal School, Ottawa, Ontario, 1874. St. Patrick's Basilica, Ottawa, Ottawa, Ontario, 1875. First Baptist Church, Ottawa, Ottawa, Ontario, 1878. Confederation Building, Ottawa, Ottawa, Ontario, 1931. Christ Church Cathedral, Montreal. St. Michael's Basilica, Chatham, New Brunswick. St. Mary's Basilica, Halifax, Halifax Regional Municipality, Nova Scotia, 1899. St. Michael's Cathedral, Toronto, Toronto, Ontario, 1845. Church of the Redeemer, Toronto, Toronto, Ontario, 1879. St. James Anglican Church, Vancouver, British Columbia. Bathurst Street Theatre, Toronto, Ontario, 1888. Bloor Street United Church, Toronto, Ontario, 1890. Casa Loma, Toronto, Ontario, 1914. Chile. Federico Santa Maria Technical University, Valparaiso, 1931. Church of the Sacred Heart, Valparaiso. Church of the 12 Apostles, Valparaiso, 1869. Vergara Hall, Venetian Gothic, Vina del Mar, 1910. China. Sacred Heart Cathedral, Canton, China, 1863 to 1888. Church of the Savior, Beijing, China. St. Ignatius Cathedral, Shanghai, China. Cathedral of St. Joseph, Chongqing, China. Sacred Heart Cathedral, Jinan, China. St. Dominic's Cathedral, Fuzhou, China. Sacred Heart Cathedral, Shenyang, China. St. John's Cathedral, Hong Kong, China. St. Teresa's Cathedral, Changchun, China. National Shrine and Minor Basilica of Our Lady of Xishan, Shanghai, China. Ziziman Church, Beijing, China. Croatia. Castle Trkoskin, 1886. Hermann Ball, Monumental Cemetery Miragac, Zagreb, 1879-1929. Hermann Ball, Zagreb Cathedral, 1880. Costa Rica. Iglesia de Coronado, San Jose, Czech Republic. Basilica of St. Peter and St. Paul, Prague. Completion of St. Vitus Cathedral, Prague, 1870 to 1929. Completion of St. Wenceslas Cathedral, Olomouc, 1883-92. Hleboka Castle. Denmark. Herholz Copenhagen University Library, 1861. St. Ansgar's Cathedral, Copenhagen, 1840-42. University of Copenhagen, Copenhagen, 1835. Copenhagen University Library, Copenhagen, 1857-61. St. John's Church, Copenhagen, Nørrebro, Copenhagen, 1861. St. James's Church, Osterbro, Copenhagen, 1876-78. Church of Our Lady, Aarhus, 1879-80. St. Albans Church, Copenhagen, 1885-87. Equatorial Guinea. St. Elizabeth's Cathedral, Malabo, 1897-1916. Cathedral of Santa Isabel of Malabo, Finland. St. Henry's Cathedral, Helsinki, 1858-1860. Ritari Hyun, Helsinki, 1862. Heinävesi Church, Heinävesi, 1890-1891. St. John's Church, Helsinki, 1888-1893. Mikkeli Cathedral, Mikkeli, 1896-1897. Joense Church, Joensuu, 1903. France. Basilica of St. Clotilde in Paris, France. Temple St. Etienne, Mulhouse. Basilica of St. Clotilde, Paris. Église St. Ambrose, Paris. Église St. George's, Lyon. Jesuit Church, Molsheim. St. Paul's Church, Strasbourg. Basilica of the Sanctuary of Our Lady of Lourdes, Germany. New Town Hall in Munich, Germany. Neuner Tor, Potsdam, 1755. Gothic House, Dessau-Wörlitz Garden Realm, 1774. Friedrichswerder's Kirche, Berlin, 1824-30. Castle in Kamenz, now Kamienik Zabkowiecki in Poland, 1838-65. Burg Hohenzollern, 1850-67. Completion of Cologne Cathedral, 1842-80. New Town Hall, Munich, 1867-1909. St. Agnes, Cologne, 1896-1901. Hungary. Sacred Heart Church, Kosik. Hungarian Parliament Building, Budapest. Matthias Church, Budapest, India. Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, Mumbai. San Tomi Basilica, Chennai, India. St. Paul Cathedral, Kolkata, India. Kolkata High Court, Kolkata, India. Mutiny Memorial, New Delhi, India. St. Stephen's Church, New Delhi, India. Our Lady of Ransom Church, Kanyakumari, India. Cathedral of the Holy Name, Mumbai, India. Mount Mary Church, Bandra, Mumbai, India. University of Mumbai, Mumbai, India. Bombay High Court, Mumbai, India. Wilson College, Mumbai, India. David Sassoon Library, Mumbai, India. St. Philomena's Church, Mysore, India. Medak Cathedral, Medak, Telangana, India, Indonesia. Church of Our Lady Assumption, Jakarta, Indonesia, locally known as Gereja Cathedral Jakarta. Ursula Chapel, Jakarta, Indonesia. Church of the Birth of Our Lady Mary, Surabaya, Indonesia. St. Peter's Church, Bandung, Indonesia. St. Joseph's Church, Semarang, Indonesia. St. Franciscus Chapel, Semarang, Indonesia, located at Ordo St. Franciscus, OSF, Cloister. St. Mary the Virgin Church, Bogor, Indonesia. Regina Pacis Chapel, Bogor, Indonesia. Sacred Heart of Jesus Church, Malang, Indonesia, locally known as Gereja Kayu Tangan. Sayadin Church, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Ireland. St. John's Cathedral, County Limerick, 1861. St. Eunan's Cathedral, Letterkenny, County Donegal. St. Finbarr's Cathedral, Cork, 1870. Saints Peter and Paul's Church, Cork, 1866. St. Mary's Cathedral, Killarney, County Kerry, 1842-55. St. Aidan's Cathedral, Enniscorthy, County Wexford, 1843. St. Mary's Cathedral, Tuam, County Galway, 1878. St. Mary's Cathedral, Kilkenny, County Kilkenny, 1857. Italy. Lazio, Chiesa di Santa Maria del Rosario in Prati, Rome, 1912-16. Church of Sacro Cor del Suffragio, Rome, 1917. Chiesa del Sacro Cor, Grottaferrata, in the province of Rome, 1918-1928. Chiesa Anglicana Episcopale di San Paolo entro la Mura, Rome. Chiesa di Ognissanti, Chiesa Anglicana di Roma, Rome, 1882. Liguria, Castello di Albertis, Genoa. Chiesa di San Teodoro, Genoa, 1870. Chiesa Protestanti di Genova, Genoa. Chiesa Anglicana All Saints Church, Bordighera, in the province of Imperia. Chiesa di Santo Spirito e Concisione, Zanola, Savona, 1873. Molise, Santuario dell'Adulterata, Castelpetroso, 1890-1975. Campania, Chiesa di Santa Maria Stella del Mare, Naples, early 20th century. Castello Asselmeyer, Naples. Anglican Church of Naples, Naples, 1861-1865. Chiesa Lutrana, Naples, 1864. Piedmont, Castello di Polenzo, Bra, near Cuneo, Piedmont. Chiesa di Santa Rita, Turin, early 20th century. Borgo Medioevale, Turin. Tempio Valdese, Turin, 1851-53. Sardinia, City Hall, Cagliari, Cagliari, 1899. Sicily, Chiesa di Santa Maria della Guardia, Catania, 1880. Chiesa Anglicana di Palermo, Palermo, 1875. Trieste, Chiesa Evangelico Lutrana, Trieste, 1871-74. Notre Dame de Chaon, Trieste, 1900. Tuscany, Florence Cathedral, the facade only. Chiesa del Sacro Cor, Livorno, Livorno, Leghorn, 1915. Palazzo Aldobrandeschi, Grosseto, 1903. Chiesa Valdese, Florence. Chiesa Episcopale Americana di St. James, Florence, early 20th century. Tempio della Congregazione Olandese Almana, Livorno, 1862-1864. Veneto, Caffè Pedracchi or Pedricchino, Padua, mixed parts of Gothic and classical styles. Molino Stucchi, Venice. Chiesa di San Giovanni Battista, San Fier, in the province of Treviso, 1906-1930. Palazzetto Stern, Venice. Villa Aereo, Venice. Casa dei Tre Ossi, Venice. Japan. Aura Church, Nagasaki, Korea. Cathedral Church of the Virgin Mary of the Immaculate Conception, Myeongdong, Lithuania. Church in Sveksna, Berzeny Manor. Bell Tower of the Church of Saint and in Vilnius. Chapel in Rossos Cemetery. Church of the Ascension of Christ in Kapiskis. Church of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary in Palanga. Church of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary in Salantai. Church of the Birth of the Blessed Virgin Mary in Nemonatus. Church of the Blessed Virgin Mary of the Scapular in Druskininkai. Church of Saint and Inikmene. Church of Saint Anthony of Padua in Bristonis, Church of Saint Casimir in Katnajai, Church of Saint James the Apostle in Svexna, Church of Saint John the Baptist in Remigala, Church of Saint Joseph in Carvis, Church of Saint George in Volkija, Church of the Name of Blessed Virgin Mary in Sisnava, Church of the Holy Trinity in Gruzii, Church of the Holy Trinity in Jabarkas, Church of the Holy Trinity in Poburs, Church of the Holy Trinity in Tfaricius, Church of Saint Matthias in Rokiskis, Church of Saint Matthew the Apostle in Anaxii, Church of Saint Stanislaus the Bishop in Kazatiskis, Evangelical Lutheran Church in Juadkrant, Evangelical Lutheran Church in Nida, Evangelical Lutheran Church in Silyut, Lentvaris Manor, Paliesiai Manor, Radiscovicius Palace, Radon Castle, Tiskiewicz Family Mausoleum and Chapel in Kertinga, Malaysia, St. Michael's Institution, Ipoh, Malaysia, St. Xavier Church, Malacca, Malaysia, Holy Rosary Church, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Mexico, Chapultepec Castle, Mexico City, Cathedral of Our Lady of Guadalupe, Zamora, Michoacán, Mexico City Metropolitan Cathedral, Palacio de Correos de Mexico, La Parroquia, Church of St. Michael the Archangel, San Miguel de Allende, Templo Expiatorio del Santísimo Sacramento, Jalisco, Templo Expiatorio del Sagrado Corazón de Jesús, León, Guanajuato, Parroquia de San José Obrero, Arandis, Jalisco, Myanmar, St. Mary Cathedral, Yangon, Myanmar, Holy Trinity Cathedral, Yangon, Myanmar, St. Joseph Church, Mandalay, Myanmar, New Zealand, Christchurch Cathedral, Canterbury Museum, Christchurch, Benjamin Mountford Architect, Christchurch Arts Centre, Christchurch, Mountford, Christchurch Cathedral, Christchurch, George Gilbert Scott and Mountford, Canterbury Provincial Council Buildings, Christchurch, Mountford, Christ College, Christchurch, Victoria Clock Tower, Christchurch, Mountford, Dunedin Town Hall, Dunedin, 1878-1880, Robert Lawson, First Church, Dunedin, 1867-1873, Lawson, Knox Church, Dunedin, 1874-1876, Lawson, Larnock Castle, Dunedin, 1867-1887, Lawson, Old St. Paul's, Wellington, Frederick Thatcher, St. Joseph's Cathedral, Dunedin, Petre, Otago Boys High School, Dunedin, Lawson, Seacliff Lunatic Asylum, Dunedin, 1884-1887, Lawson, University of Otago Clock Tower Complex, Dunedin, 1878-1922, Maxwell Berry, University of Otago Registry Building, Dunedin, 1879-1922, Berry, Littleton Time Ball Station, Littleton, Thomas Kane, Norway, Oscars Hall, Oslo, 1847-1852, Sajin Church, Oslo, 1891, Tromsø Cathedral, in Wood, Tromsø, Norway, 1861, Pakistan, Government College University, Lahore, Pakistan, Cathedral Church of the Resurrection, Lahore, Pakistan, St. Patrick Cathedral, Karachi, Pakistan, St. Andrew's Church, Karachi, Pakistan, Philippines, San Sebastian Church, Manila, 1891, St. Anne's Parish Church / Molo Church, Iloilo, 1795, Montserrat Abbey, San Beda University, Manila, 1926, Archdiocesan Shrine of Espiritu Santo, Santa Cruz, Manila, 1932, Ellenwood Malate Church, Malate, Manila, 1936, Manila Central United Methodist Church, Ermita, Manila, 1937, Iglesia Ni Cristo Localing Washington, Sampaloc, Manila, 1948, Knox United Methodist Church, Santa Cruz, Manila, 1953, Poland. 19th Century Palace in Apanagara houses the Museum of Romanticism. Gothic House in Pulawi, 1800 to 1809. Potocki Mausoleum located at the Wilano Palace, 1823-1826. Lublin Castle, 1824-1826. Krasinski Palace in Apanagara Gorna, 1828 to 1843. Cornick Castle, 1843-1861. Blessed Bronislawa Chapel in Krakow, 1856 to 1861. Collegium Novum of the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, 1873-1887. Karl Scheibler's Chapel in Lodz, 1885 to 1888. Cathedral in Seidels, 1906 to 1912. Temple of Mercy and Charity in Plock, 1911 to 1914. Russia. The Grand Palace in Tsaritsyno. Gothic Chapel, Peterhof. Chezhim Palace Church, 1780, St. Petersburg. Tsaritsyno Palace, Moscow. Nikolskaya Tower of Moscow Kremlin, Moscow. St. Mary Cathedral, Moscow. St. Andrew's Anglican Church, Moscow, 1884. TSUM, Moscow. Singapore. St. Andrew's Cathedral on North Bridge Road, Singapore. Church of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary on Serangoon, Singapore. Spain. Astorga Episcopal Palace, Astorga. Casa de los Bodines, Leon. Cathedral of San Cristobal de la Laguna, San Cristobal de la Laguna. Facade and spire of Cathedral of Santa Eulalia, Barcelona. Temple Expiatory del Sagrat Cor, on Tibidabo Hill, Barcelona. Gothic Quarter, Barcelona. Sobrellano Palace, Cumulus. Cathedral of Maria Immaculada of Vitoria. Buttron Castle. San Sebastian Cathedral, Sweden. Neo-Gothic buildings erected during 19th or 20th century. St. John's Church, Stockholm. St. Peter and St. Sigfrid's Anglican Church, Stockholm. Gustavus Adolphus Church, Stockholm. Oscar Church, Stockholm. St. George's Greek Orthodox Cathedral, Stockholm. Nacka Church, Nacka, Stockholm. Gustavsberg Church, Gustavsberg, Stockholm. Taxinga Church, Taxinga. Matthews Church, Norrköping. Oscar Frederick's Church, Gothenburg. Orgrite New Church, Gothenburg. St. John Church, Gothenburg. St. Andrew's Anglican Church, Gothenburg. Gustavus Adolphus's Church, Borås. Trollhättan Church, Trollhättan. Smogen Church, Smogen. Lyskill Church, Lyskill. Rudbeck School, Örebro. Olaus Petri Church, Örebro. Atvid New Church, at Wittenberg. Kristenham Church, Kristenham. Luleå Cathedral, Luleå. Umeå City Church, Umeå. Gustavus Adolphus's Church, Sundsvall. Oviken New Church, Oviken. Church of All Saints, Lund. The University Library, Lund. Cathedral School, Lund. Nora Nobilov Church, Lundislav Church, Islav. Svidala Church, Svidala. Billinga Church, Billinga. Karlstorp Church, Karlstorp. Asmantorp Church, Asmantorp. Noseby Church, Noseby. Osterlov Church, Osterlov. Ostra Klagstorp Church, Ostra Klagstorp. Sophia Church, Jonkoping. Arlov Church, Arlov, Malmo. Bunkflo Church, Bunkflo, Malmo. Limham Church, Limham, Malmo. Gustavus Adolphus's Church, Helsingborg. Helsingborg Courthouse, Helsingborg. Gosleroverket Grammar School for Boys, Helsingborg. Medieval and other buildings influenced by Neo-Gothic renovation. St. Nikolai Church, Trelleborg. Floda Church, Flodafors. Uppsala Cathedral, Uppsala. Skara Cathedral, Skara. Linkoping Cathedral, Linkoping. St. Nikolai Church, Örebro. Klara Church, Stockholm. Ritterholmen Church, Stockholm. Malmo Courthouse, Malmo. Ukraine. St. Nicholas Roman Catholic Cathedral, Kiev. Roman Catholic Cathedral in Kharkiv. Church of St. Ole and Elizabeth in Lviv, United Kingdom. England. Clock Tower of St. Pancras Railway Station in London, United Kingdom. Albert Memorial, London, 1872. All Saints Church, Daresbury, Cheshire, 1870s. The tower is medieval. All Saints Church, Leamington Spa, Warwickshire, 1843. All Saints Church, Margaret Street, London. Bristol Cathedral, Bristol, the nave and west front. Broadway Theatre, Catford, London, 1928-32. Charterhouse School, Godalming, Surrey. Church of St. Mary the Virgin, Reculver, Kent, 1876-78. Downside Abbey, Somerset, circa 1882-1925. 3335 East Cheap, City of London, 1868. Fonthill Abbey, Wiltshire, 1795-1813, no longer survives. Guildford Cathedral, Guildford. John Rylands Library, Manchester, 1890-1900. Keble College, Oxford, 1870. Liverpool Cathedral, Liverpool. Manchester Town Hall, Manchester, 1877. The Mon Library, City of London, 1851-1858. Northampton Guildhall. Palace of Westminster, Houses of Parliament, London, begun in 1840. Royal Chapel of All Saints, Windsor Great Park, Berkshire, remodeled in 1866. Royal Courts of Justice, London. St. Chad's Cathedral, Birmingham. St. James the Less, Pimlico, London. St. Oswald's Church, Backford, Cheshire. The nave 1870s, the tower and chancel are medieval. St. Walburge's Church, Preston. St. Pancras Railway Station, London, 1868. South London Theatre, London. Tower Bridge, London. Truro Cathedral, Cornwall. Tintisfield, Somerset, 1863. Southwark Cathedral, Southwark, London, the nave. Strawberry Hill, London, begun in 1749. Oxford University Museum of Natural History, Oxford. Woodchester Mansion, Gloucestershire, circa 1858-1873. Wills Memorial Building at the University of Bristol, Bristol, 1915-1925. Scotland. Scott Monument, Edinburgh. Berkeley Church, Edinburgh, Scotland, 1862-1864. St. Mary's Cathedral, Edinburgh, Episcopal, from 1874. Scott Monument, Edinburgh, Scotland, begun in 1841. Gilbert Scott Building, University of Glasgow Campus, Glasgow, Scotland, the second largest example of Gothic revival architecture in the British Isles, 1870. Kelvinside Hillhead Parish Church, Observatory Road, Hintley Gardens, West End, Glasgow. Opened 1876. Based on the famous Saint Chapelle, Paris. Wallace Monument. Wales. Hawarden Castle, 18th century, Hawarden. GWRYCH Castle, Abergele, 1819. Pinnerhin Castle, Gwynedd, 1820-45. Safarthfa Castle, Merthyr Tydfil, 1824. Treborfide, near Brecon, 1847-50. Bodelwyddan Castle, Bodelwyddan, Denbighshire, 1850s, with further alterations in the 1880s. Haffadunos, near Langerneeb, 1861-6. Cardiff Castle, Glamorgan, 1866-9. Castell Coch, Glamorgan, 1871. United States. Alabama. Lanier High School, Montgomery, Alabama. Montgomery, Alabama. California. Hearst Castle, San Simeon, California. Cathedral Building, Oakland, California, 1914. Grace Cathedral, San Francisco, 1928-1964. St. Dominic's Roman Catholic Church, San Francisco, 1928. All Saints Episcopal Church, Pasadena, California, Church 1926, Rectory 1931. First Congregational Church of Los Angeles, California, 1931. Connecticut. Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut. Harkness Tower, 1917-21. Hall of Graduate Studies, Yale Law School. Payne Whitney Gymnasium. Residential colleges. Sterling Memorial Library. Florida. Several buildings on the University of Florida campus, Gainesville, Florida. Georgia. Congregation Mikveh Israel, Savannah, Georgia, 1876-78. A rare example of a Gothic synagogue. Illinois. Tribune Tower, Chicago, Illinois, completed in 1925. University of Chicago, Rockefeller Chapel. Other campus buildings. Indiana. Basilica of the Sacred Heart, Notre Dame, Indiana, 1882. Louisiana. Christ Church Cathedral, New Orleans, Louisiana, 1886. Old Louisiana State Capitol, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1849. St. Patrick's Church, New Orleans, Louisiana, New Orleans, Louisiana, 1837. Maryland. The Baltimore City College, Public High School, Baltimore, Maryland, founded 1839, erected 1926-1928, third oldest public high school in America, nicknamed the Castle on the Hill, at 33rd Street and the Alameda. Massachusetts. Boston College, Boston, Massachusetts. Baptist Library, 1908. Michigan. Woodward Avenue Presbyterian Church, Detroit, Michigan, 1911. Mississippi. St. Mary's Episcopal Chapel in Adams County, Mississippi, 1837. Missouri. Brookings Hall and several buildings on the Washington University campus, St. Louis, Missouri. St. Francis Delaware Sales Church, St. Louis, Missouri, the second largest church in the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of St. Louis. New Jersey. Cathedral Basilica of the Sacred Heart, Newark, New Jersey, 1954. Princeton University, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Chapel, 1925 to 1928. Princeton University Graduate College. Whitman College House. Several buildings on the Seton Hall University campus, South Orange, New Jersey. New York. American Museum of Natural History, Manhattan, 1877. St. Ignatius of Antioch Episcopal Church, Manhattan, 1902. St. Patrick's Cathedral, New York City, 1858-78. Woolworth Building, New York City. Trinity and U.S. Realty Building, New York City, 1907. New York Life Insurance Building, New York City, 1928. Liberty Tower, New York City, 1909. Public School 166 in Manhattan, New York City, 1898. McGraw Tower, Uris Library, Straight Hall, and other buildings on the Cornell University campus in Ithaca, New York. Several buildings of the Fordham University campus in the Bronx, including structures as recently constructed as 2000. The Thompson Memorial Library at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York, 1905. Several buildings on the City College of New York campus, New York City. Most of the buildings on the West Point campus, most famously the West Point Cadet Chapel, North Carolina. Duke Chapel and the main quadrangle of the West Campus of Duke University, Durham, North Carolina, 1930-35. High Point Central High School, High Point, North Carolina. Ohio. Several buildings on the University of Toledo campus, Toledo, Ohio. St. John's Episcopal Church, Cleveland, Ohio, 1836, the oldest consecrated building in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. Trinity Cathedral, Cleveland. Forest Lawn Memorial Park, Youngstown, Ohio. Jones Hall at Youngstown State University, Youngstown, Ohio. St. John's Episcopal Church, Youngstown, Ohio. Pennsylvania. Rockefeller Hall, Bryn Mawr College. Heinz Memorial Chapel, University of Pittsburgh. Alumni Memorial Building, Lehigh University, Bethlehem, 1925. Bryn Athyn Cathedral, Bryn Athyn, 1913-19. Several buildings on the Bryn Mawr College campus, Bryn Mawr. Church of the Advocate, Philadelphia, 1892-97. East Liberty Presbyterian Church, Pittsburgh, 1932-35. Several buildings on the Grove City College campus, Grove City, Pennsylvania. PPG Place, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 1984. St. Peter's Episcopal Church, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Built 1851, moved and reconstructed 1901, destroyed, date needed. University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. College Hall, 1872. Houston Hall, 1894-96, 1936. Irvine Auditorium, 1926-29. Quadrangle Dormitories, 1895-1912, 1920s, 1950s. University of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh. Cathedral of Learning, 1926-37. Heinz Chapel, 1933-38. Stephen Foster Memorial, 1935-37. Clapp Hall, 1956. Tennessee. Several buildings on the Rhodes College campus, Memphis, Tennessee. St. Mary's Episcopal Cathedral in Memphis, Tennessee, 1898-1926. Texas. St. Patrick Cathedral, Fort Worth, Texas, 1888. Utah. Salt Lake Temple, Salt Lake City, Utah, 1896. Virginia. St. Paul's Episcopal Church, Alexandria, Virginia, 1818, designed by Benjamin Latrobe. Several buildings on the University of Richmond campus, Richmond, Virginia, 1937. Washington. Sozalo Library and several buildings on the University of Washington campus, Seattle, Washington. Washington, D.C. Oak Hill Cemetery Chapel, Washington, D.C., designed by James Renwick, Jr. in 1850. Washington National Cathedral, Washington, D.C., 1907-90. Wyoming. Natrona County High School, Casper, Wyoming, 1924. Vietnam. Saigon Notre Dame Basilica, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. St. Joseph Cathedral, Hanoi, Vietnam. Nha Trang Cathedral, Nha Trang, Vietnam. Appendix 2. List of World Expositions and Exhibitions, 1790–1930. 1790s. 1791, Prague, Bohemia, Habsburg Monarchy. First industrial exhibition on the occasion of the coronation of Leopold II as King of Bohemia took place in Clementinum. Considerable sophistication of manufacturing methods. 1798, Paris, France. L'Exposition publique de produits de l'industrie française, Paris, 1798. This was the first public industrial exposition in France, although earlier in 1798 the Marquis d'Aviz had held a private exposition of handicrafts and manufactured goods at the Maison d'Orsay in the Rue de Varenne, and it was this that suggested the idea of a public exposition to François de Neufchâteau, Minister of the Interior for the French Republic. 1800s. 1801, Paris, France, Second Exposition. After the success of the Exposition of 1798, a series of expositions for French manufacturing followed. 1801, 1802, 1806, 1819, 1823, 1827, 1834, 1844, and 1849, until the first properly international, or universal, exposition in France in 1855. 1802, Paris, France, Third Exposition. 1806, Paris, France, Fourth Exposition. 1810s. 1819, Paris, France, Fifth Exposition. 1820s. 1823, Paris, France, Sixth Exposition. 1827, Paris, France, Seventh Exposition. 1829, United States, American Institute Fair. 1829, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Prima Triennale Publica Esposition dell'anno, 1829. In Turin, a second triennale followed in 1832 before other national agricultural, industrial, commercial, and applied arts expositions there in 1838, 1844, 1850, and 1858. 1830s. 1832, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Seconda Triennale Publica Esposition dell'anno, 1832. 1834, Paris, France, French Industrial Exposition of 1834. 1838, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Publica Esposition dell'anno, 1838. 1839, Paris, France, Ninth Exposition. 1840s. 1844, Paris, France, French Industrial, 10th Exposition of 1844. 1844, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Quarta Esposition di Industria et Bellardi. 1846, Genoa, Piedmont, Sardinia, Esposition dei Prodotti e del Manufacture Nazionale. 1849, Birmingham, United Kingdom, Exhibition of Industrial Arts and Manufacturers. 1849, London, United Kingdom, First Exhibition of British Manufacturers. 1849, Paris, France, 11th Exposition. 1849, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Quinta Esposition di Industria e di Bellardi. 1850s. 1850, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Esposition di Industria e di Bellardi. 1851, London, United Kingdom, the Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of All Nations, the Crystal Palace, typically listed as the First World's Fair. 1852, Cork, United Kingdom, Irish Industrial Exhibition. 1853, Naples, Two Sicilies, Solenne Publica Esposition di Arti e Manufacture. 1853, New York, United States, Exhibition of the Industry of All Nations. 1853, Dublin, United Kingdom, Great Industrial Exhibition, 1853. 1853-1854, Genoa, Piedmont, Sardinia, Exposition Industrielle. 1854, Munich, Bavaria, Allgemeine Deutsche Industrie Ausstellung. 1854, Melbourne, Victoria, Melbourne Exhibition, in conjunction with Exposition Universelle, 1855. 1855, Paris, France, Exposition Universelle, 1855. 1856, Brussels, Belgium, International Exhibition. 1857, Manchester, United Kingdom, Art Treasures Exhibition at the Royal Botanical Gardens, Stretford. 1857, Lausanne, Switzerland, Lausanne Exhibition. 1858, Dijon, France, Dijon Exposition. 1858, Philadelphia, United States, Philadelphia Technological Exhibition. 1858, Turin, Piedmont, Sardinia, Sesta Esposizione Nazionale di Prodotti di Industria. 1860s. 1861, Brisbane, Queensland, First Queensland Exhibition. 1861, Melbourne, Victoria, Second Victorian Exhibition. 1861, Metz, France, Exposition Universelle, 1861. 1861, Amsterdam, Netherlands, Fisheries Exposition. 1862, Geelong, Victoria, Exhibition of Art, Science and Industry. 1862, Constantinople, Istanbul, Ottoman Empire, Turkey, Ottoman General Exposition. 1863, Bayonne, France, Franco-Spanish Exposition. 1864, Cologne, Germany, International Agricultural Exhibition. 1865, Bergen, Norway, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1865, Batavia, Jakarta, Dutch East Indies, Indonesia, Industrial and Agricultural Exhibition. 1865, Dunedin, New Zealand, New Zealand Exhibition. 1865, Dublin, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Arts and Manufactures. 1865, Freetown, Sierra Leone Colony and Protectorate, Sierra Leone Exhibition. 1865, Porto, Portugal, Exposição Internacional do Porto. 1866, Ballarat, Victoria, National Industrial Exhibition. 1866, Melbourne, Victoria, Intercolonial Exhibition of Australasia. 1866, Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, International Fisheries Exposition. 1866, Arcachon, France, International Exposition of Fish and Water Products. 1866, Stockholm, Sweden, Scandinavian Industrial Exhibition. 1867, Paris, France, Exposition Universelle, 1867. 1867, Den Haag, Netherlands, International Maritime Exhibition. 1867, Aarhus, Denmark, International Maritime Exhibition. 1867, Vienna, Austria, International Maritime Exhibition. 1867, Gothenburg, Sweden, International Maritime Exhibition. 1868, Le Havre, France, International Maritime Exposition. 1869, Amsterdam, Netherlands, International Exhibition of Domestic Economy. 1870s. 1870, Sydney, New South Wales, Intercolonial Exhibition. 1871, Cordoba, Argentina, Exposition Nacional. 1871, London, United Kingdom, First Annual International Exhibition, 1871. 1871, Naples, Italy, International Maritime Exposition. 1871, Hamilton, Bermuda, Industrial and Loan Exhibition. 1872, Copenhagen, Denmark, Second Scandinavian Exhibition of Arts and Industry. 1872, London, United Kingdom, Second Annual International Exhibition, 1872. 1872, Christchurch, New Zealand, New Zealand Interprovincial Exhibition. 1872, Lima, Peru, Lima International Exhibition. 1872, Lyon, France, Exposition Universelle et Internationale, 1872. 1872, Kyoto, Japan, Exhibition of Arts and Manufactures, 1872. 1873, London, United Kingdom, 3rd Annual International Exhibition, 1873. 1873, Vienna, Austria-Hungary, Weltausstellung 1873 Wien. 1873, Sydney, New South Wales, Metropolitan Intercolonial Exhibition, 1873. 1874, London, United Kingdom, 4th Annual International Exhibition, 1874. 1874, Dublin, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Arts and Manufactures, 1874. 1874, Rome, Italy, Esposizione Internazionale, 1874, never held. 1874, Jamestown, St. Helena Industrial Exhibition. 1874, Marseille, France, Exhibition of Modern Inventions and Discoveries. 1874, Philadelphia, United States, Franklin Institute Exhibition. 1875, Melbourne, Victoria, Victorian Intercolonial Exhibition. 1875, Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, Nizhny Novgorod Fair, 1875. 1875, Sydney, New South Wales, Intercolonial Exhibition, 1875. 1875, Santiago, Chile, Chilean International Exhibition. 1876, Brussels, Belgium, International Exposition of Hygiene and Life-Saving Apparatus. 1876, Helsinki, Finland, Finnish General Exhibition. 1876, Adelaide, South Australia, Adelaide Industrial Exhibition. 1876, Philadelphia, United States, Centennial Exposition. 1876, London, United Kingdom, London Loan Collection of Scientific Apparatus. 1877, Cape Town, Cape Colony, South African International Exhibition. 1877, Tokyo, Japan, First National Industrial Exhibition, 1877, Winnow Park. 1877, Sydney, New South Wales, Sydney Metropolitan and Intercolonial Exhibition. 1877, Adelaide, South Australia, Adelaide Industrial Exhibition. 1878, Paris, France, Exposition Universelle, 1878. 1878, Ballarat, Victoria, Australian Juvenile Industrial Exhibition, 1878. 1879, London, United Kingdom, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1879, Bendigo, Victoria, Juvenile Industrial Exhibition. 1879, Geelong, Victoria, Geelong Juvenile and Industrial Exhibition. 1879, Sydney, New South Wales, Intercolonial Juvenile Industrial Exhibition. 1879, Sydney, New South Wales, Sydney International Exhibition. 1879, Melbourne, Victoria, Intercolonial Juvenile Industrial Exhibition, 1879. 1879, Kilburn, United Kingdom, International Agricultural Exhibition. 1879, Berlin, Germany, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1879, Christchurch, New Zealand, Christchurch Industrial Exhibition. 1879, Adelaide, South Australia, Industrial and Juvenile Exhibition. 1880s. 1880, Glasgow, United Kingdom, Glasgow Electrical Exhibition. 1880, Melbourne, Victoria, Melbourne International Exhibition, 1880. 1880, Adelaide, South Australia, Australia, Adelaide Exhibition. 1880, Matanzas, Cuba, Exhibition of Matanzas. 1880, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Milwaukee Industrial Exposition. 1880-1881, Paris, France, International Exposition of Electricity, Paris. 1881, Dunedin, New Zealand, Dunedin Industrial Exhibition. 1881, Atlanta, United States, International Cotton Exposition. 1881, Budapest, Austria-Hungary, Orsegos Nwapari Kialides. 1881, London, United Kingdom, International Medical and Sanitary Exhibition. 1881, Tokyo, Japan, Second National Industrial Exhibition. 1881, Perth, Western Australia, Australia, Perth International Exhibition. 1881, Lille, France, International Exposition of Industrial Art. 1882, Munich, Germany, International Electrical Exposition. 1882, Christchurch, New Zealand, New Zealand International Exhibition. 1883, London, United Kingdom, Crystal Palace Electric Exhibition. 1883, Edinburgh, United Kingdom, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1883, Bordeaux, France, Exposition Internationale de Vins. 1883, Buenos Aires, Argentina, South American Continental Exhibition, Exposition Continental Sudamericana. 1883, London, United Kingdom, International Electric Exhibition. 1883, Vienna, Austria-Hungary, International Electrical Exposition. 1883, Cork, United Kingdom, Cork Industrial Exhibition. 1883, Amsterdam, Netherlands, International Colonial and Export Exhibition. 1883, Calcutta, India, Calcutta International Exhibition. 1883, Marseilles, France, International Maritime Exposition. 1883, Christchurch, New Zealand, All Colonial Exhibition. 1883, Madrid, Spain, Exposition of Mining and Metallurgy. 1883, South Kensington, United Kingdom, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1883, Parramatta, New South Wales, Intercolonial Juvenile Industrial Exhibition. 1883, Hobart, Tasmania, Tasmanian Juvenile and Industrial Exhibition. 1883, Launceston, Tasmania, Art and Industrial Exhibition. 1883, Louisville, United States, Southern Exposition. 1883, New York City, United States, World's Fair, 1883, never held. 1883, Caracas, Venezuela, National Exposition of Venezuela. 1883-1884, Boston, United States, the American Exhibition of the Products, Arts, and Manufactures of Foreign Nations. 1884, Nice, France, International Exposition of Nice. 1884, Amsterdam, Netherlands, International Agricultural Exhibition. 1884, London, United Kingdom, London International Universal Exhibition. 1884, South Kensington, United Kingdom, International Health and Education Exhibition. 1884, Cape Town, Cape Colony, South African Industrial Exhibition. 1884, Durban, South Africa, Natal Agricultural, Horticultural, Industrial, and Art Exhibition. 1884, New Orleans, United States, World Cotton Centennial. 1884, Melbourne, Victoria, Victorian International Exhibition. 1884 of wine, fruit, grain and other products of the soil of Australasia with machinery, plant, and tools employed. 1884, Edinburgh, United Kingdom, First International Forestry Exhibition. 1884, Turin, Italy, Esposizione Generale Italiana. 1884, Adelaide, South Australia, Grand Industrial Exhibition. 1885, Melbourne, Victoria, Victorian's Jubilee Exhibition. 1885, Jubilee of Victoria Exhibition. 1885, Port Elizabeth, Cape Colony, now South Africa, South African Exhibition. 1885, Antwerp, Belgium, Exposition Universelle d'Anvers. 1885. 1885, Nuremberg, Germany, International Exposition of Metals and Metallurgy. 1885, Budapest, Austria-Hungary, Hungarian National Exhibition. 1885, Wellington, New Zealand, New Zealand Industrial Exhibition. 1885, Zaragoza, Spain, Aragonese Exposition. 1885, London, United Kingdom, International Inventions Exhibition. 1886, London, United Kingdom, Colonial and Indian Exhibition. 1886. 1886, Edinburgh, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Industry, Science, and Art. 1886, Liverpool, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Navigation, Commerce, and Industry. 1886. 1886, Bendigo, Victoria, Juvenile and Industrial Exhibition. 1886, Launceston, Tasmania, Launceston Industrial Exhibition. 1886, Perth, Western Australia, Australian Exhibition. 1886, Le Havre, France, International Maritime Exposition. 1887, Atlanta, Piedmont Exposition. 1887, Geelong, Victoria, Geelong Jubilee Juvenile and Industrial Exhibition. 1887. 1887, Manchester, United Kingdom, Royal Jubilee Exhibition. 1887, London, United Kingdom, American Exhibition. 1887, Newcastle, United Kingdom, Royal Mining, Engineering and Industrial Exhibition. 1887, Rome, Italy, Exposition Mondiale, 1887. 1887, Adelaide, South Australia, Adelaide Jubilee International Exhibition, 1887. 1888, Glasgow, United Kingdom, International Exhibition, 1888. 1888, Brussels, Belgium, Grand Concours International des Sciences et de l'Industrie. 1888, Barcelona, Spain, Exposition Universal de Barcelona, 1888. 1888, Cincinnati, Ohio, Cincinnati Centennial Exposition, 1888. 1888, Lisbon, Portugal, Exposição Industrial Portuguesa, 1888. 1888, Copenhagen, Denmark, the Nordic Exhibition of 1888, Nordisk Industrielandbrugs OG Kunstudstilling. 1888, 1889, Melbourne, Australia, Melbourne Centennial Exhibition. 1888, 1889, Melbourne, Victoria, Victorian Juvenile Industrial Exhibition, 1888. 1889, Paris, France, Exposition Universelle, 1889, Eiffel Tower. 1889, Dunedin, New Zealand, New Zealand and South Seas Exhibition, 1889. 1889, Buffalo, United States, International Industrial Fair, 1889. 1890s. 1890, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Agricultural Exhibition. 1890, Vienna, Austria-Hungary, Agricultural and Forestry Exposition. 1890, Bremen, Germany, Nordwest Deutsche Gewerbe und Industrie Ausstellung. 1890, London, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Mining and Metallurgy. 1890, Edinburgh, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Science, Art and Industry. 1890, Ballarat, Victoria, Australian Juvenile Industrial Exhibition. 1891, Moscow, Russia, Exposition Française. 1891, Frankfurt, Germany, International Electro-Technical Exhibition, 1891. 1891, Kingston, Jamaica, International Exhibition, 1891. 1891, Prague, Austria-Hungary, General Land Centennial Exhibition, 1891, at the Prague Exhibition Grounds. 1891, Adelaide, South Australia, Industrial Exhibition of South Australian Industries, Products and Manufactures. 1891, Port of Spain, Trinidad, Trinidad and Tobago Exhibition. 1891, Launceston, Tasmania, Tasmanian International Exhibition, 1891. 1891-1892, Grenoble, France, International Alpine Exposition of Grenoble. 1892, Genoa, Italy, Esposizione Italo-Americana, 1892. 1892, Washington, D.C., United States, Exposition of the Three Americas, 1892, never held. 1892, London, United Kingdom, Crystal Palace Electrical Exhibition. 1892, Madrid, Spain, Historical American Exposition. 1892-1893, Chicago, United States, World's Columbian Exposition, Palace of Fine Arts and the World's Congress Auxiliary Building. 1892, Kimberley, Cape Colony, South African and International Exhibition. 1893, New York City, United States, World's Fair Prize Winners Exposition, 1893. 1894, San Francisco, United States, California Midwinter International Exposition of 1894. 1894, Antwerp, Belgium, Exposition Internationale Danvers, 1894. 1894, Santiago, Chile, International Mining and Metallurgical Exposition. 1894, Lyons, France, Exposition Internationale et Coloniale. 1894, Manchester, United Kingdom, British and Colonial Exhibition. 1894, Oporto, Portugal. Exposição Insular e Colonial Portuguesa, 1894. 1894, Fremantle, Western Australia. Fremantle Industrial Exhibition. 1894, Adelaide, South Australia. Exhibition of Art and Industry. 1895, Hobart, Tasmania. Tasmanian International Exhibition, 1895. 1895, Ballarat, Victoria. Australian Industrial Exhibition, 1895. 1895, Bordeaux, France. Bordeaux Exposition. 1895, Kyoto, Japan. National Japanese Exhibition. 1895, Christchurch, New Zealand. Art and Industrial Exhibition. 1895, Atlanta, United States. Cotton States and International Exposition, 1895, Atlanta Exposition. 1895, Montevideo, Uruguay. National Agricultural Exhibition. 1895, Rouen, France. National and Colonial Exposition. 1895, Kiel, Germany. International Shipping and Fishery Exposition. 1895, Budapest, Austria-Hungary. Hungarian Millinery Exhibition. 1895, Wellington, New Zealand. Wellington Industrial Exhibition. 1896, Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. Pan-Russian Exhibition. 1896, Malmö, Sweden. Nordic Industrial and Handicraft Exhibition. 1896, Berlin, Germany. Gewerbe Ausstellung, 1896. 1896, Mexico City, Mexico. International Exposition, 1896. Never held. 1896, Cardiff, Wales, United Kingdom. Cardiff Fine Arts, Industrial, and Maritime Exhibition. 1897, Brussels, Belgium. Exposition Internationale de Bruxelles. 1897, Arcachon, France. Arcachon International Exposition. 1897, Guatemala City, Guatemala. Exposition Centroamericana. 1897, London, United Kingdom. Imperial Victorian Exhibition. 1897, Brisbane, Queensland. Queensland International Exhibition. 1897, Chicago, United States. Irish Fair, 1897. 1897, Nashville, United States. Tennessee Centennial and International Exposition. 1897, Stockholm, Sweden. General Art and Industrial Exposition of Stockholm. 1897, Kiev, Ukraine. Agricultural Exhibition. 1897, Buenos Aires, Argentina. National Exhibition. 1898, Jerusalem, Ottoman Empire. Universal Scientific and Philanthropic Exposition, 1898. 1898, Auckland, New Zealand. Auckland Industrial and Mining Exhibition. 1898, Dunedin, New Zealand. Otago Jubilee Industrial Exhibition, 1898. 1898, Omaha, United States. Trans-Mississippi Exposition. 1898, Bergen, Norway. International Fisheries Exposition, 1898. 1898, Munich, Germany. Kraft und Arbeitsmaschinen Ausstellung, 1898. 1898, San Francisco, United States. California's Golden Jubilee, 1898. 1898, Turin, Italy. Esposizione Generale Italiana. 1898, Vienna, Austria-Hungary. Jubiläumsausstellung. 1898, Launceston, Tasmania. Tasmanian Juvenile Industrial Exhibition. 1898, Grahamstown, South Africa. Industrial and Arts Exhibition. 1899, Coolgardie, Western Australia. Western Australian International Mining and Industrial Exhibition. 1899, Como, Italy. Como Electrical Exhibition. 1899, Omaha, Nebraska, United States. Greater America Exposition. 1899, Philadelphia, United States. National Export Exposition. 1899, London, United Kingdom. Greater Britain Exhibition. 1900s. 1900, Paris, France. Exposition Universelle, Le Grand Palais. 1900, Adelaide, South Australia. Century Exhibition of Arts and Industries, 1900. 1900, Christchurch, New Zealand. Canterbury Jubilee Industrial Exhibition. 1901, Bendigo, Australia. Victorian Gold Jubilee Exhibition. 1901, Buffalo, United States, Pan American Exposition. 1901 Glasgow, United Kingdom, Glasgow International Exhibition. 1901 Vienna, Austria-Hungary, Bosnische Weihnachtsausstellung, 1901. 1901 Charleston, United States, South Carolina Interstate and West Indian Exposition. 1901 Vienna, Austria-Hungary, International Fishery Exposition. 1902 Turin, Italy, Esposizione Internazionale d'Arte Decorativa Moderna. 1902 Hanoi, French Indochina, Hanoi Exhibition, Indochina Exposition Française et Internationale. 1902 Lille, France, International Exposition of Lille. 1902 Cork, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Cork International Exhibition. 1902 Wolverhampton, United Kingdom, Wolverhampton Art and Industrial Exhibition. 1902 St. Petersburg, Russia, International Fisheries Exhibition. 1902 New York City, United States, Colonial and International Exposition, 1902, never held. 1902 Toledo, Ohio, United States, Ohio Centennial and Northwest Territory Exposition, 1902, never held. 1903 Melbourne, Australia, Australian Federal International Exhibition. 1903 Osaka, Japan, National Industrial Exposition. 1904 St. Louis, United States, Louisiana Purchase Exposition, also called Louisiana Purchase International Exposition and Olympic Games 1904 Summer Olympics. 1904 Cape Town, South Africa, Cape Industrial Exhibition. 1905 Portland, United States, Lewis and Clark Centennial Exposition. 1905 Liège, Belgium, Exposition Universelle et Internationale de Liège. 1905 London, United Kingdom, Naval, Shipping and Fisheries Exhibition. 1905 New York City, United States, Irish Industrial Exposition, 1905. 1905 Vienna, Austria-Hungary, Hygiene Exhibition. 1906 Milan, Italy, Esposizione Internazionale del Sempione. 1906 London, United Kingdom, Imperial Austrian Exhibition. 1906 Marseille, France, Exposition Coloniale, 1906. 1906 Bucharest, Romania, Romanian General Exposition. 1906 Tourcoing, France, International Exposition of Textile Industries. 1906 Christchurch, New Zealand, International Exhibition, 1906. 1907 Bordeaux, France, International Maritime Exposition. 1907 Tokyo, Japan, Tokyo Industrial Exhibition. 1907 Bergen, Norway, Nordic Marine Motor Exhibition. 1907 Dublin, United Kingdom, Irish International Exhibition. 1907 Hampton Roads, United States, Jamestown Exposition. 1907 Chicago, United States, World's Pure Food Exposition, 1907. 1907 Mannheim, Germany, Internationale Kunstausstellung, 1907. 1907 Marseille, France, Exposition of Electricity. 1908 Trondheim, Norway, Scandinavian Fisheries Exhibition. 1908 Zaragoza, Spain, Hispano-French Exposition of 1908. 1908 London, United Kingdom, Franco-British Exhibition. 1908 Edinburgh, United Kingdom, Scottish National Exhibition. 1908 New York City, United States, International Mining Exposition, 1908. 1908 Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Exhibition of the Centenary of the Opening of the Ports of Brazil. 1908 Marseille, France, Exposition Internationale de l'Électricité. 1908 London, United Kingdom, Imperial International Exhibition. 1909 Nancy, France, Exposition Internationale de l'Est de la France. 1909 Seattle, United States, Alaska Yukon Pacific Exposition. 1909 New York City, United States, Hudson Fulton Celebration. 1909 San Francisco, United States, Portola Festival, 1909. 1909, Quito, Ecuador, National Ecuadorian Exposition. 1909, Vienna, Austria-Hungary, International Hunting Exposition. 1910s. 1910, Santiago, Chile, International Agricultural and Industrial Exposition. 1910, Bogotá, Colombia, Exposición del Centenario de la Independencia, 1910. 1910, Nanking, China, Nanyang Industrial Exposition. 1910, Brussels, Belgium, Brussels International 1910. 1910, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Exposición Internacional del Centenario. 1910, Nagoya, Japan, Nagoya Industrial Exhibition. 1910, London, United Kingdom, Japan, British Exhibition. 1910, San Francisco, United States, Admission Day Festival, 1910, September 8th, 9, 10. 1910, Vienna, Austria-Hungary, Internationale Jagd Ausstellung, 1910. 1911, Charleroi, Belgium, Charleroi Exposition. 1911, Havana, Cuba, Cuban National Exposition. 1911, Roubaix, France, International Exposition of Northern France. 1911, Dresden, Germany, International Hygiene Exhibition. 1911, London, United Kingdom, Coronation Exhibition, 1911. 1911, London, United Kingdom, Festival of Empire. 1911, Rome, Italy, Esposizione Internazionale d'Arte, 1911. 1911, Wellington, New Zealand, Coronation Industrial Exhibition. 1911, Turin, Italy, Turin International. 1911, Omsk, Russia, Western Siberian Exhibition. 1911, Glasgow, United Kingdom, Scottish Exhibition of National History, Art and Industry. 1911, New York City, United States, International Mercantile Exposition, 1911. 1912, Manila, Philippines, Philippine Exposition, 1912. 1912, London, United Kingdom, Latin British Exhibition. 1912, 1917, Tokyo, Japan, Grand Exhibition of Japan, planned for 1912, postponed to 1917, and then never held. 1913, Melbourne, Australia, Great All-Australian Exhibition. 1913, Leipzig, Germany, International Building Trades Exposition. 1913, Auckland, New Zealand, Auckland Exhibition. 1913, Ghent, Belgium, Exposition Universelle et Internationale. 1913, Amsterdam, Netherlands, Tentoonstelling de 1813 to 1913. 1913, Kiev, Ukraine, All-Russian Exhibition. 1913, Knoxville, United States, National Conservation Exposition. 1914, London, United Kingdom, Anglo-American Exhibition. 1914, Malmö, Sweden, Baltic Exhibition. 1914, Boulogne-sur-Mer, France, International Exposition of Sea Fishery Industries, 1914. 1914, Lyon, France, Exposition Internationale Urbaine de Lyon. 1914, Tokyo, Japan, Tokyo Taisho Exposition. 1914, Cologne, Germany, Workbund Exhibition, 1914. 1914, Bristol, United Kingdom, International Exhibition. 1914, Nottingham, United Kingdom, Universal Exhibition, 1914, work begun on site 1913 but never held. 1914, Samarang, Dutch East Indies, Colonial Exhibition of Samarang, Colonial Exposition. 1914, Christiania, Norway, 1914 Jubilee Exhibition, Norges Jubileumsutstelling. 1914, Baltimore, United States, National Star-Spangled Banner Centennial Celebration. 1914, Genoa, Italy, International Exhibition of Marine and Maritime Hygiene. 1915, Casablanca, Morocco, Casablanca Fair of 1915. 1915, San Francisco, United States, Panama, Pacific International Exposition Palace of Fine Arts. 1915, Panama City, Panama, Exposition Nacional de Panama. 1915, Richmond, United States, Negro Historical and Industrial Exposition, 1915. 1915, Chicago, United States, Lincoln Jubilee and Exposition, 1915. 1915, San Diego, United States, Panama, California Exposition. 1915-1916, Wellington, New Zealand, British Commercial and Industrial Exhibition. 1916, New York City, United States, Bronx International Exposition of Science, Arts and Industries. 1918, Los Angeles, United States, California Liberty Fair, 1918. 1920s. 1920, Adelaide, Australia, All-Australian Peace Exhibition. 1920, Shanghai, Republic of China, American Chinese Exposition. 1921, Riga, Latvia, International Exhibition of Agriculture and Industry. 1921, Wellington, New Zealand, Exhibition of New Zealand Industries. 1921, London, United Kingdom, International Exhibition of Rubber and Other Tropical Products, 1921. 1922, Marseille, France, Exposition Nationale Coloniale, 1922. 1922, Tokyo, Japan, Peace Exhibition, 1922. 1922, Christchurch, New Zealand, Exhibition of New Zealand Industries. 1922-1923, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Exposição do Centenário do Brasil. 1923, Auckland, New Zealand, Dominion Industrial Exhibition. 1923, Los Angeles, United States, American Historical Review and Motion Picture Exposition, 1923. 1923, Calcutta, India, Calcutta Exhibition, 1923, Preparatory to British Empire Exhibition. 1923, Moscow, Soviet Union, All-Russian Agricultural and Domestic Industries Exhibition. 1923, Gothenburg, Sweden, Gothenburg Exhibition, 1923, Jubileumsutställningens i Göteborg, Leisburg. 1923, Hokitika, New Zealand, British and Intercolonial Exhibition. 1923-1924, Wembley, London, United Kingdom, British Empire Exhibition. 1924, New York City, United States, French Exposition, 1924. 1924, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Industrial Exposition. 1924, Adelaide, Australia, All-Australian Exhibition. 1924-1925, Lyon, France, Foire, 1925. 1925, Wellington, New Zealand, Dominion Industrial Exhibition. 1925, San Francisco, United States, California's Diamond Jubilee, 1925. 1925, Paris, France, Exposition Internationale d'Arts Décoratifs et Industriels Modernes. 1925, Dunedin, New Zealand, New Zealand and South Seas International Exhibition. 1925-1926, Philadelphia, United States, Sesquicentennial Exposition. 1926, Berlin, Germany, Internationale Polizeiausstellung, 1926. 1926, Lyon, France, for Internationale, 1925. 1927, Stuttgart, Germany, Werkbund Exhibition. 1928, Cologne, Germany, International Press Exhibition. 1928, Long Beach, United States, Pacific Southwest Exposition, 1928. 1929, Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom, Northeast Coast Exhibition. 1929, Hangzhou, Republic of China, Westlake Exposition. 1929, Seville, Spain, Ibero-American Exposition. 1929-1930, Barcelona, Spain, 1929 Barcelona International Exposition. Alright, that's a wrap on today's video. But now, I want to pass the mic to you. Drop a comment below and let me know your honest take on this. What's your experience with this topic? I genuinely love reading your stories, so don't be shy. And hey, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, go ahead and do it now so we can keep having these conversations. I'll catch you in the comments.